Hey, people, how's it going today? This fine Sunday afternoon. Hope everybody's doing all right. Started a little bit later today. I figured I'd get a little bit of a later start because had some stuff to do, some chores. Gotta love that. Good old weekend chore routine. Already work your ass off all week long, and then right after you worked your ass off all week long, gotta get to those chores. Because you've been making your house a shit sty over the course of you working and not having time to be able to clean it up. So now you got to undo all that at the very end of it all, the little bit of free time that you've got left. Aiden, Josh, welcome to the show. Welcome, Big Bad Mama, Mr. Logo, Achilles, everybody out there in the side chat. We got a good crowd to start things off right off the rip, which I definitely appreciate. Much love, Josh. Hey, Dustin. Shout out to Dustin out there in the side chat. I'm just going to say it right here and right now, all right? There will be an open panel. There will be a side chat. That's going to be at my discretion, all right? I'm going to open that up when I want. I want to see nobody in the side. Open the link up, Aiden. Come on, open the show. Nope. I'll be shooting pepper balls at your feet just like a fucking ice agent if you start that shit. Stay back! Stay back! You gotta keep back, citizen! Comply! TTOR is on. Oh my god. Somebody ban her. I don't have it. You know what? I don't have any managing mods on this channel. I'm gonna make somebody a managing mod. Somebody get her out of here. Dustin, you got some beef with her, right? I mean, come on, Aiden. You're telling me that I can't cross the magic line that is the Aiden show, but I got to accept these people in my country. That's right, Josh. That's right. Or sorry, Josh. I've got so many people here in the side chat. I'm getting confused. I'm getting overrun. We're calling it Breaker 19 calling in for backup right now. There's too many of these leftist dissidents gathering in the side chat right now. We're going to need some backup. Copy that. We're going to be sending an Apache helicopter in right now. Oh my god, there's napalm in the streets. Oh my god, people are getting mowed down indiscriminately. Holy shit. There's still going to be a segment of the population that are going to be like, yeah, but like, think about it though. It is justified what they're doing to those people with that napalm. You know, that tactical nuke that was used in Portland, I think that was worthwhile when you really think about it. That's where we're going to be 10 years from now. The president has unleashed a tactical nuclear device on an American city in order to try and swing the election. Listen here, folks. The dissident terrorists that have overrun Portland, Oregon need to be stopped. Maybe there were a few patriotic casualties in the midst of the nuclear blast, but you know what they say. The tree of water needs to be libertied with the blood of patriots, or however it goes. Is Aiden playing with his Barbies and down here? You know what? BS? At least me playing with I've got way more action-packed, thrilling, and they're action figures, by the way. I just want to stop right there. You see, you just threw me off, BS. I was on track. See, BS is out here like, oh, you should read the side comments, Aiden. Come on, read the side comments, Aiden. It's going to be really important. And then this is what happens. Because now I've got to peel the layers of onion that is this comment back. First and foremost, BS. They're action figures. Thank you very much. They're not Barbies, okay? G.I. Joe is not Barbies, okay? Just because they look like Barbies and they have accessories like Barbies, okay? And you could get little play sets for them like Barbies and put them in their little cars like Barbies, and they have their little base that's definitely not just a reskinned Barbie dream house. You piece of shit. All right? Fuck that. Aiden got distracted by... Look, I got distracted. Look, Barbie's got hairy legs. All right, and she likes to let those legs, you know, and they turn blonde in the sun. And the kids come up to them and they pluck those hairs when they turn blonde in the sun. I learned a lot about roaches. I learned about kids jumping up and down on my lap. I love kids jumping up and down on my lap. Ken kind of is Trump, though. Fuck. That's some deep political commentary right there. Hairy legs are biblical, says Mr. Balls in the side chat. You know, they probably are. They probably are. Hey, Krista, I'm sorry. I just want to say in advance, you as a woman of culture and character, I apologize in advance for coming across the slum that is this stream. You're going to hear some dirty and some vulgar things. You might hear the F word. You might even hear G dang once or twice over the course of this stream. So I just want to warn you ahead of time. All right, there are rough waters ahead on the Aiden Linden live stream. By the way, if you're liking this display of debauchery live on YouTube right now, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to heed the little message that a certain somebody just put in the side chat. New to streaming or looking to level up? Check out StreamYard and get a $10 discount. http://streamyard.com/PAL/D/5597174016291884. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. For that low price of clicking on that link, you can save $10 on StreamYard. I'm going to try to make this into an infomercial. Hi, Billy Mays here with the all-new StreamYard discount. Watch as the StreamYard fees evaporate before your eyes with StreamYard Wow, the all-new ShamWow clone, because there was like 82,000 ShamWow clones. It's like the bullet shop or whatever the hell it was. You remember that shit back in the day? It was the magic bullet. That's what it was, that fucking blender. They would like repackage. Okay, that gets into a whole other thing, because I actually went into the mall with Brianna, and who the hell are you telling to shut the fuck up, Big Bad Mama? Hold on. I'm stopping my stupid old man octogenarian story in its tracks, because Big Bad Mama has just told somebody to shut the fuck up in the side chat. Pump the brakes, Big Bad Mama. You need to do a Dan Pazzi and pull that fucking vehicle of yours over on the side of the road right goddamn now, Big Bad Mama. Who the hell are you talking to? Who are you talking? What, Big Bad Mama? What? If I was there in person, I'd be like doing those little shoves that, like, you know, pseudo-masculine men like to do when they're like trying to instigate a fight. What, Big Bad Mama? What's up? What's up, bro? What's up? Big Bad Mama, are you going to carry in on Sophia? Oh. Sophia's welcome to come on the show at some point and talk about the book that she was talking about before at some point during the open panel. Are you telling me Scam Wow wasn't legit? You know what? From what I saw, I knew one person that had a Sham Wow, and maybe it was just a total fucking scam, but it was brand new. I'll give them that. It seemed to work pretty well. Sham Wow seemed to work pretty decently. Another one of those fucking shitty infomercial products that actually works pretty well, Scrub Daddy. Scrub Daddy, you get one of those things, dude, it actually works really fucking well. That shit's really effective. I'm still waiting on Big Bad Mama to tell me who the hell is supposed to shut the fuck up. And if you say me, then you better just drive yourself on out of the chat. How about that, Big Bad Mama? How about you just drive yourself on out of the live stream altogether? Just do us all a favor, Big Bad Mama. Take a long walk off a short pier. That's what you gotta do. BS is killing it already. Of course BS is killing it already. That's literally his job. He's literally the freaking Luigi Mangione of the side chat, because he's just killing it left, right, and center when you really think about it. Yes, how Aiden doesn't explain what he uses the Scrub Wow for. What are you trying to imply, Dustin? What are you trying to imply? These are some serious allegations, Dustin. I can't believe this. I can't believe A2, Dustin. A2. I'm out here trying to entertain y'all out there in the side chat, and this is what I get for it. I just get a bunch of fucking attitude. That's what I get. I'll turn this fucking stream car around and we'll all go home. How about that? We'll all fucking go home. How does that sound? Wait, I stopped listening for a second. What's the story? Okay, let's rewind. We're going to go back to the very beginning, all right? So yesterday, me, Brianna, my little sister, and her boyfriend, because my little sister is fucking 16 years old now. I can't believe that. I really can't. oh, how's Aiden's little sister 16 if he's 17? Let me just get out ahead of that one real quick. But in all seriousness, yeah, she's in the 11th grade. She's literally about to get into her final year of high school, and she's going on dates with her boyfriend, and she wanted to go to the mall with me and Brianna and do a double date. And that's just such a surreal thing, because I've got a pretty significant age gap with her. I was about 8 or 9 when she was born. So, like, I was there for all of that shit. I remember changing her diapers and shit like that. So, like, to go from playing Jenga blocks and Roblox and other different things with the word block in it, because I want to keep that joke going for some real comedic gold right there, Aiden. Let's just keep the block joke going. The fuck? It's just really strange, because I did a lot of growing up with that kid, you know, being only 8 or 9 when she was born. A huge segment of my life was spent growing up with her. So the fact that she is at an age now where she's about to become independent herself, she's already got plans up and running to go and get her own place and everything like that as soon as she turns 18. She got a job lined up. Things are going really well for her. But we went into a store that sold nothing but different infomercial products while we were doing the double date. Because when you're going to the mall as part of a double date, you just go and tool around the different stores as part of the ritual. I'm sure you people as products of the 90s know that better than even my generation does, considering barely anybody in my generation does it anymore. But there's just something so fun and analog about tooling around the mall and actually going into all these little shops and checking everything out. Am I late? You might be a little late, Spooky. You might be a tad bit late. But you know what, Spooky? You're almost always the very first person to comment, so you're excused for your absence. Your absence is acceptable. You've earned these horns, BS. You've earned these horns. Now we know where Aiden got the Barbies from. That's true. That's true. I inherited them, much like my great-grandfather's 1930s silken smoking jacket that was the product of slave labor, according to Dan. I inherited that. Yeah, everything of any value in my life, I've obviously inherited. Yup, it's the best. It really is. I love going around the mall. But there was this guy in the infomercial shop, and he's like, you ever seen it? You ever seen one of those little contraptions where, like, it's got, like, the ball, like, you, like, strap it to your head, and it's got the ball hanging in front of you, and it's, like, it's almost like a little speed bag. You can just, like, fucking... You just keep hitting the little ball thing in front of you. And I gotta be honest with you, that seems... Maybe it'd probably wear its novelty out after, like, a shift or two. But I'll tell you what, that guy was, like, going around the store and helping people out and somehow not being distracted while, like, people are like, hey, what's the price on this thing? And he's like, oh, yeah, let me go over here and check on that. He just seamlessly keeps doing it as he walks over to the counter to go and do the price check. Like, that seems a lot more entertaining than just hanging out all day and sitting on your fucking phone for as part of your shift. I got to give that guy credit where it's due. But, man, the infomercial shop is great because it's just got all those little products that fulfill the most niche things, the most niche uses of different items that you've ever seen. I can see what engages BS and what doesn't engage BS, by the way, because while I'm talking about tooling around the mall and various things related to that, BS is like, let me get all up in this chat, fucking 87 messages put into the side chat over the course of 15 minutes. And then I'm like, all right, let me talk about politics and other stuff like that. And BS just goes, insert cricket noise here. I don't have that. I was about to go check the soundboard and find the crickets that Mod had, but I don't got those. Spooky pregnant? Oh, shit. That's a brave new development. That's a brave new development. It's amazing you picked up what I was putting down there, BS. You guys fucking suck. You know that? You guys suck. Same page, Buck. You only need to lose once to be a loser, right, Spooky? Smirking emoji. I love the smirking emoji. Smirking emoji is a lot of fun. I don't even want to be just a real fucking douchebag. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Achilles. I'm not saying that's what you're doing here, but whenever you want to just be a real fucking douchebag on the internet, that's when you use the smirk face. It's got its role. It's not the only role that it has, but that's certainly the role it often fulfills for me. Whenever you see that, I am definitely very intentionally trying to be a smug douchebag. Achilles with the redneck take. Yeehaw, missing mode. I am a redneck, that is true. The south of Greece shall rise again. The Spartans shall come and overtake their rightful place from their Athenian oppressors. The Peloponnesian War, or as I like to call it, the War of Athenian Aggression. Such an obscure joke. So stupid. I really hope you got that, Achilles, because fucking nobody else did. That's for goddamn sure. Writes 30 community posts about how Aiden skips my comments. I haven't even skipped your comments, all right? Calm down. Chill out. I'm going to start fucking pepperballing your feet, too. I already did it to Dustin. You think I'm going to hold back? You'd love that shit, wouldn't you, if I started fucking pepperballing your feet? You'd be like, oh my god, Aiden's enforcing authority. It's so hot. Wow. Look at him enforcing the law, because people that enforce the law are always automatically right about everything. These smaller YouTubers are often scared of the bigger channels, Mod. That's true. That's true. You know, Mod is a big fish around here. I think BS is currently the biggest fish in the pond. BS is literally like, we're like a fucking fully grown pike in like a little fucking pond right now. In terms of channel comparison. Aiden and Achilles have an inside joke now that's endearing. No, it's you know what, BS. Once again, BS always puts me in the best positions possible from the side chat. And go ahead and put all the sexual innuendo you want into that comment. But he always puts me into the best positions possible in the side chat. Because now I'm in the position where either I have to pretend like that comment exists and he's going to cry on his show. He'll be like, oh, I just read every single comment on my show. His show sucks compared to Missing Mod. Or I've got to explain the fucking joke now. And no joke is ever funny once you've explained it. God damn it. God damn it. I feel sabotaged from the side chat. I sound like Terry Sweet. You little brat. Triggered. Make sure to hit the like button, by the way, if you like the stream. 6 likes and 7 people watching right now. I know for a fact one of you people, you're holding out on me. You're holding out on me. As a matter of fact, I bet at least one person liked the stream and now is no longer watching it. I bet there's at least 2 people right now. They've got their little fucking like boarded up in the attic, trying to hide it from everybody else. I'm not going to tolerate that. It was me. Dang, Krista. Fixed it. Appreciate it. Now we got 8 people and the problem renews itself, Krista. You see what this is the problem. You ever see that DJ Khaled suffering from success? You ever see that? That's what I'm going through right now, because sooner or later I'm going to get 9 people in this live stream. And after I get 9 people in, then I'm going to have to get my 9th like. And it's just a vicious cycle. It really is. It really well and truly is. Oops, just liked. I was late. That's okay, Spooky. I already said earlier, you're excused for being late because you are an Aiden Linden Law. See? You see? I'm a prophet. It came to pass because here we are, 9 people watching on the live stream. I called it. Oh, now it's 8 people. Does that mean that every prophecy I've ever made now is bunk? No, because the only thing I prophesied was that there was going to be 9 people. I never said it was always going to be 9 PC. You see? That's the way of thinking that you've got to have. That's like the Joseph Smith angle, right? You've always got to have the Joseph Smith angle when you take the religious approach. I have these golden plates that I can read out of a hat. Oh, really? Okay, let's switch the golden plates around and see if you can remember what they said last time. Well, you see, God is so displeased at me for the fact that you switched those plates out that he's wrote something different entirely. There's always an angle. There's always an angle. Heretic. Wow, which one am I? Am I a heretic or a false prophet? Because I'm pretty sure those are pretty different levels of accusation to them. You know, being a heretic is pretty bog standard, but if you're a false prophet, I guess it's cooler to be a false prophet than a heretic. Although the word heretic, you got to be honest, okay? And Achilles, you could give your commentary on this because you're not a native English speaker, but like the word heretic just sounds fucking cool. It just sounds awesome. What are you? I'm a heretic. That's what I am. That's right. I don't give a fuck about what religion has to say about this particular form of doctrine. You know why? Because I'm a heretic. You know? Like, damn. A heretical false prophet? That's true. I wonder if Brett is on. You know what, Missing Mod? If you want Brett to be on so badly, why don't you invite him on? I'm sure he'll revitalize your channel just like he revitalized Proverbs Guys Ministries. I'm sure he'll be right there for you. All right. Well, I'm done with the opening kind of free-form dialogue, and that means that I'm not going to open up the side chat. You thought I was going to open the show, didn't you? Look at you. Look at you over there in the side chat. Looking at the side chat, waiting for the link, thinking it was about to pop up. Nope. Not today. At least not right now. Not right now. Patience, as they say, is a virtue. And I'm going to make you into saints with the amount of virtue you're going to show today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start with our video segments. You didn't even wish death on anyone yet. I know. I haven't even wished death on anybody on this show yet, period. Not even one person yet. What the hell? Gonna brew some BRB? Wow. Wow. Achilles, if you were a true Aiden Linden loyalist, you would have had that coffee pre-brewed. You would have known. You would have been like, I am going to be here for the next 14 hours straight, so I need to get the coffee ready at least an hour ahead of time. What are you brewing, bro? That's a good question. Trouble. That's what he's brewing. Dustin's not too pleased. Dustin's literally doing the Darth Vader at the end of fucking Revenge. No! Oh my god. That's one of the lamest. You know what, Lucas? Some people give you a hard time for your choices in the prequels, but I just gotta say, dude, having Darth Vader, one of the most iconic cinematic characters, who is widely known for being a reserved and cold-blooded killer, and even when he's doing his emotional final confession to his son, he's not getting all loud and emotional about things in that traditional sense, you know? He's still being reserved about... Why the hell did you have that guy go, no? Don't do it, Aiden. Don't do it. You know what, Dustin? Don't tell me how to run my show. Don't tell me how to run my show. Because I'll tell you what, Dustin, if there's one thing that you should know about me at this point, it's that I'm a fucking contrarian. Undeniably. It's one of the few reasons why I got along with Adam Lohr as long as I did, was because me and him, we're both contrarians. He's a bit more universal with how he applies his contrarianism than me. I feel like I only am a contrarian every once in a while. I window dress contrarianism, you know? But this is a perfect opportunity. You tell me not to do it, I'm going to do it. Tyrannical host? Fuck yeah, I'm a tyrannical host. According to you, Missing Mod, if I'm a tyrannical host, you should be fucking the first one lining up to defend me right now.
It's Aiden's show, and therefore he has the right to do it. Aiden is the one that enforces the law around here. And if Aiden says that that's a justified use of force, then that's a justified use of force.
I don't want to ever hear you criticize this channel while you're always out here like,
The government is always right about everything. Authoritarianism is awesome.
yeah, that's more like it. Back off, chat. Back off. That's right. That's the tone I want to see around here. At least be internally consistent. Damn it. Tyrannosaurus host. That would be a lot cooler than a tyrannical host. Bans logo. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You're gonna face the wall next if you ban logo. Don't you dare. Logo is like, you know how frogs are used in an environment to be able to like gauge how the environment is currently doing? It's like they're like an ecological marker for their local area. So like the presence of them, how many of them are all weird and mutated and got extra legs and stuff like that. You know, like how much the population is thriving. Mr. Logo is the environmental litmus test for this community. Okay. When Mr. Logo is around, I know things are good. I know things are thriving. I know the environment is nice when Mr. Logo is present. When Logo's nowhere to be seen, I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Aiden waves his tiny arms around.
I do what I want! You shall respect my authority! Everyone in the side chat, I shall do whatever I want! You can't tell me what to do! The best part about Aiden Land is that you can't come!
I'm gonna do it though, Dustin. I'm sorry. You know what? If anything, you should consider the fact that it's been fucking almost 27 minutes. We've been sitting here, and I haven't even gotten into the Trump without Trump. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. It's inevitable, all right? It's like the tides. You think the tides are just gonna stop when you're like, oh, I don't want to go surfing today, so let's just stop the tides. Hell no. Getting into Trump without Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, that's right. That's right. This is a random one. I've been curating them, but I figured let's do one a little bit more modern. You know, let's do one a little bit more current. I figured. Something between Terry and Cartman. I was trying to do Cartman primarily. I tried my best. I could pay this guy to do voice. You know what, Achilles? I'll do it. If you want to be my patron, if I'm just gonna be some like Renaissance painter, except I'm using my voice instead of a brush because I could never hope to have that level of talent, artistically or otherwise, then I'll tell you what, dude, I'll do it. I'm here for it. I keep pressing fast forward, but it seems like live means I can't go past this point. You would too, Dustin. You are the kind of person where when you dislike something, you will try to defy reality itself. It's like, okay, how do I skip ahead of this certain portion of reality? Holy shit. We're doing it. I'm sorry.
It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from a White House meeting with oil executives on January 9th, 2026. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. It's pretty amazing. Nobody's seen anything like it. I was called by the leaders of numerous countries, I won't go into which ones, but the biggest and strongest, and they said that was very impressive. They're all impressed. But today, I'm delighted to welcome almost 24 of the biggest and most respected oil and gas executives in the world to the White House. It's an honor to be with them. We have many others that were not able to get in. I said, if we had a ballroom, we'd have over 1,000 people. Everybody wanted, I never knew your industry was that big. I never knew you had that many people in your industry, but here we are. And if you look, come to think of it, wow, I gotta look at this myself. Wow, what a view. This is the door to the ballroom. It's an unusual time to look, but I figured we might as well do it. If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big
Look at Vance's face right now. Look at Vance's fucking face. Vance's face right now. I was trying to imagine, like, what is the equivalent of what we're looking at right now. And I just hit the nail on the head internally. Vance is looking at Trump while he's doing this the same way that, like, you would look at your uncle at Thanksgiving if he stood up and he started doing it. Everybody, I just wanted to say, you know, a lot of things going on right now between people in this family, but yeah, that doesn't mean that at the same time we can't all get together and really come together, spirit togetherness. And you're just looking at him like, what are you doing? What is happening? Why are you doing this? It's secondhand embarrassment, is what it is. It's just so palpable. I love it. They also exchanged looks with Rubio when he got up. That's true. They're like, what the fuck is he doing? I know. I'm only going to rewind a little bit. I know this is torture. I know that this is torture. And you know what the most beautiful thing is about the fact that it's torturous? Is that it brings people together. Dustin and Achilles, those are people that have claimed that they're on the right. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Dustin and or Achilles. You people claim that you're right of center. You find this just as torturous as people on the left. And isn't that kind of beautiful in its own way? Isn't the fact that we all agree that this is a fucking bumbling, fumbling, stumbling mess of a human being when you really actually take a look at what he has to say? Isn't that weirdly unifying? I just want to go back because when he stands up, yeah. And you can blame Achilles for this because he pointed it out.
in your industry, but here we are. And if you look, come to think of it, wow, I gotta look at this myself.
Yep, yeah, you're dead on balls accurate, Achilles.
Wow.
Oh my god, the look they gave each other.
What a view. This is the door to the ballroom. It's an unusual time to look, but I figured we might as well do it. If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world. Actually, I think it'll be the best we want from. This is, as you know, our biggest room, which would seat 100 for dinner, maybe if you're lucky, if you're nice and tight, and the ballroom will seat many. And it'll also take care of the inauguration, bulletproof glass, drone-proof ceilings, and everything else, unfortunately, that today you need. Donald J. Trump.
Wow. You know, Phantom, you summarized it better than anybody else here. Wow. That's all I really have to think at the very end of every single one of these, too. You know? What a statesman. Oh, John F. Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln. Hell, even people like Richard Nixon, you know, bow down in deference to what it really means to be a statesman, to be somebody that really has got their shit together, you know? Nice and tight.
That's right. We're going to pack them in nice and tight. We're going to pack people right now. They're sitting in they're sitting in this room that we're in right now, Missing Mind. They're being packed in like illegals are in the little boot of vehicles right now, in the trunks of vehicles. You find them getting packed in like sardines. That's what we're like right now when they're crossing the border.
Mod hates nice and tight. That explains things. BS throwing fucking shade in the side chat. Can we play this clip, please? Hold on. Let me do a quick double check here. Aiden's censorship program scanning. You want me to play a Biden clip? I'll play it, Dustin. I'll play it. But you know what, dude? Let me just preface it with the whole fucking, oh my God. Why? I want you to answer this, honestly. In exchange for playing the clip, which I don't have a problem with doing. Biden is also a septuagenarian, know-nothing fucking old fart that doesn't know where he is or what he's talking about. But, like, I really want to know, dude, why is it that you always bring Biden up when I've never had any problem criticizing him as being a fucking octogenarian old fart that doesn't know where he is or what he's doing? I think it's fair to add context. Well, what level of context do you want, Dustin? Do you want us to go back and play a whole bunch of George W. Bush gaffes, too? Like, Bush had no fucking people need to put food on their family. You remember that, Dustin? They put food on their family. That was a George Bush quote. I'll tell you what. The one president that is probably hardest to find gaffes for, at least in my lifetime, and you can call this Obama bait if you want, but it's fucking true. Obama had the least amount of gaffes out of all the presidents in my lifetime. It's just objectively true. Okay, Obama never had anything as egregious as, and the hurricane right now is the wettest, from the standpoint of water, one of the wettest that we've ever seen. Like, no shit, from the standpoint of water, as opposed to the standpoint of what, Donald? As opposed to what? Stop making fun of presidents. They're good little guys. Nah, presidents are really fun to make fun of. As a matter of fact, I would call it un-American not to make fun of the president of the United States, at least on a certain level. You find me, you know what, Daniel? I've got a challenge for you right now. You find me one single American president, maybe beyond Washington. I'd probably say you might have a hard time with people like Washington. But, like, find me a United States president outside of Washington who got unanimously elected by the Electoral College to be the United States president, who didn't get satirized, who didn't get made fun of in the media, who didn't have a large portion of the population going, look at that guy, he's weird because of X, Y, and Z thing that might not even be relevant in the modern context. I put food on my family every day. Damn, Phantom. That's not good for them. They probably should be eating that food, for the record. I don't think. Here you go, little Timmy. Dumps a whole bunch of rice. Oh my God, no! It's all on the ground now. He can't eat that. FDR. I'm sure there was plenty of satirization of FDR. Hold on. Let me see. Let me look up. Was there satirization of President Roosevelt? Franklin Roosevelt, for the record, because there was also good old Theodore Teddy Roosevelt. Yes, President D. Roosevelt was heavily satirized and criticized throughout his 4 terms in office from 1933 to 1945. Despite his popularity, his unprecedented expansion of federal power through the New Deal and his cost-packing attempts and breaking the 2-term tradition made him a frequent target of political cartoonists, writers, radio broadcasts, and even Broadway. You know what? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at a couple. Open image in new tab. Let's take a look at some contemporary satirization of FDR. Right. Here we go. So, and here, I'll zoom in a little bit. So it says, his horse shot from under him. Liberal decisions. FDR. Supreme Court issue. Whoosh. Van Deventer resignation. There's that one. There's also, let's see. Oh, there's this one as well. There's actually a fair few of these. If you look it up and you put it into Google's image search, FDR satirization cartoon, there's a few of them. Let's see. I'll show one more. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll show one more. Let's see. Alrighty. So he says, just leave him, Herb. I'll do it all after March 4th. Debt settlement, budget balancing, farm relief. Yeah, it like portrays him as like this rich, stodgy guy that like is out of touch, and meanwhile he's working super hard trying to get all these things done. So there's always been this air of like criticism of the president of the United States. It's always been there. So I would make the contention that it's un-American not to have some level of criticism of the president. Missed the first 20. Hope I'm coming in at its peak. Hey, we'll see. Only time is going to tell when it comes to that kind of shit re-examination. I would certainly hope myself that the show would be nothing but peak. You're like the Franklin Pierce. What the fuck does that even mean, Big Bad Mama? The Franklin Pierce of streaming? What the hell does that mean? What am I supposed to do with that piece of content? The Franklin Pierce of streaming. It's like going up to somebody and being like, you're like the Dostoevsky of dishwashing. It's like, what? What are you saying? I don't understand. I don't have a frame of reference. Oh, yeah. And instead of explaining it, you're just going to wink. Oh, look at me. I'm so educated. I'm not going to give that away to some plebeian like Aiden. Be a Chad liker, not a virgin lurker. Yes, absolutely, Terry. You know what, Terry? Now that you're here, I wanted to just do a little brief coverage of what you were doing on your live stream. You were going around during the protests that were going on over in Portland, the ICE protests. And I thought that was kind of funny. And I just wanted to go through it because the way that I found out that you were doing that was your husband put in the comments section of one of the streams. He was like, Terry is live at the ICE riots. And I was like, holy shit. She's live at the ICE riots? God damn, what's happening over there? And I went over there, right? I went to go check it out. Oh, let me go pull it up. I don't have it pulled up. I didn't do my due diligence, ladies and gentlemen. I don't blame you. If you just want to leave right now and protest, fuck this guy. He didn't have something ready ahead of time. I don't really blame you, quite frankly. But I just kind of wanted to take a look at little snippets of this riot that was occurring. Let's see. Share that screen. Screenerino. Skip ahead a little bit.
Oh my god. It's like being on the internet in real life, guys. It's like being in the internet chat in real life.
Guys, where's the fires? Like where's people setting fires to everything? I don't know. Where are people like throwing cars over and like I don't know. I don't get the idea of riot here. I don't know. The impression I get is like slightly tense urban confrontation. Oh damn. Getting escalated.
Tell me it ain't like being in the chat room sometimes.
Aiden thinks riot means what he sees on TV. No, I think a riot means a riot, Missing Mod. That's what I think a riot means. I think a riot means that like people are getting fucking violent with each other, and that the crowd is starting to get out of control, and that they need to be coerced into being in control again. Aiden, I wouldn't stick around for anything like that. I'm vulnerable. Well, that's just kind of one of the things I was about to cover. It's like, isn't the narrative that I hear from you all the time, Terry, that like Portland is like this super dangerous place? That like it's like dangerous to be out and about because there's just all these bums and homeless people and violent people just around every street corner. They riot harder at a basketball game, right? Right, Big Bad Mama? But no, let's watch this riot unfold. That sounds really stressful. Oh no! A stress urban confrontation. Riot!
Wow, doesn't that really just touch your heart?
And I just love it too, because like if it's a riot, like okay, Mud, let's just grant what you're saying is true, right? This is a riot that's happening right in front of Terry. What is she doing just sitting there, just watching it, just out in the open, just out on the sidewalk? Hey everybody, it's me, Terry. I'm out here just sitting around watching a riot unfold feet away from me. Give me a break. Give me a break. But yeah, they are weak. Isn't that... Thank you. You know what, Mod? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Because that gets to the heart of the false dichotomy that is the current right and left paradigm in America right now. Because if you listen to people on the right, on one hand, they'll characterize people on the left as extremely weak little sissies that won't ever do anything. They're all feminist, SJW, dyed hair, social justice warriors that are all overweight and are all wearing fedoras and just sit around all day in their mom's basement. That's one conception. But then those very same people will become violent, bloodthirsty, domestic terrorists on the other hand. It's just such a fucking bullshit false dichotomy because it can't be both. You can't be a domestic terrorist that's also a low-life, do-nothing loser that doesn't do anything to affect any kind of change. And by the way, just as a real quick aside, relating to the whole domestic terrorist thing, because Mod put a whole bunch of comments into my stream last time. And she didn't include the comparison that she sent to me on Messenger because she unironically compared Alex Preddy to Osama bin Laden. Like, the whole point, and just to clarify her point, because I'm not going to be dishonest about it. It would be dishonest of me to just leave that off there. The point she was attempting to make with that comparison was that you can be somebody that doesn't kill anybody and still be a domestic terrorist, was the point that she was attempting to make. That's what she told me at the time. But that totally misses and sidesteps the entire argument that I was making when actually covering the event in question. Because the truth of the matter is that Alex Preddy had a gun on him, not just the one time that he was confronted by these people, but in all the other interactions that we've seen with him and ICE. He was armed. He had a gun, easily accessible on his person. And yet he never used it or even attempted to use it any of these times he was engaging in this quote-unquote domestic terrorism. And the thing that you never addressed is the fact that one thing that domestic terrorists will always do is attempt to affect as much damage as they possibly can to the people that they are terrorizing. Do you think Osama bin Laden, if Osama bin Laden went and blew up a supermarket in Dallas, Texas, or he blew up or for fuck's sake, he blew up the fucking gift shop in the World Trade Center, right? If he did that, do you really honestly think that it would have had the same effect as 9/11? No, because an inherent aspect that all terrorists share in common is that they will try to cause and affect as much damage as they possibly can when given the opportunity to do so. And here we have a guy who had a gun on him, who, God forbid, could have used that on those people, but chose not to. He didn't do that. He didn't even attempt to violently altercate with the agents. He only attempted to render assistance to the woman. That was all that he did. That was literally the sum total of his wrongdoing. And yet, you're unironically going to try and equivocate that with domestic terrorism. And that's just stupid. It really is. I'm sorry. Hey, ho, ho. Aiden Linden's got to go. Hey, ho, ho. Aiden Linden's got to go. What the heck? You did not? What a lie. Okay, well then let me go and pull up the messages then, if you're going to accuse me of lying. Because I'm not going to take that lying down. If you're really going to try and accuse me of lying, I will go and show you the messages if you're going to make that kind of accusation. Well, you know what? I won't show them because I think it has your personal profile. And I don't want a bunch of people coming after your personal profile. But I will read them verbatim. And you're more than welcome to correct me if anything that I say here. Play more of my video first. No, you'll have your time, Terry. You'll have your day in the sun. This is what Mod said. Osama bin Laden never set off one bomb or shot one person. Would you call him a terrorist? Yes. Lol. If you are obstructing justice, you are a terrorist. The definition of terrorism is just threatening or intimidation of the government. Google it. There you go. You're directly comparing him with Osama bin Laden in that thing that you sent to me. I'll try to go, but I have to make it back. He was saying that the guy couldn't be a terrorist because he didn't do anything. Well, my point stands. No, that's not what I said. I never said the guy couldn't be a terrorist because he didn't do anything. What I was saying was that he isn't a terrorist because he very clearly had the means of affecting far more damage than he did and yet chose not to, and was still murdered and executed like a terrorist would be. He was certainly treated like a terrorist. That's undeniable. He definitely got the Mozambique special when it came to how many times he was shot execution style in the street. That's undeniably true. You left your side out to make me look bad? Okay, well then let me read my side. I'm not trying to make you look bad. Like, once again, the fact that you're trying to spin this a certain way, Mod, is just ridiculous. I'm not trying to make you look bad. This is just as ridiculous as your argument about, oh, you're trying to make Trump look bad. You're trying to make the right look bad. I'm not trying to make anybody look bad whatsoever. People are going to make their own judgments about those things. All I'm doing is showing them for who they are and for what they're doing. And that is what you said to me. What I said to you in response was Osama bin Laden was a terrorist because he funded and organized terrorist organizations. Do you think Alex Preddy or Renee Good was at all akin to Osama bin Laden? I then said the fact of the matter is that Alex Preddy and the woman that were tackled were not interfering. They were peacefully observing before ICE agents approached them and took the woman to the ground. But no, we're supposed to ignore the fact that the goon squad instigated things and jump right to the part where Preddy attempted to assist the woman in a way that does no harm to any of the agents whatsoever. And then she then says, my point is that a terrorist never has to kill one person to be considered a terrorist. So literally, when I just said and clarified that you did indeed make the point by comparing him to Osama bin Laden, that you don't have to kill somebody in order to be a terrorist. That's not a misrepresentation. That's not a lie, Mod. So don't go out there throwing out accusations like that when I wasn't lying at all. There was nothing in what I just said that was a lie. Now this show's about this idiotic shit. Well, you know what, Mod? If you don't want me to talk about that shit, then don't put that kind of shit out there. About this idiotic shit. Oh no, you said something and you regret it? That's such a fucking shame. You're free to express whatever the hell you want, Maud, but you're not free from the consequences of what happens after you say it. Okay? Nobody is. I didn't misrepresent you. What I said at the very beginning was that you compared Alex Preddy to Osama bin Laden, and the reason why you compared him to Osama bin Laden was because a terrorist never has to kill a person to be considered a terrorist. And that is exactly what you said. So fuck off with this whole, you're lying, you're misrepresenting me bullshit. Because I take that a lot more seriously than the average person that you're just going to lob that at. If you're going to come at me with things to criticize about what I say, how about you criticize what I say accurately instead of misrepresenting it? Because I did nothing to misrepresent you there whatsoever. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. So scary. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm just trying to tell you that if you're going to throw shit like that out there, be ready for me to fucking call it out for the bullshit that it is. But no, it's just yet another example of somebody that just throws shit out there and then wants to take it back later on. Oh, let me delete that. Let me delete that thing. Let me delete that post. Let me delete that live stream. That never happened, right? No, it did happen. I'm trying to pretend like it didn't happen isn't of service to anybody whatsoever. If you're going to make statements like that, either stand by them or say that you were wrong about them. It's literally that simple. Don't come at me and call me a liar when I didn't lie in any way, shape, or form. I was ready and still stood by my point. If you're standing by your point that I'm a liar, then demonstrate me to be a liar. If your point is that I'm lying or misrepresenting you, then demonstrate that, because you literally said earlier in the chat that I'm lying. I did not. What a lie. Like, you're literally accusing me of lying right now. What am I making up? You're making shit up right now. You want me to read what you said again? I'll go back and read it again. Osama bin Laden never set off one bomb or shot one person. Would you call him a terrorist? Yes. LOL. If you are obstructing justice, you are a terrorist. The definition of terrorist is just threatening or intimidation of the government. Google it. And I replied and said, Osama bin Laden was a terrorist because he funded and organized terrorist organizations. Do you think Alex Preddy or Renee Good are at all akin to Osama bin Laden? And I then carried on and said, the fact of the matter is that Alex Preddy and the woman that was tackled, were not interfering. Sorry, we're right next to each other there. They were peacefully observing before ICE agents approached them and took the woman to the ground. But no, we're supposed to ignore the fact that the goon squad instigated things and jump right to the part where Preddy attempts to assist the woman in a way that does no harm to any of the agents whatsoever. And then you said, my point is that a terrorist never has to kill one person to be considered a terrorist. The only reason why I'm not showing this right now so that it's unequivocal that you said these things is because I don't want to show your profile off to a bunch of fucking weirdos on the internet. And I don't want to dox you. Right? Can you fucking shut up so I can drive? Once again, blaming me for your fucking actions. You can drive all you want. Nobody's forcing you to pull over and type, Mod. Nobody's forcing you to say something right now. All right? If what you said is true and what I'm saying is just fucking bullshit, then the truth or falsehood of that is going to stand on its own. I'm not forcing you to do anything right now. Stop acting like I'm putting some imposition on you. Because I'm not. In any way, shape, or form. Putting any kind of imposition on you. You get to run your mouth while I can't respond. You could just leave it for a minute. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not gonna fucking leave it if I want to talk about it right now. It came up in conversation, so I'm fucking talking about it. How would you feel if I came onto your show and was like, oh, what you're talking about right now is inconvenient? Would you mind bringing that up later another time? Yeah, I'm sure that'd go real fucking well with you, Mod. If I came onto your show or put in the comments of your show that you've got to act a certain way because I don't like the way that you're acting right now. Give me a break. You're more than welcome to come on. The show's going to be a long show. All right, I've got time today. It's basically the only day of the week that I really do have a near unrestricted amount of time. So if you want to talk on the show or if you want to take it backstage or however you want to talk, I don't have a problem talking about it. But I'm not misrepresenting you in any way, shape, or form. And that's basically been the sum total of your criticism of me right now on this stream, is that you're misrepresenting me and you're trying to make me look bad. And what you said about me trying to make you look bad was that I was only reading what you said. And in response to that, I immediately read what I said. So please enlighten me. How's that being bad faith? How's that being an asshole? I just don't get it. I mean, do you see why I call her Missing Mophead? I mean, Dustin, Maud's my friend, right? Maud will always be my friend as long as she demonstrates herself to be the person that I've known her to be. She is a friend of mine, right? Big Bad Mama said earlier to say something good about Missing Maud, and I don't have any problem saying good things about Missing Maud whatsoever. I don't have any problems saying good things about pretty much, literally everybody in the side chat has got some good qualities to them. Some of Maud's good qualities are that she's funny as hell. She's a great fucking host of her show. She has an extremely good show that everybody in this community loves. Everybody loves coming by and listening to what she has to say. The fact of the matter is that when she does a stream, the most people that are watching her stream is when it's just her that's on there by herself. It's not even when other people are on there. The other people that are on the show are a nice little sidelight, but the truth of the matter is that people are there for Maud. She's super humble as well. She always tries to act like I'm the reason why people go over to her show, and it's not true in the slightest. It's her. She's the draw of her show. There's been loads of shows where I haven't been there, and she's still gotten loads of views and loads of likes and loads of engagement. So she's a great show host. You can't stand her? I mean, I'm sorry that you can't stand her, Dustin. I mean, there's lots of people in this community who can't stand each other, but that's just the way it is. Can you just stop talking about me, please? Sure. That word gets censored for resembling the N-word. Really? I did not know that was a thing that was being censored by YouTube. Yeah, I'll wait for you to come back in, Maud, in order to keep talking about you if you really are insisting on that. But just know that it came up naturally in conversation. And I saw you in the side chat earlier when we first started, so it wasn't like Maud isn't around right now, so let me just talk a bunch of shit about her right now. So let me just get that out of the way. And let's watch more of this riot that's taking place.
I don't know where my husband went.
Clean my toilet, you piece of shit! Go clean my toilet! Fucking loser!
Oh, there's a frog up there. Isn't that sweet?
I'm going to jump around. Jump around! Jump around! Jump up, and get down.
Called him a high school bully. Shoot. Oh my god.
Oh, are you over there crying some more? We're the bullies. There's 200 of you and we're the bullies? That's what kind of pussy you are, dude. Try about it some more, pussies.
I don't know.
You guys are fucking criminals.
I'll show the memorial, Terry. I'll show it. I just want to do a bit of an overview of this riot that's taking place right now. Just because, like, I don't know, guys. It's getting out of control. It's getting hella out of control.
Oh, yeah. If you need a Tesla, I guess there's Tesla building down here.
Oh my God, 2 rioters.
My mom lives in the most tight state part of Portland, and you think that she's on your side? She's not. She lives the American dream. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Where's your mom?
Wow, people exchanging thoughts and ideas with each other. Riotous! Riotous!
It became a riot later. It was still a protest.
Oh, I see. The moment that Terry left, they were like, is Terry Strange still here? Oh, she's gone. All right, let's go. Let's start tearing everything apart now. Yeah. Come on, girl. Come on, girlfriend.
Give me a break, girlfriend. That isn't true. And you know it.
Like, come on.
So I worry about the music. I don't want to interview people. If you see somebody to interview.
The only way you get out of the vault and even be out here is to be drunk, you fucking loser.
Somebody was drinking. I saw one of the guys talking shit out of like reindeer can. At least he's supporting local beer, right? Hi, FJB 6631. Hi.
I didn't realize I stood right.
Yeah. Look at this. It's a race. Hi. Oh, this is beautiful, guys. Look. Let's see. Hi. Hi. Thanks for getting up.
I didn't realize I stood right.
It's okay. Yeah, it's a narrow path, but
I'm pretty sure that she was sitting over there because she was just trying to gather enough rage to burn another building to the ground, you know? The way that she was sitting there all quiet and contemplative in front of that memorial, trying to honor the memory of somebody. I don't know. Probably just another riotous thug getting ready to pounce at any moment. That's such a dirty mouth there, Miss Strange. It's true, Aiden. Saturday was really bad. A disabled got attacked and has a concussion. Well, that's awful that happened. But once again, the idea that that's tantamount to just a full-fledged riot. Not everyone there is totally crazy. That's not what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the fact that your husband labeled this a riot, and that's a foolish thing. And by the way, he didn't label that a riot after the fact. The fact that you're trying to explain that it was a riot later, that wasn't how things were made out. At the very beginning of this, things are all nice and calm and peaceful. And that's when your husband put out the comment, Terry is live at the ICE riots. The fact that he said is present tense indicates that things weren't out of control. My husband just wanted to get me views. Yeah, but that's the thing though, Terry. What is more important, right? Like, aren't you guys supposed to be the people that are all about like truth and honesty and like we need to be integral because we need to be good examples to the unbeliever about how a Christian should really operate? But like, isn't it kind of a disservice politically in a climate where things are undeniably getting more and more escalated to just call a bunch of people standing on the street and yelling mean things at each other a riot? Isn't that kind of do a disservice? Isn't it kind of silly that you get all offended when you're called a fascist when you aren't a fascist, and yet you guys will go around calling disagreements people have in the street a riot and don't see like the commonality between those two things and like the absurdity between those two things? I don't know. In my live stream was good. Stop being critical. Hey. I didn't say it was bad. I never said it was bad. You did a good stream, like from the perspective of going there and covering different things and taking a look at all this different stuff. That was cool. I appreciated that. Like, that's awesome. I'm not criticizing that. I'm criticizing the idea that this is a riot. That's what I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing the fact that people on the right constantly try to sneak alarmist bullshit in through the back door. And when you call it out for alarmist bullshit, then it's just always this innocent little thing. It's always, it didn't actually mean anything that I'm being alarmist and overhyping what's actually happening. I'm just trying to propagate the narrative. And if you disrupt my propagation of that narrative, then it's just a big joke. Or if it's just for views and things like that. It was for the glory of the algorithm. I don't know, man. I mean, call me a pearl clutcher, Terry, but I just disagree with the idea of labeling that riots for the algorithm. Let me get some views by overhyping things. Let me tell you, if 20 years from now, I had a live stream and the stream itself was really good and the content in the stream was really good, you did call it a riot, Jamie, you silly goose. I never called it a riot, did I? The fact that you can't remember that, hold on, let me pull it up. You did indeed call it a riot, Mr. Russell CME. And I'm going to show the receipts. Just take this down real quick and put this up. Jamie Russell, CME, says Terry is live at the ICE riots. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Clear as day. Live at the ICE riots. So, there you go, Mr. Russell, CME. You did indeed call them riots. It wasn't a riot, FYI. Okay. Well, if you want to retract what you said and call that wrong, then, I mean, cool. I'm all for that. But, like, I just disagree with the notion of, like, overblowing this kind of shit, you know? I just think it's kind of silly to do that. Maybe he was voice typing. He said ride, but the computer heard it wrong. Yeah, maybe, Phantom. I wasn't in whatever chat. I don't have any idea. What do you mean? No, it was in the comment section. And like I said, it wasn't even criticism really towards you, Terry, because you're not the one that said it. I mean, the fact that you're trying to excuse it is kind of worthy of a little criticism. The whole like, oh, well, you know, it happened afterwards. There was a riot after the fact. Nah, no retraction. Yeah, that's just what I thought. You see, isn't it such a tragedy to be a man that on one level can say it wasn't a riot, FYI? Like, you know that you're wrong about something. You've even recognized that you're wrong about something. But you just can't quite close the loop. You're almost there. You've even gotten to the point where you've recognized fault in yourself. But there's just something in the way. I think it's probably pride. That'd be my guess. That'd be my presumption. It's probably pride that would prevent you from retracting that. I think that it's also this idea that one has to be, in order to be masculine, one has to never admit fault to things. You know? It's clearly not a riot. Well, cool. You recognize that it's not a riot and that those two statements aren't consistent with each other, and yet you won't retract the statement. And I just kind of can't help but be led to conclude from that, like, there's some reason for that, right? Nobody does anything in life for no reason whatsoever. There's always a reason. It could be asinine. It could be obscure. It could be hard to understand or discern or determine. You know, all of those things are true of some people's motivations, but there's always some sort of reason for why anybody does anything. And my presumption would be that the reason for why you wouldn't want to retract things, even though you recognize that that isn't consistent, it's probably because of the idea that you just don't want to admit that you're fully wrong. This is so fucking painfully pedantic. I love it because, like, once again, it's not an actual criticism of the argument itself, right? It's not a criticism of what I'm saying being dumb or stupid. You're just calling it pedantic as a means to try and delegitimize the fact that it's inconsistent. I mean, he's your husband. I get it. You have a need to try and defend him. But, I mean, call a spade, girl. You're the one that's supposed to be this warrior for truth or whatever the fuck the Bronze Age book says. I'm not wrong. Yeah. I mean, if you're not wrong, then deal with the actual argument that's being made. Don't try to sidestep it. But of course you're going to try to sidestep it. Because unfortunately, it's kind of hard to turn the lens inward and actually really improve oneself, isn't it? I'm so happy to see Aiden making friends. That's what I do, Spooky. That's what I always do. So these ideological protests cause riots in other cities, but what we reached is obviously not a riot. Okay, well, I guess you were wrong then about what you said. Oh, wait, you aren't retracting it. You see, that's the funny thing, is that Terry's calling me pedantic, but I'm not the one that said, oh, I'm not going to retract a statement that I've clearly made contradicting another statement. Like, I love how it's somehow my fault that somebody else isn't able to make that basic logical leap and complete their own thought process for themselves. They need to be assisted by somebody external to themselves. That's somehow my fault. But once again, all that is just yet another means of just, well, I guess I don't have to criticize myself if I look at it that way. Turning the lens inward, introspection, that's hard. That's difficult. I don't want to do none of that. You really have to walk this hypothetical for Aiden? Is it necessary to satisfy your ego? I mean, it is what it is, Dustin. If he can't make a retraction, then that's not my problem. I'm just pointing it out for what it is because it's amusing to me. And it's my show, so I can point out whatever the hell I want. I'm just saying that I'm not going to change the comment/title, that's all. Well, yeah, I mean, why would you change the comment? Changing the comment/title would be you admitting that you're wrong, Jamie. This is exactly what I'm getting at. It's the mental gymnastics, right? It's the double thing that's just so endemic to your people's lives. It's just, it's really quite stunning to look at in real time. Nah, I don't want to review your content anymore, Terry. I think I ended up milking it for everything it was worth. If that's what you're here for, you can go now because that portion has served its purpose. I just wanted to point out that it wasn't a riot. I think I adequately did so. So on to the next segment. Hey, thanks, Terry. Don't forget to hit like, share, and subscribe. Thanks, Terry. I appreciate that. Talk about beating a dead horse. Hey, like I said before, if it's beating a dead horse, I'll beat it all the hell I want to. And it seems based on the fact there's 9 people watching me do it, that it's at least somewhat entertaining. So I think I've adequately gotten through it. I'm glad that you care so much. I mean, I don't necessarily know. I mean, I care about it in the same way that I care about, like, I don't know, The Simpsons or like Malcolm in the Middle or like, I don't know, name other entertainment platform here or show that is made explicitly for entertainment. Like, yeah, I care in that capacity. I care in the capacity that I can use it for fodder and get other people to watch me use it for fodder. So that's pretty cool. I appreciate you at least serving that niche, if nothing else. Goodness, I had something stuck in my throat there for a second. You ever get that? It's always the worst when you got like, oh, now I've got a hiccup in the middle of a statement. It's part of that perfect design that God always had for us, though, isn't it? All right, on to the next thing. So, it was, as I'm sure all of you know, pretty untoward for people to be making Charlie Kirk jokes shortly after Charlie Kirk's death. Lots of people taking fire for that. Lots of people in the right wing going so far as to say that if you hear somebody make a Charlie Kirk joke or make an untoward remark about Charlie Kirk, you should report that person to your job or to that person's job, and maybe they could find out about it. Which, last I checked, it's kind of the definition of cancel culture, isn't it? It's kind of you should go and take something that somebody said on the internet and weaponize that statement to go and try and deprive somebody of their employment, right? I thought that was the thing that they were constantly complaining about not too long ago. The whole cancel culture. Oh, if I say something that's racist, all of a sudden the manager over at the Ford Motor Company what found out about it. Now I can't work there no more. Woke mind virus would be taking over, it is. But then, when that gets used as a tactic on the right, then all of a sudden it's valid. Tells me that it was never a matter of the actual principle. That at least a good amount of people on the right were getting upset over. It was just the fact that the tactic was being used against them. Which, for the record, by the way, I'm against as a whole. I think that's a pretty uncontroversial thing to say, but I'm against taking something that somebody has said in the privacy of their own time and try to use that and weaponize that to try and deprive somebody of their work or employment or try to demean their social standing in other people's minds and their personal lives. Like, that's a shitty tactic, right? It really is. Because if you're doing that explicitly to try and censor speech, then what that tells me is that you're not actually doing it because you take issue with the statement. You're doing it because you're trying to cause harm to that person. You're trying to damage them in their own personal life in some way, shape, or form. But what about what Charlie Kirk's wife said? That's the question. No, Aiden, that's not cancel culture. Cancel culture can only happen if you're woke. That's so true. All right, then are you calling us a hypocrite? I'm not calling everybody on the right a hypocrite. I'm calling the people on the right who clutched their pearls over cancel culture when it was used by the left, but then openly engaged in it themselves when it came to Charlie Kirk. Dustin, if you did that, then I would be calling you a hypocrite, but I'm 99.9% sure that you never used somebody's comments on Charlie Kirk's death in an attempt to try and deprive somebody of their employment, right? To try and deprive somebody of anything of their own standing in their personal lives. I don't think you've ever done that. No, I've never done that. Right. Therefore, I'm not calling you a hypocrite. I'm calling people who have done this double think, double standard hypocrisy. Those people are hypocrites, for sure. So let's look at what Charlie Kirk's wife said. It seems that Charlie Kirk's wife, let me just read this. Right-wing podcaster and media personality Candace Owens has shared a leaked audio clip of Erica Kirk speaking to her staff just 2 weeks after the slaying of her husband, Charlie Kirk. In the clip, Kirk can be heard congratulating the Turning Point USA event teams for pulling off, quote, an event of the century, end quote. While praising staff members for booming merch sales and acknowledging that several staff members didn't even sleep, Kirk also warned them to put their beef to rest and reminded them that her husband was dead. So let's listen. Let's listen to this audio. Gonna get it pulled up.
I still love all these.
All right.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and stadium overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys, that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team.
Like, listen to the glee in that woman's voice. Listen to the positive fucking giddiness that woman has as she's talking all about all the merch sales that she got. And oh, look at all the people that we got to attend, everybody. Look at all the ticket sales that we got. Look at all the people. We had stadium overflow. And she's just talking in this airy, giddy tone. 2 weeks after her husband. Let's just put that into context, right? This isn't months and months after the fact. And I'm not, by the way, for the record, before people come out here and are like, what were you expecting, Aiden? Were you expecting her to be openly weeping? No, obviously not. Obviously, I'm not expecting her to be openly weeping and beside herself with grief on a public conference call with everybody. But there is no hint of somberness to her whatsoever. 11 days. That's correct, Big Bad Mama. That was 11 days after he died. And you know, I just find it so funny that in my own personal life, when I made a joke about this guy's death, it was about 11 days after the fact as well. I made a joke about him that I still will I will say to this day, it was in poor taste. You know, I'm not going to deny that. But I did. I made a joke about Charlie Kirk, about how, you know, at the end of the day, he did lean left. Yeah, I did say that. And it was about 11 days after he died. And I just find it so weird that people in my personal life that are on the right blocked me, didn't want to have anything to do with me, gave me all this shit. And meanwhile, that same day, or about the same day, his own fucking wife is all giddy over all the merch sales that they got over his death. Like, give me a fucking break. All of this fucking consternation that came from these people. All of this, oh, you're such a monster because you made a joke. Meanwhile, the woman that supposedly had him in her concerns more than anybody else in the entire world, not even 2 weeks after his death, is talking about how many fucking merch sales they got. But hey, it's the people that are making off-color jokes that are the real bad guys, right? Not the fucking ghoulish vampires that are actually fucking benefiting off of these things. Because make no mistake, Erica Kirk has financially benefited from what has happened here. If you doubt that, listen to her own words there. She expresses it herself. So I don't want to hear another fucking word from anybody clutching their pearls about, oh, you made a joke about this guy's death. Yeah, his own fucking wife used his death to pimp a bunch of fucking merch. So fuck off with that bullshit. Right? But, hold on, I'm going to read some of the side chat. Aiden, why did you pick Arial for your font on your bumper video? That's like graphic design no number 3. Hey, it wasn't Comic Sans, Phantom. It could always be worse. You got to admit, it could always be worse, all right? Everybody, by the way, if you're liking this stream so far, please drop a like over there in the side chat. I've basically been talking uninterrupted, nonstop, so I'm just going to go back and I'm going to play that one more time for everybody so that I just have a quick second to recuperate. But now that you've listened to it once, just listen to the tone of voice that she has as she's talking about her recently deceased husband of not even 2 weeks.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century. Like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and stadium overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million?
Hold on. I need to address what Dustin said in the side chat. So what it sounds like to me is you guys set the rules that if people say things you don't like, they can get reported. And when the rules get used against you, you want to cry foul, Aiden. Okay, let me address that really quick. I'm not trying to get Erica Kirk's job taken away from her. I'm not trying to damage Erica Kirk. As a matter of fact, I'm incapable of damaging Erica Kirk's reputation, Dustin. I'm a tiny little nobody on YouTube, dude. I've got an audience of 9 people huddled around my tiny little irrelevant live stream watching my commentary on this. That's not tantamount to going to someone's employer and going, hey, this person said X, Y, and Z controversial political topic. Maybe you should look into them and see whether or not they should be an employee. Like, are those things really equivalent to each other? I'm not saying people can't hold people to accountable for what they've said in any regard whatsoever. What I said is that when people weaponize that to try and get people fucking fired, when people use that to try and fuck people's personal lives, that's going over the line. I never said that people can never be held to account for anything that they've ever said ever. But like I was saying earlier, the reason why I'm against that is because in the context of somebody going to their employer and using that information and weaponizing that information, the main onus is clearly not on some sort of principled stand against what that person said. The main onus is clearly an attempt to financially or otherwise personally harm that person's own personal life. That's very clearly the modus operandi there, right? That's not the case with this. That's not the case at all. So I don't find those two things to be equivalent with each other. You were crying foul about people getting reported and losing their jobs. Yeah. And where am I reporting her and making her lose her job? How am I doing that, Dustin? How is what I'm doing right now just playing what she said and simply saying, in light of what she said, I don't want other people on the other side of the political aisle clutching their pearls and telling me that I'm such a horrible person for making a fucking joke when his own wife is out here making these statements. That's not tantamount to me saying she should get fucking fired from whatever job that she's in. As a matter of fact, let me take what she said and send it to her employer as a means of trying to get her fired. Those things aren't equivalent, dude. The main onus is to point out the ridiculousness of the rule that was set in place that is only supposed to work in one direction and not the other. No, Dustin. As a matter of fact, if you ever want to take anything that I say and clip what I have said and say, hey, Aiden, you made this one statement or you have this one argument, but what about what you said here? And as long as that statement that you have of me isn't taken out of context, she should get fucking fired from her job. That's right, Aiden 2026. That's right. No, but if you ever had an audio clip that just outright contradicted something that I said, you can play it. As long as it's not edited, as long as it's not quote mined or anything like that, go ahead. You fucking play that shit for me all day long. If I said that you couldn't do that, then I'd be holding you to a different standard. But that's not what I'm doing. All I'm saying is that what this woman has said pales in comparison to what I said, especially when you take into context the role that she had with Charlie Kirk in his life in the capacity as his wife. These are statements of pride and joy for success for a legacy left by her husband. If there's statements of pride and joy for success, then why did she have to talk about all the merch sales and how much money she was making and all of that? Like, why? I disagree. I really do. You can have that interpretation, But if you're going to have that interpretation, Dustin, then that is a completely other fucking... That's a horse of a completely different color than trying to delegitimize the very notion of me pointing out that she said it to begin with. Completely different. You don't think that Charlie would have liked that there were high merch sales? Of course he would have liked it, because Charlie was a fucking corporate vampire too. Of course Charlie would have loved that there would have been high merch sales. But you know what, Dustin? Maybe you and I have different sensibilities here, but if I had a show that was super popular on YouTube, and less than 2 weeks after I died, my fiance was talking in a giddy tone about how much merch she sold as a result of me being publicly assassinated, I'd be rolling in my fucking grave, because that's not what she should be focusing on, at least in my mind. She shouldn't be focusing on that. She should be focusing on the fact that her fucking husband died, and quite frankly, really shouldn't be doing much public-facing engagement on these things to begin with, let alone a, hey guys, how's it going? I just wanted to come here and tell you all about how great we're doing with all this stuff and how great everything is. Like, what the fuck? Seriously. All right? And if you want to have a difference of personal opinion on those things, that's perfectly fine. But let's go into something else. All right? Let's delve, because I feel like I've adequately covered that. I think I've done a decent job. Let's delve into what other people in our own community have had to say about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Because I found a certain comment that was sent to me to be rather interesting. Thank you, by the way, everybody out there in the community that's been sending me in clips. I've got a few pretty juicy clips of Lupin that I'm going to parse out for the next little while here. I might do them every show. I might save them, keep them in my back pocket. But, dude, her behavior as being of a sick person. I mean, I agree, Achilles. Her behavior was of a sick person. But let's see what these awesome God-fearing Christians in our community have had to say about the Charlie Kirk shooting.
We're still looking for a map? Okay.
What we could do, that would be the funniest troll move ever.
Do you want
change.org. We should like form a petition on there on change.org and try to have it be so like Missing Mod and Aiden can be charged with accessory to Charlie Kirk's death.
Dude, you're going way out of bounds.
Because like in a way with their hate speech, they like allowed it to happen. With the message they're spreading.
I don't even know if they know what the message they're spreading is, because
so yeah, there you go. There you go. There's Clay. Gaytard preteen, which is his real name. He says he's Clay R15, but his true name is his non-slave name is Gaytard preteen. Apparently, he's so concerned over Charlie Kirk's death and wants to honor him so deeply that he's willing to make a change.org petition all about how, which by the way, what the fuck did Missing Mod have to say about Charlie Kirk? What the hell did Missing Mod have to say about him, and what hate speech, quote unquote, did she ever say? That's so funny, by the way that he used hate speech there unironically. Let's go back.
I don't even
With the message they're spreading it to happen. Like in a way with their hate speech, they like allowed it.
Like he's unironically trying to use the term hate speech. Aiden, stop. That's not fair. What's not fair, Dustin? You can't just say stop. That's not fair. And then expect, oh yes, I just inherently know what you're talking about. What do you mean that's not fair? The fact that he's saying hate speech unironically there. What a little fucking pussy snowflake bitch. Honestly. Because what the fuck hate speech did I do towards Charlie Kirk? Oh, I told a joke after his death? How did that cause it to happen, first and foremost? And secondly, Missing Ma didn't even have anything to do with any of that whatsoever. And yet, he brought Missing Mod up along with me because right now, Gaytard preteen is super, super butthurt about both me and Missing Mod right now. He is so fucking butthurt. He'll bring us up at like random parts of the live stream where we don't have anything to do with it whatsoever. Like we are living rent free in this guy's head to the point where they'll just be like randomly playing a game and they'll be like, Lupin will be like, oh yeah, some people this game give out all the criticism, but they can't take it, bro. She's really crazy. And then Clay will be like, yeah, it's like if Aiden and Missing Mod played this game. And it's like, A, where the hell did we come from in that context? And B, if that's the case, right? If we're the ones that can't take criticism, why aren't we the ones making all these change.org petitions? Like, you remember that weird, pathetic little campaign he had where he was doing that change.org about Pixie Storms? He started that because on one of the live streams, she just called him out on being a fucking repressed weirdo that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And he cannot, for the life of him, take any form of criticism. The second that he starts getting any form of criticism, he just starts making all these weird posts or editing these weird images of people. And like, he'll like start these petitions and like go into your chat out of nowhere. Oh yeah, I was going to mention that on the previous stream, but I never did. Let me get into that really briefly. So the whole beware your enemy thing that I talked about on Breaking Wind, the previous stream, the way that I first found out about that was some random account popped into my side chat that I had never seen before, never had any interaction with me whatsoever. And he was like, Lupin is live streaming you right now. And it's like, they really in their minds genuinely think that if I go into this guy's stream on an account that has never said anything, and I don't even try to spend the time to be like, hey, how's it going? I found you from this person or that person. They really think that the bare minimum level of effort that is just, hey, I'm just going to barge into your stream completely unannounced and start talking about this other person. Zero self-awareness whatsoever. Zero ability to actually plan any of that out whatsoever. But then again, that's why Clay and Lupin hang out with each other, isn't it? It's because both of them are failures. Both of them are people that can sit around and pretend and delude to each other all day long, though, that they're not failures. They know that they won't really actually do all that much pushing back. And that's a great example, isn't it? We'll go back. We'll play that one more time, and we'll listen to Lupin's super serious pushback that he had against Lupin. Or sorry, Lupin's serious pushback he had against Clay. Pardon me, I was reading the side chat for a moment. And we'll see what he has to say.
We're still looking for a map? Okay.
0% follower goal, right?
That would be the funniest troll move ever.
Do you want
change.org? We should like form a petition on there on change.org and try to have it be so like Missing Mod and Aiden can be charged with accessory to Charlie Kirk's death.
Dude, you're going way out of bounds.
You see, and he's got that little hint of a shit-eating grin on his face while he says it. And it's just like, this is such a great example that Lupin is somebody that doesn't have any fucking principles whatsoever. No principles to speak of at all. Because Lupin made a fucking Charlie Kirk memorial stream, I'm pretty sure. He literally did a whole stream that was like, Mary Charlie Kirk Belch. Honors memory by drinking this 40. Glug, glug, glug. Like, he did a whole stream trying to honor his memory. And here is his buddy, Gaytard preteen, talking about how random people online were somehow accessory to this guy's death. And does he really actually raise any concern about it whatsoever? Does he really go... Like, he does say, to his credit, I will say, he does say, bounds. But, like, I think that's the closest Lupin could actually get to making a principled stance on something. And why is that? Why is that the case that this supposed Christian who stands by the Bible and who stands by truth, why is it that when the person that he just made a memorial stream about is getting slandered by somebody that's his friend, he doesn't say anything about it? Well, it's because he knows that if he says something to Clay, Clay's going to get super butthurt, and he's going to turn all those tendencies he's been using against all these other people against him. Well, hate to say it, Lupin, but that's the negative side of making friends with a bunch of other backstabbing dipshits that don't have your best interests at heart, isn't it? Because now you've got to fucking tiptoe and walk on eggshells based on the shit that they say. Ain't that a bitch? Because now, if Clay turns on you, who the fuck do you have to come around here? Stump? I'm going to talk about a carnal mind, and I'm going to say a whole bunch of things for about 10 minutes, but then not say anything at all whatsoever because I'm incoherent and don't even know what I'm saying myself. You know, like, you got him, you've got Terry, the woman that comes around your stream because she feels sorry for you, probably views it as an act of charity, the woman that you drunkenly tried to propose to and shot you down brutally in front of everybody. Like, who do you got, dude? You got a bunch of nobodies. You've got an island of misfit toys. And you know what the problem is? Is that unlike the real island of misfit toys, the king of that island, he's not a good person, is he? You know, the king of the island, he was nice to the misfit toys, wasn't he? You know, remember that little track? It's all right that I've got a few squeaky wheels because the king of the island lets me stay here anyways. Like, nuh-uh, not around here. Not around those parts. No sirree, Bob. So that's why Lupin didn't really seriously stand up to it. Because he doesn't have any principles himself. He'll masquerade with them when the convenient time arrives, when he can be made to look like a person that has principled stance on things. Then he'll make a memorial stream. But when he has to actually put a friendship on the line by standing up to somebody, nah. I'm just going to tacitly accept that like the little pussy bitch that I am. Alrighty. We've got one more thing. One more primary thing, anyways, before I open up the stream. I must say, things have been really good. The views have been up like a motherfucker. Likes have been up like a motherfucker. Got 11 people sitting here right now watching this. Hell yeah. Things are doing quite well. If you are liking the stream right now and you haven't liked it yet, please feel free to go and do that. It would be much appreciated. Most likes we've ever had on any of these live streams is 14 likes, which is more likes than Lupin gets on views in his typical live. But anyways, if we could get 15, that's what I'm asking for. We're at 13 right now, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 more. Just 2 more likes. And I will open the room. But in the meantime, I'm going to play some more Lupin commentary. Because you know what? Welcome, by the way, Dean, lurking in the side chat. Good to have you here. Maybe my political commentary isn't the right way to go about things, you know? When I criticize specific individuals and I criticize organizations based on specific policies and actions that they do, maybe that's not the right way of doing things, you know, because it gets people to come here and like engage in the side chat. Oh, 16. Shit. 16 likes on my end. Fuck yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you know what? I will open the room right here and now then. But I did promise I was going to open the room if it got over 15. But while I'm waiting for the room to fill up a little bit, I'm going to listen to some insightful Lupin political commentary. Because we really should take a lesson and learn what proper political commentary is. I'm surrounded by atheists. It's true. First post my petition. Oh, shit. Oh, Dustin, hold on just 1 second. I gotta find Phantom's petition. Did you send it to me on Discord, Phantom? Oh, shit. The room's filling up quickly. We've already got 2 or 3 people in the side chat. Shit. All right, let's look at this petition. Aiden, stop being a troll. The issue? Aiden is a troll and needs to stop. 1 verified signature, ladies and gentlemen. You too can help make a difference. I'm going to post this in the side chat right now. And I'm going to have that out there so that everybody, it probably won't even fit. There's probably too many characters. But you can get out there and sign the petition and make a difference. We've got 3 people backstage. I'm going to let them in. We've got Midnight, we've got Dustin, and we've got Atheist Jr.
Hello.
Everybody. Needs to stop. That's right, Izzle. Well, you know what? I'm going to look at how many signatures this petition has at the end of the stream. We better have at least 5 signatures by the end of the stream. That's all.
Petition starter.
And maybe
Phantom, what are you doing?
Phantom is trying to be a community outreach specialist, and he's trying to affect the change that he wants to see in the world. Midnight Sparkle.
Yep.
You know, have you ever heard the phrase "be the change you want to see in the world"? That's what.
Yes, I have, and it is very good advice.
It's true. All right, let's look though. By the way, welcome AJ. Welcome Dustin.
Hello.
How you doing, AJ? Uh-oh.
Seems as though he's muted.
It seems as though he is, or that his mic isn't working right now. That's a shame. Anyways, let's get into the inside. Oh, we got another person joining the show. Mr. Is this
Josh?
Is this the Josh Musics? That's with us right now.
Hey, okay, guys. So I have something very important. I need everyone's help, please.
Okay, I'm here.
Who just left?
That was AJ. He just left.
AJ, he'll be back. He's got to fix his stuff.
AJ's scared.
Okay, so you've all heard of the game Blackjack, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I guess the other guy left too.
Okay.
Now we're stuck with Josh.
Shit, we're dropping like flies around here.
Yeah,
Shit.
now we're stuck with Josh.
Okay, well, we need
Dustin, it says device not connected. That's why you dropped off. I don't know why, but yeah, it says device not connected, and I can't add you to the show. Oh, AJ's back.
Okay, we just need one more. We just need one person. Okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
That is better. Welcome, AJ.
So it's like a trust fall, right? You've done a trust fall before?
I have, yeah.
AJ?
No.
But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need 3 participants. Who wants to participate?
I will volunteer.
Okay, how is this trust fall gonna work? Like,
that's a good question. How is that logistically going to work out over the internet?
Well, I'm gonna deal a hand of blackjack, and then you're just gonna have to trust me that the cards that I'm telling you are the cards that I say that they are.
Dang.
that's how is that a trust?
Yeah.
Because I could be trying to cheat you. I could be trying to
What are the stakes? What are the stakes?
Yeah, right.
Because the whole point of a trust fall is that if the person doesn't catch you or they're not strong enough to catch you, then your ass hits the ground and you probably get a fucking minor concussion. But the stakes here are like, I told him that you have a 2 of clubs, but I actually have a king of hearts. Oh, like what are the stakes here?
Yeah, what are you doing, Josh?
Well, I'm practicing my.
Josh wants to become a magician. That's what's really happening here.
I'm practicing my cards and.
Aiden, check your left pocket. Is that your card?
Yeah, right. How did he do that over the internet?
Shit.
None of you expect me to lie about the cards, right?
No, we expect you to lie. Yes, we do.
Dustin, it actually exactly matched because I haven't picked a card yet, and there was no card there, so it matched exactly.
What a magic trick!
Because I haven't actually. Because I'm not a liar, you know. So.
No, never just a man that says he doesn't lie.
So I guess
already.
Somebody said they're not lying. Someone call missing mod.
No, I guess the stakes here would be that I didn't lie this one time.
I prefer rare or medium rare.
Well, yeah, no, those are very low stakes, my boy. What are you doing? Like that's
just because you don't lie about the cards doesn't mean you couldn't stack the deck.
Just let him do his thing.
Shuffling. You hear me shuffling in the background, right?
AJ's just taking the same stance as like, okay, crazed guy outside of the 7-Eleven, tell me how the birds are right now communicating to you through your skin. Tell me all about it.
Well, it's actually the hair follicles act like little antennas, you know?
That's fuck. Damn.
Okay. So all right, so Aiden, you're in, right?
I'm in. You know okay. I'm in.
Dustin, you got to be in. Come on.
I'm in. Go ahead and deal me in.
All right, AJ or Sparkle?
Fine. What the hell?
Okay. Here we go. So I'm the dealer. Okay, you guys got to beat me. Okay. You got to work together to beat me.
Okay.
All right. So first, Aiden, you're gonna. Can you rearrange the seats so it's in order?
Josh,
in what order?
Aiden has shit to talk about. And you come in being a distraction.
So what you want is you want. Okay, Aiden, you're. No, okay. Put Dustin where I am.
How do I do that?
Just drag him over there on StreamYard. You could drag him.
Oh, you can. Oh shit, you can. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There. Okay. So Dustin, you're gonna be seat 1.
You just say KKK.
Okay. And then Sparkle, you're seat 2, and Aiden, you're seat 3.
You're dealing to the left. Copy.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So
Everything
so first
in the stream is done to the left, Dustin.
Okay. Perfect. That. So first card I'm dealing out for Dustin. Okay. His first card is a 3 of diamonds. Okay.
Okay.
And then the next.
Remember card, that shit.
Next card for Sparkle, you got a 3 of hearts.
Ooh, nice. 3 of hearts.
2 3s in a row. This is sounding suspicious. Okay. This is sounding suspicious. You're counting cards, aren't you, Josh?
Aiden, here comes your card. You got the 6 of hearts.
Oh,
okay, yeah. Wow, he broke the pattern.
6, an exact secondary multiplicative of 3. Some fucking coincidence that is. Okay. Oh, let's change things up. Oh, you've got a 3 of diamonds, Aiden. That's different, right?
Yeah, okay. Okay, good. So I'm gonna deal one for the dealer face down. Even I don't know what it is, okay? I don't know what it is. Okay. And then we're gonna give Dustin his second card. Okay, you have a 3 right now, and now you got another 3. Okay, 3 hearts.
This is such bullshit. There's another 3.
There's 2 decks in here. There's.
Oh yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Actually, the 2 decks is in your favor. Okay. And then Sparkle, you got a Jack of Hearts, so you have 13. Okay.
Woohoo!
AJ, you ever hear of 3-card Monty?
Dustin, you have 6.
That's what he's trying to pull on us right now. This is some fucking 3-card Monty bullshit right now. Give me my $20 back. I want my 20 back.
I haven't touched anything, Aiden. If you need me to stop and take a picture and send it at any moment, you just let me know.
That's AI.
No, but then you don't trust me, and then you failed. So
yeah, okay. Well, you probably use the same AI program that Achilles used for his motorcycle.
Yeah,
videos
that's what
for
I
that.
did.
So
okay, hold on, Aiden.
Can I split my cards and double down, please?
Okay, hold on. We have to give Aiden his last card. Aiden, okay, your last card is 2. Okay, so you have 8, and then I'm gonna deal another one for the dealer, and that one's face down.
Wait, did I get 3 cards or 2?
You got 2. Okay, and now I'm flipping the first one for the dealer. So the dealer, in the dealer's hand, he has a 10 and 1 face down. Okay. So Dustin, do you want to hit, stay, or what do you do?
I'm splitting my cards. I'm hitting on both, and I'm doubling
Are we just
down.
playing blackjack right now?
You're playing
Feels
blackjack,
like
literally
blackjack.
live market.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the
Hold on.
clunkiest
Hold on,
way that you could possibly do. Josh, you could literally. Okay, no. Fuck this. Josh, you could share your screen right now and just show us what you're doing. But instead of that, you're like, okay, so this person has this many cards. This person has these many cards. It's like trying to play fucking Pac-Man on like a fucking calculator or something like that. Like, it doesn't have the capacity.
I mean,
what
you
you're
laugh.
doing.
Okay.
Hold
Hold on.
on, Aiden.
I want to see what happens next. Just let him finish.
Hold on.
You know what, AJ? Get out of here, peanut gallery.
Okay, hold on.
He's over here. I've been taking notes. Just let him finish.
I've got 10. I remember. I've still got 10.
You
No, you have 8.
That's bullshit. You gave me what?
Hold
You
on.
got 10.
He gave you a card of 6 and then a 2.
Oh,
You
you're
have
right.
8. I have
You're
13.
Right. You're right. Okay.
Okay, look.
Wow, Aiden.
Can't you tell?
Wow.
It's such a great
We're gonna get
system.
through this.
So good.
But Aiden, I've sent you the evidence. You can, Okay, so Dustin wants to split his hand. He wants to double down, and
I'm hitting on the first 3.
okay, hold on. So you split it first, okay?
Yep.
So when you have the same numbers, you can split it. So now on the first one, you're gonna hit 1.
I'm gonna hit.
How many?
I don't know what card I have yet.
So 1 hit and double down.
No, you can hit on both cards.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna give each card 1, but then that's it.
Right.
You're not getting any more after that.
No, that's not how this is done.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's see.
No, I think
I see.
No, So what rule do you want me to go by?
Oh my
Well,
god.
no, because I can hit until I bust.
Because I'm
Right.
I can hit until I bust, Josh. That's how blackjack is done. I can hit until I bust.
Is that
true?
I know. But when you double down, hold on. But when you double down, what that means is that you're only gonna double your bet, and you're gonna take only 1 more card. That's what
I
double
thought
down.
that's how it works.
Can we look? Can you look up the
I'm
rule,
not
Aiden?
sure
I'm
if that's
sure.
how
I'm
that
pretty
works.
sure. I'm pretty sure.
Yes. You can quit your own show.
Okay, I'm gonna go, guys.
Okay, let me
have a good one,
each
guys.
Let me give each one a card, and then you tell me when to stop. Okay? How about that?
I didn't mean that literally. You should come back, Dave. Aiden.
Dustin.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give each card 1. Okay. Okay, you got a 3, and then the second card is a 7, and then the next card
Josh,
is a 8.
everybody on the side chat, even fucking Lupin is out here saying this shit's boring, dog.
That's good. It's good, but we're gonna get through.
Josh, you're gone. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
Okay, and now we are back to your regularly scheduled program.
But now we know Lupin's here. This is good. Josh, you've served your role. You've dragged Lupin out into the side chat because he was acting like he only got here now. He's been here the whole fucking time. Come on. At least give the stream a like. You know you're here to watch yourself. You know you're here for your own content.
Does he still refer to himself as a wolf?
He does.
Does he really? He still thinks he's a wolf pack onto himself. Can you grow up, Aiden, please? I bet you still wear fucking Power Ranger tighty whities, bro. Why do I
does
picture
Aiden
you
have
in
to
like
grow
a
up?
I think you meant Lupin. I'm gonna give him
Yeah,
credit.
fair enough.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're
I've
good.
done that several
I
times.
do that from time to times.
Yeah.
Dude, just I can picture him in like a dinosaur like bed, like like he's like the ones that are 3 and up.
Wow.
All right, let's finish.
I sleep in a
Hold on,
race
let's
car.
finish
Do
it.
you?
Let's get this over with.
Josh, I am gonna fucking throw you out
It's almost
of
done.
this room. I'm gonna throw you out.
It's almost done. I promise.
I'm gonna
Dustin,
throw you out.
you got
Nope.
a 10
Nope. We're done.
and a 4.
Goodbye, Josh.
There you go.
Goodbye, Josh.
Why is Big Bad Mama encouraging me to yell at people? I don't understand.
Because you
He's-
should.
Because this is how bad the stream has gotten. These are the dire straits that we've
Yep.
arrived at.
Nobody's like presented anything that I can yell about yet. I haven't hit Buck anger level yet. Like
If I
this
play
is actually kind of funny.
If I play Lupin's retarded video, maybe I'll give you something to yell at here.
Oh, please do. I mean, he's here in the side chat, right? He'll definitely love. He'll definitely
I mean,
love hearing himself.
You know it's
I
bad.
kind of want Lupin to come on in. Like,
Oh yeah. I was thinking about that. And yeah,
He's free to. He's welcome to. Josh, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Josh, I'm gonna give you one more chance because you're just such a cool guy. I'm gonna give you one more shot.
please, Josh, I can't be in here by myself, man. I need at least one other Christian. All right, I'm about to put my dukes up, and I'm gonna get swung on by three atheists. Let's just a little backup would be nice.
I think you guys won. Hold on, slow down.
All right. And
you
with
guys
that
won.
being said, welcome and goodbye to Josh Musics.
I love that guy.
Oh, he's the best. No, shout out to Josh.
Oh, I love Josh. I love that guy.
wow, that looks pretty cool.
That does look pretty cool.
Gotta find out.
What are you making a comic? What is that?
No, it's a vinyl record. I just bought it the other day.
Oh,
Nice.
Hey, what's up?
one more card. I love Josh.
How's it going, Lupin and or Clay alt account? What's up?
Oh, is it?
It's me,
Oh,
it's
they're
not-
here.
Yeah. Why do you think Aiden made it like full screen just in case?
Because
You,
well,
you can't tell.
You gotta
Oh,
gotta
it's
have.
missing mod.
Mhm.
Hey, Aiden, good to see you. It is like playing poker through the mail. That is exactly what it's like. Josh is still here backstage, by the way, for the record.
He's still trying to deal cards.
He's still
Aiden,
there.
please, I'm begging you, please. Aiden.
Josh! Josh!
I love you, buddy.
And I'll never bring it up again. I'll never again.
I'll never bring it up again. Like 2 years later. Oh.
Josh, you're supposed to be playing this video like fucking 15 or 20 minutes ago. And
Literally,
here
all I
we
gotta
are.
do is pull one card.
Yeah, I love it. I
Oh my
fucking
god,
love
pull the card.
You guys are winning. There's
Pull
thousands
the
of
card.
dollars on the
it.
table.
You guys are winning.
Pull the card.
You guys are winning. He's like, look, feel the pool of Vegas. Feel it. You got to see the next
Boom.
card.
Bro,
Pull the
25.
card.
You guys won, bro. You won.
You guys won.
And you know what we get for our
Sweet.
we get to kick
To
Josh
watch a
out
video?
of the room. Bye, Josh.
Oh.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just.
This is so mean.
I'm not gonna kick Josh out. I love Josh too much.
Got this shit for $2 at Goodwill.
Nice. Wow.
$2 whole. That's like 84 Canadian dollars when you really think about it. So
Wow.
I'm trying to derail the stream to what I want to talk about.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
hey,
Thank
hey,
you.
Luke,
Thank you,
hey,
Aiden.
Lupin, how's it going? I
Thank
didn't
you
know
for the
Lupin actually
opportunity
joined.
to do that. I thank you. And who is Canadian Presbyterian?
That's a good question.
That's missing meatloaf. I mean, missing mod.
Yep.
Welcome, missing mod.
Missing nut
No.
job.
Yes, it is I.
Okay,
You
hold
know
on.
what? Missing
It's gonna be
mod
funny.
already
It's not
said in
funny.
one of her streams, by the way, Dustin, that no matter how much you hate her, she's always gonna love you.
Are you guys
So-
gonna go into the terrorist thing again now?
Yeah, let's go back down that fucking
Let's just
rabbit
go
hole.
straight back into that.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you so much. Look at what you did!
Yeah, look what you did.
Oh, you chased her away.
All right, Josh, missing mod, come back. Come back, missing mod. I didn't do that. The views of Josh Musics do not necessarily represent the views of Aiden Linden and Associates. Okay, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. I didn't do that shit.
Baby, come back.
I just wanted to be funny. Baby, come back. Any type of mod could see.
Aiden says come back.
And I just can't stream without you.
Oh, it's too much.
It's a good song. Remember Transformers 2007? That was a good movie. Anyways,
Well, it's time to face the musics.
it's time to face the music. It's pretty good. No, we're gonna listen to real political commentary. Shut up. All right.
You're not going to. Okay.
Luke has
okay.
been
Yep.
patiently
That's
waiting
great.
in the side chat. He's been patiently waiting. He put that comment in the stream at 3:03. It's been 7 minutes. We got to talk about him if we have any hope of him sticking around. He's the only topic he cares about.
Damn, Lupin is looking good.
Somebody like me.
What'd you say, AJ?
I just said Lupin's looking good. He looks healthy.
I mean, healthier.
What do you by
all relative.
what measure do you see the darkness under his eyes? Like the I mean, I bet you his blood is like pancake syrup. I'll put fucking money on it. That dude, yeah. What do you mean he looks healthy? That dude he's got like 3 inches of fat on any part of his fucking face.
I was just trying to be nice.
Thank you, Dustin, for being here for the Lupin segment. Apparently, you need to be a regular addition.
I can't stand Lupin.
And it's weird that even like somebody like me could see like the world and be like, man, you know, hey, something ain't right. You know, something has shifted.
You know, I'd agree with you there, Lupin. If we just stopped the clip right here and we didn't move forward any further than that, I would agree with that sentiment. Vague things are in fact wrong, Lupin. There is in fact a vague amorphous thing that is wrong right now, and that there is in fact a vague amorphous shift taking place.
I've always
Mark
loved
Reed.
the pushback against the concept of a safe space. Like, I want to be in an unsafe space, like an industrial factory.
yeah. They really never hear the inverse of the safe space argument. Like, I want to be in an industrial blast furnace. That's where I want to be. How's it going, Mark Reed? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, thank you. I just couldn't help but comment. This guy still sends me messages, like just sort of, I don't know, flexing or whatever. Like he's so insecure. So if you're unaware, I challenged Lupin to a debate again and again because he was just that kind of debate broy, and he just would not agree to it. And then he like had a conversation with me because he just couldn't hack it. And then he sort of tries to flex on me. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I remember
Sorry,
that.
I'm just on the phone with my fiance right now. Poor time to.
I know. It's so unbelievable you have nothing to say. I know.
It's stunning. Simply stunning.
I mean, I at this point would strain to know anyone that has anything positive to say about this man. I mean, maybe Clay. Actually, come to think of it, Clay was trying to tell me recently that Lupin was a good guy, but that's it.
I mean, I like.
Go ahead, Midnight. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I like his headphones. You said to say something nice. I don't know. I like his headphones. His hat, maybe.
Those
those do look like nice headphones.
I will
Let's
say, like
see.
he's really amped up the sort of production values kind of thing, which I'm terrible at. So I can appreciate, I guess, if you have something nice to say about him. He's good at the production, but I don't know. I just see him as so
Great.
fucking
Everybody instantly make me a liar.
I mean, I mean, one nice thing to say about Lupin, if it weren't for him, the entire liquor store
A2,
economy within his general area would collapse overnight. So, you know,
So I just see that as sad, you know, like obviously he gets completely pissed and then like, you know, rants on and
Oh, I have something nice to say about Lupin.
Hey, let Mark finish.
Josh, no.
Let Mark
No,
finish.
no, I'm fine. No, cut me off. I probably should be. Look, I've just gotten up, all right, so I'm really tired. It's really good to see AJ though. I haven't seen you in ages, my guy, and yeah, I've missed you. But it's good to see Aiden and it's good to
Wait,
see
Mark,
Dustin.
don't leave. I'm sorry.
Good to see
What do you
you,
mean?
Mark.
I'm not leaving.
He's just saying hello.
I'm just saying how good it is to see all of you. Excuse me for being like first thing in the morning and emotional. All right, just leave me alone.
No, I just want to say something nice about Lupin, and then you can go back about telling us the birds in the morning and all that.
Josh, I think Mark's
no,
about to go spider monkey on your ass.
I think this is an unsafe space. I think this is a blast furnace. I need to get out of here. This is crazy.
Yeah, you better get out of here.
Afraid of
because
spiders.
well-
it's increasing.
Yeah, he is.
Well, no,
He's
no, no, no,
terrified.
no, no. He's a jokingly. He's afraid of midnight. That's
This would have
It's
been
not
over if
safe
you just
because
let
I
me
mean-
say my nice thing about Lupin already.
nope.
Josh, please say your nice thing about Lupin. Let's hear it.
Oh, he likes to hang out by the pool with margaritas in his hands.
God damn.
That is true.
That's a
That
nice
is
thing,
true.
Ray.
Well, you know what? He saves
Sure.
a lot of money for the pool companies because they only need to fill it like 1 or 2 feet, and then
I
you
knew
get
that was
in,
coming.
and then it's filled to capacity. So it helps save a lot of money. And I'm
Wow.
pretty sure
Leaving
that-
Snickers for the beast. Leaving Snickers
Although
for
to be
the beast.
fair, half the time it's like a hotel pool, and he bought the drink somewhere else and poured it into a cup. So it's not really supporting anyone like other than himself, I guess. Really. So
So
There's that.
the last message I got from Lupin was him like saying that was after the Andrew Wilson debate that I did, which was just insane. And like he was like, "Oh, you were crushed." It's just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand.
His entire MO is about to get shown here if we let this play.
Yeah,
for a
he's
bit.
gone down this route of debate broy, but he doesn't actually debate, which is kind of weird. So it's like a non-debate debate bro,
Well,
if that makes sense.
You know, it's quite fascinating because one of the
dealing
symptoms
with
of
11.
that is that he'll talk about politics here in this clip, but he'll never
Yeah.
actually cite anything specific. It's always this very vague, oh, these people or this thing, or there's a shift that's taking place, because in order to actually have a firm opinion on those things, he would need to pick up a book or he would need to watch a video or two that actually explain things to him about what's going on.
You're dealing with like an 800cc smooth brain trying to diagnose why he's so stupid. I mean, the answer's fairly obvious. It's on the face of it, right stinking there.
Well, let's play. Let's let him speak for himself. All right. Let's hear the brilliant words.
You know, I'm watching people go out for, fighting
Okay,
for
hold
a
on.
lot of the wrong things. And how do I
You
know
gotta
that
stop.
they're
Wait,
the
it's
wrong
we've
thing? How do
already
I
got to decipher so much. You need to go back.
Josh is like, hold on. On the phone.
Like,
All right.
Josh is like, my notebook is full. Hold on.
Can you put the captions too? Let's see, because we.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do the cap. You know what, Josh? I'm glad you're here. That's a brilliant idea.
Because I really want to break this down. I want to give the guy a fair chance. Like,
Okay.
This is like Trump without Trump.
Oh my
but,
god.
like,
Oh my god. We're muting this and we're just gonna read the captions. Fuck this. We're not even gonna listen.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have quite the same delivery without the
Let it hit
voiceover.
natural first. Let it hit natural.
I disagree. We need that cadence of I am so knowledgeable about this subject that I'm talking about.
It doesn't
we've
hit
got
the
to
same
have-
without the audio.
All right.
Yeah.
Due to popular demand, I will keep the audio.
Okay, but you got to stop it every like 10
Shut
seconds.
up! Shut the fuck up! Let me fucking play the video.
Now
He's
you
like
know what
that
it's like
one
to
guy
host
at
a
the
stream,
movie
Aiden.
theater.
Yep. This is what happens. The more people, the more
Okay.
interruptions.
Just
This is your last warning, Josh. This is your last warning. That's right. Simmer on down, Joshy.
People go out for, fighting for a lot of the wrong things. And how do I know that they're the wrong things? How do I know that? Because I'm biblically grounded You know, I have a set of standards that doesn't really change. It doesn't change. And then I'm watching these people who, you know, it's funny because, like I said before, it's like
I said before.
they're the ones that would be calling you anti-Semitic and all this other stuff now. But really, it's amazing how much it flips and how how anti-Israel and how anti-Jewish a lot of these people are. And they
Last time I checked, Lupin,
I thought
equating all Jews with Israel is itself an anti-Semitic stance, Lupin.
Yes.
So-
Yeah, the Bible has never changed. That's why there's like so many different versions of it.
Right.
Wasn't Lupin, like, I swear to God, like a half year ago, wasn't he championing the Islamic like profession? I swear to God, he was on an anti-Israel kick.
He was getting a bit flirtatious with those ideas. I think he had this Muslim dude on for a little while that was like pushing some of that like Nation of Islam shit, and he started getting a little bit flirtatious with it. But I think they stopped coming around, and much like the chameleon that he is, as soon as his environment shifts, he himself shifts in turn with it. So,
but he's biblically grounded.
that's true. He is biblically grounded. That is true. Fuck, I didn't think about that. All right, I'm shutting the stream down, guys. Sorry about that. Lupin, I retract everything that I just said. You're right about everything.
Okay, hold on.
Bad.
Okay, you couldn't say that with a straight face, could you, Aiden?
I couldn't. I unironically had to stop.
Wait, who won the blackjack game?
You guys did.
Why did you bring that up?
The players.
We're gonna spend the next half hour just talking about cards.
I sent Aiden the final outcome, and we can move on. We don't.
Look, we know the truth. The truth is that the Josh always wins. But anyways, let's keep
So hold on. This is my thing. That he says that.
God damn it,
like I've always said, and then he takes like 30 minutes to like recall what he said, and then it kind of feels like he just went completely off subject. But go ahead.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. It sounds about pretty bog standard for this channel in general, though. It seems like some people.
It's amazing to me that you can keep it straight, Josh. I don't know how you do it.
Keeps it straight, about as straight as Lupin does. You see that clip I played in the last show where he was sitting there with Clay admitting how they would used to, in their younger years, get together with a bunch of guys and watch certain content together as a big group. That was pretty funny to watch. But let's keep watching this.
I don't even know what's going on. I mean, there's logic behind it, but they don't understand the actual logic. It's just weird, man. The left are just like they're extremely cowardice, and they can't seem to formulate.
The left are extremely cowardice. That's a good statement right there. That flows together really well. AJ, you're extremely cowardice. Did you know that?
I do know that.
Good.
I mean, nobody ever said he was a wordsmith.
A wordsmith?
Well, I mean, we know what he's trying to
Wordsmith,
say.
yeah.
Does he give any justification for this sort of cowardice kind of thing?
You really think Lupin is capable of justification?
I was interested, Dustin. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to like assign some sort of, rationale to.
I think you're just being cruel on a whole other level. I think that's what you're doing. Mark.
Dustin, I want you to just step back for a second, all right? Because while you're not giving Lupin the credit that he deserves, he is about to justify that claim. We're
There you
about
go.
to hear his justification for it live.
Good arguments. They can't really debate. They resort to violence extremely quick.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
caught it too, right, Mark? You caught it too.
This is a guy I challenged over and over to debate, and he would not agree to it. He just ran like a frigging, wow. This is as bad
Much like any other time in history, Lupin has thoroughly disappointed me. I owe you an apology, Mark.
What for?
If I have to explain it, it's gonna make it sting more. Just leave it at
whatever.
that.
We'll just keep going. Anyways, the thing that I caught from that is the left is extremely cowardice. And then on the other hand, he said they're extremely violent and they resort to violence extremely quickly. It's like, yeah, that's the typical demarcation of cowardice is violence, right? No, I'm pretty sure that like
you could be. If you're like ambushing people and taking them unawares, you could say, hey, that's cowardly to do that kind of thing and still be violent. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but
is that really
you
the
know,
context he's bringing it up in right now?
Oh, of course not. Of course not. I'm giving him way more sort of, you know, generosity than I should be. Way more.
Man, let me on.
Ooh, did
you know it's me?
Yes,
It's
I can't wait to tell him he's an idiot to his face.
All right, let's let him have the floor. Let's let him have the floor.
Howdy.
How's it going?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We're getting some pretty good content fodder right now, so doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Thanks for the watch hours. So yeah, this is my like drunk rant at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I played Resident Evil 4 till like 5 in the morning last night. So yeah, that was fun. I
This
forgot how good.
actually isn't the drunk rant. That's actually a different video. This one is one that you tried to like talk politics and utterly fail at. By the way, in terms of the watch hours, I mean, I'm giving you a tiny little bit of watch hours, but I'm getting back a lot more in return.
Aiden, I thought you said you were going to give him the floor, bud. Let him give him a little more rope to hang himself with.
I was just saying, Dustin, you got to spend money to make money. You got to spend money to make money, and in the same vein, you got to spend a little watch time to get a lot of watch time.
Yeah, you'll learn how that works as you stream. And thanks, Mod, for way to go to be like the victim again. Because Aiden was like, "Oh, maybe I could get Gangster Ghost a channel." Oh, Gangster Ghost ghosted me. Now let me go to somebody else who's like mentally unstable. Who can I mooch off and get stream arts for? I mean, it's good play. You don't have to.
That's that's the angle that you've been spending all this time trying to cultivate, dude.
No,
you've been sitting here in the side chat this whole time.
I'm just saying.
Well, you're just saying nothing right now. You're just
Can
saying
I just
nothing whatsoever.
Can I just quickly point out? Can I just
Why do you
quickly
mute me?
point out?
Well,
I'm just telling you that that's a good thing.
Because I wanted to.
Okay.
You know, like how I did it again. Yeah, I did.
We don't want to unhighlight Aiden because we don't know if Lupin is going to be showing something.
Yeah, given the fact that Lupin has a history of porn bombing people,
Really?
and Clay alike have a history of porn bombing, I'm not going to give him the opportunity.
Who?
See,
Who do you
I
think?
didn't-
Retard? Who do you think? Who do you think, dipshit?
Who?
How about you take a guess?
Do you really think Aiden has the ability to do that? I don't. I think somebody
Who have I
taught him, or
porn-bombed?
maybe
Name one
his.
person. Name one person.
What was it? Praise I Am. You porn bombed him.
Nope,
Shut
you
up.
never did that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Nope.
I was there the time it happened. I was there when it happened.
Dustin, you don't know what's going on in your little car.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you don't. That was that other channel, News Unit Media, you idiot. We've already verified that, you dumbass.
Whatever, bro. I don't buy that.
It's not like Clay
So then who?
himself.
Who
It's not
Aiden?
like
Who Aiden?
well, according to Clay, so that you could stop pontificating. Well, if you're gonna unmute yourself, I can just do this. It's really not hard. The person in question is Clay that actually made the accusation that you were trying to get him to porn bomb. That was Clay that said that. So maybe Clay's lying. If you want to call Clay a liar, then you can go right on ahead, but that's what he said. So if you want to deal with that allegation, that's not mine. That's Clay's. Go ahead.
So who did I porn bomb? Nobody.
You could ask Clay. You can go ahead and ask Clay.
Yeah, so the answer is nobody. Congratulations. Played yourself.
Right.
And look, in Lupin's defense, you would have to understand. You have to understand like programs in order to do that. So I don't think. I'm sorry. I don't think you have the IQ. I just don't.
Me neither. I don't. You're not sorry. Quit saying you're sorry. Quit being a little pussy and just say you're not sorry.
You talking euphemism all the fucking time, Lupin.
No, I'm just telling him don't beat around the bush.
Dude, all you do is talk in euphemism all fucking day long. For you to come at somebody for talking in euphemism is rich as fuck. Because literally any time I've ever pulled any kind of clip from you, you and Clay are using the amount of fucking euphemism that a couple of middle school girls would use. So I don't want to
Imagine the
What are you talking about, Aiden? We
idiocracy.
call you a gay faggot all the time.
Yeah, that therefore
Like,
means
wow.
you don't. Yeah, that therefore means that you never use euphemisms for anything, right?
Sometimes we do. But yeah.
No, you do it all the time. You fucking
Yeah, we call
idiot.
you a gay
You do it
faggot,
all the
pussy,
time.
Canadian lesbian bitch. I mean, all the
Do
time.
you have anything worse? Do you have anything worse?
That's
Yeah,
not
I
a
mean,
euphemism.
That's like
It's
you
not
know,
a euphemism.
I don't think
did
he
you
knows
ask
what
a
a
third
euphemism
grader for
is.
that insult? Did
Hey,
you go
hey,
to the third grade like
Lupin, can you explain what a euphemism is?
No, he already left. He already left.
Oh,
He left
yeah,
the
of course
show.
he did. I just want to say, like, dude, he gets drunk, like, bros off, and then what? He comes on wanting to disprove that we're laughing at him by being a complete asshole and just laughable. Like, what are you trying to achieve, my guy?
Well, Mark, in his defense, he did admit that he was drunk, and that was when he was really tired before playing Resident Evil, was it? Or what did he say he was playing?
Well, he tried excusing
I
it
don't
by
know, I
saying that he
wasn't.
was drunk, but he didn't even get his own stream right. He was saying that we pulled from a different stream that it was. No, the one that I pulled
Well,
from.
we already established he has trouble recalling things he said. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
and
there's
and
that.
it's a classic, just real quick.
in his defense,
Well, just let me say something, Josh. Classic Lupin tactic that he tried using there was, who did that? What did that? He knows exactly who I'm talking about. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. But in some desperate attempt to try and steer the narrative towards the direction he wants, he's going to try and ask me a bunch of questions. Like I'm going to try to play his little game and facilitate the conversation he wants it to go. It's just such inept social engineering. It really
I don't think Lupin is smart enough to porn bomb somebody, but you know who is? Brett. And you know who Lupin is good friends with? Brett, or at least they were. I don't know what the status is now.
Lupin is literally
Right.
just a younger Brett Keane in my mind. But sorry, go ahead, Mark. You were going to say
Brett
something.
Keane, yeah. I last I heard he was a Satanist or something. I don't know what's up with Brett Keane. He sort of, changes. What I'm saying is, like, he sort of, I mean, to come in and act worse than you did before and have your excuses. Oh, I was drunk. It's like, what's your excuse this time? What's this one?
I
just
mean-
drop a whole bunch of slurs and yeah, great. Fantastic.
It's hard to have good excuses when you're a sorry excuse of a human being yourself, right? So I don't know. I don't really blame him too much for that. We're gonna keep covering Lupin though because that was fun. I love what he said. By the way, Thanks for the
sorry,
time.
sorry, Aiden. The other thing I want to mention is this whole thing of you stole my content because you're reviewing something of mine. Like, people have got to stop doing this. I've had this so many times with, I'm reviewing, even I've gone to your channel, Aiden, and like I'm using, a clip of me talking as well as everybody else, and oh, you stole my content. It's like, get out of here. Like, seriously, you've got to stop doing this.
Oh, and I
If
know
we're-
exactly what he's trying to imply with the whole you'll figure
Yeah.
that out as you live stream. He's gonna try and like report this or something like that. He's gonna try to do a takedown.
Well,
because
that's-
he's tried doing that for other people, and it's not gonna work. But I know what he's about.
He does know
I'll
that's illegal, right? If you're using it to do commentary and criticism, it's under fair use, and it is illegal to use the Digital Millennium Copyright Act to do that.
Yep.
Like, if you keep doing that, you will probably get your account banned through YouTube because they do not mess around when it comes to that. When you go through, maybe it was drunk at the time. When you go through and that it has that tick box saying I understand fair use. And you need to be aware of this if you're going to file a takedown request, because if we're doing commentary and criticism, then you do not have that as your intellectual property. We have a right to be able to criticize what
It's
you are doing.
transformative.
I'll tell
It's
you what,
transformative,
Lupin.
correct.
I'll tell you what, though, guys. Lupin's backstage right now, and
Well,
I'll
hold on,
give you
can I
an
say-
offer, just real quick, Midnight, just real quick, and then I'll let you talk. Lupin, I see you backstage. you were a little rude the last time you came in here. So if you can demonstrate that you can be polite, I'll tell you what, if you type in the side chat for everybody to see, may I please come into the chat, sir? I'll tell you what, if you can do that and demonstrate that you're polite, then I'll consider letting you on. Okay? How does that sound? Go ahead, Midnight.
Okay. If if your intention is to be hated by everyone, reporting streams on YouTube is the fastest way to be hated. That's all I had.
Fair enough. Yeah, it is a fast way to be hated, but who really likes him is really my question. Like,
I
he's
don't
got
know.
Clay, who Clay himself is the guy that told me about how he tried to have Lupin try to convince him to porn bomb on breakfast tacos, by the way, was the answer to that
Oh,
question.
that's
and
really
that's the
terrible
reason why
behavior.
he got banned for a while, by the way, was because he did porn bomb breakfast tacos. Now he's going to try to not take responsibility for that, like the cowardly little bitch that he is. But hey, I mean,
I don't
he's
know if you
taking it right
noticed-
now in the side chat. I'll tell you what, Lupin, I appreciate you fulfilling the role of being the little bitch that you are. You're sitting here in the side chat and just taking it. So I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
he said can't in the backstage if you didn't see.
Oh, can't? Oh, why is that?
So I guess he's not coming on if you can't say please.
I ain't letting you in. I ain't letting you in. I have no motivation to let you in whatsoever, except if you sign in and say in the main chat, may I please come into the panel, sir? If you say that and be polite, then I'll let you in, Lupin. But I don't think you're capable of being polite. I don't think you're capable of being anything but a contemptible douchebag.
I thought a virtue among Christians was humility. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
The thing about Christianity is that we're all human, Mark, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
you know, we're in a practice, you know, like for example, a doctor, they're in a practice, right? That doesn't mean they don't do wrong things. That just means they're in a position to be able to fix it when they do.
And just
Oh,
to
sure,
piggyback
but
off
you at
of-
least try. You can at least try, you know, like not to uphold virtues, you know, and like you can at least give it a shot, you know.
You're dealing with 1100 cc's of brain and literally no lumps, grooves. It's all freaking eggshell. Why do you keep giving this man so much credit? I don't understand.
It's all about steel manning, all right? You know,
I'm trying to be generous, all right. Like I try to be generous. Like I
Well,
don't always
Mark,
succeed,
hold
but I
on real
try.
quick. Mark, I just want to say that you're definitely wrong, but not about this. Go ahead.
I think
Okay.
that in any Socratic dialogue, though, you always try to steel man your opponent, right? You always try to at least demonstrate that you're capable of understanding what your opponent has to say. Now, when what your opponent has to say is it's a little difficult to make much hay out of that, but we still manage around here.
I'm biblically drowned.
All right, let's play this shit.
It's just weird, man. The left.
By the way, come at me with all the takedown attempts you want, Lupin. It ain't gonna work. All right. If I'm actually in keeping with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, it ain't gonna work. YouTube ain't that broken, so have at it, pussy. Anyways, let's go.
They're just like they're extremely cowardice, and they can't seem to formulate good arguments. They can't really debate. They resort to violence extremely quick. You know, find me, you know, let's see if there's one probably left-wing person out there that can maybe change my mind, or maybe I'll change their mind.
What I love about that is just the inherent dishonesty to the whole change my mind thing, because Lupin, you've never had your fucking mind changed about anything. I thought
I don't think his mind's ever been made up about anything.
I thought you were just priding yourself fucking all of like 30 seconds ago about how you adhere to biblical morality and about how that doesn't change. So if you're priding yourself on the idea that you're not going to change your ideas or change your mind on things, isn't it kind of inherently disingenuous to go, oh, well, you could come in because you might change my mind? You're not going to fucking have your mind changed. And even if you did have your mind changed, you're so wrapped up in the prideful notion that you're right that you would never admit it anyway.
To be honest,
he's just copied it from Crowder. Like, he really copies everything he says from other people. So he's just copying it from Crowder, you know, where he sat down and sort of had that sign saying, you know, thing, change my mind. That's all he's
Monkey
doing.
see, monkey do.
Thank you, Mark, for the correction for what he said.
Monkey on a sea do.
I'm being a bitch, am I, Lupin? I'll tell you what, if I'm ever positive, if I ever read positively in your estimation as a man or otherwise, I'll know I've done something drastically wrong. If I ever hear you going, man, that Aiden guy, he's really great, I'm gonna go, fuck, what do I need to change? What did I do? Where did I go wrong in my life? Like, once again, talking about stuff in the side chat who, last I checked, really wouldn't be thinking about all the time unless you were just a repressed person. But I already demonstrated that you're a repressed person.
I mean,
I already
look,
did that
Aiden,
on the previous stream, what you said with Clay about how you got together with a bunch of homies and freaking whacked off trans porn and gay porn. Like, yeah, dude, you're a real upstanding member of the Christian community.
If there's ever any evidence counter to evolution, I think we've found it in Lupin.
Damn. No, I disagree, because he's the missing link. I disagree with that. He's literally the missing link, okay? You think about, like, Homo neanderthalis or Homo erectus or something like that. He is the guy that's in between those two on the evolution.
Hold on. I really need to take a gamble that the second you let him on here, he's gonna start saying like some racial slurs. So I'm willing. If there's any, like, yeah, you know, if you did let him on, I'm pretty sure, even if he commented, "Let me on, please, sir." Like, it's just a ploy to get in here, and with the fraction of a millisecond it takes for you to like mute him and kick him back out, he's gonna try to say as much hateful crap as he can. So
of course he can.
Yeah,
that's my
yeah, and Lupin, it's not clever. It's not, you know, some kind of gotcha. It's not you appealing to anybody. It's just you being nasty, evil, and horrible to people. Like, how is that showing how good you are? Like, you think that nobody else can be nasty to one another, that nobody else can do this? You're some kind of special guy for being homophobic and a complete arsehole to people? Let me give you a tip, buddy. People can be assholes to anybody, and anybody can do it. What it takes actual talent or actual effort to do is making intellectual, rational arguments for your position. Like, if you're just going to shit the bed and call it an argument, like, I don't even know what you're doing out here. I really don't.
I mean, this is the same guy who just said that he was going to leave, but then ended up coming back because he just needs to try and at least salvage in his mind some semblance of a cool last word before he leaves this. And it's just so funny because it goes so fundamentally against your entire MO, Lupin. The whole personality that you try to project to everybody on YouTube is that you're this aloof guy that doesn't care about anything, that couldn't give less of a shit. And yet I know for a fact you're still watching right now.
Not
You
having
said
a
that you're
job
going to
and not
leave.
paying any bills kind of helps with that, Aiden.
Well, yeah, it's pretty easy to not care about anything when your parents have taken care of everything for you. When the closest thing to an actual struggle you've had in your life is when your parents forgot to pay you the allowance that week. It's pretty difficult to actually have any real trials and tribulations in your life, I agree. But that's self-imposed. He's at an age now where if he wanted to go out and make something of himself, if he wanted to go get a job and get a life together for himself, get a woman in his life that actually cared about him, he could. But he
Why
would have to
so
work
much credit? Why?
Because Dustin, I genuinely believe that if Lupin actually had an epiphany in his life, if Lupin was like, holy shit, I am wasting my life away doing nothing.
There is not a coconut big enough and a tree high enough You have a better shot of growing a penis out of your forehead. Stop, please. Stop.
I'm just saying, you know what, dude? He has demonstrated the ability to, at least for brief moments, try, right? Like, there was like a brief span of time where he had an e-bike and he like showed it on a stream or two, and then you never saw that thing again. There was a brief span of time where he like live streamed like going to the gym even for like a month. He was like, here I am at the gym. And I even gave him credit at the time. I was like, well, shit, maybe Lupin's actually starting to work on himself and do something with his life. But just like everything else, give it a month and he'll just abandon it and leave it behind, because it's one thing to just have this passing fancy, this novelty of, oh, I'm going to go do this, but it's another thing to actually commit to those things in the long term. That's where I think the problem is. I don't think he has a lack of an ability to try. I think it's the follow through and the commitment that he has a problem with. But anyways, let's keep listening. Because without him, as he said earlier, without him, we have nothing. Which I find quite funny. If it's without you, we have nothing, then why is it that way more people watch me make fun of you than watch you in the first place, Lupin? I wonder why that is. It's almost like somebody else external to you needs to come in and make this dog shit content actually watchable. I don't know.
With you, I don't know, man. The left seems just straight up demonic, man. It's just rough, and they're stupid. They're dumb. I hate to say it, but they're dumb.
So let's just really briefly overview this searing political commentary we've heard so far. Things are different. There's a shift. Leftists are demonic, and they're dumb. You see how that only took me like 10, maybe 15 seconds to say, as opposed to the 2 minutes that it took him to say it? Like, the meandering total lack of a point aside, what is the actual substance to any of those arguments whatsoever? It'd be one thing if he actually had any pointed commentary there.
I need a 2,000 word essay on resistance, Lupin, and the
Yeah, B.S. Lewis, when he's SOCOM world champion, when he's champion of the PlayStation 2 game that he plays on his shitty excuse of a laptop because it's the best thing that it can run. Yeah, I'll really be eating crow then. Good point. I'm waiting for Lupin's live stream about this stream later. Oh, it's gonna happen, Spooky. It's gonna happen. And like I said earlier, the whole watch time thing. You're giving me watch time right now, dude. You can't lie to me. You're sitting here fucking watching this shit. You're not going to tell me that you're watching it because you're dishonest, and that's just kind of part of your nature. But you, amongst the other 7 people watching right now, are feeding me watch time as we speak. I've given you, like, what, 2 minutes? We've managed to milk that 2 minutes into, like, an hour.
I'm giving you watch time, Aiden, and he's wrong because you have me. I'm here. All right. If he wasn't here, I'd still be here. I was here the other day.
That's true.
And Atheist Junior was here.
That's true.
You'd have me too. I mean, for whatever that's worth.
I know. No, it's a given.
Hey, don't sell yourself short, Dustin. Don't sell yourself short, man. Come on.
Dustin's great.
Come on. Let's not, sell ourselves short. Definitely not.
Re-Examination said it the other day. He said Dustin is the secret sauce to the show. And I definitely think there's an argument to be made for that. Dustin and I definitely have a very unique dynamic that people seem to find interesting. So
I'm practically the only one here. I'm practically the only one here that gives
Dustin
pushback.
and Peter has a more unique dynamic, definitely. That's
unique, analogous to Yugoslavia in the 1990s, like
pretty much, yeah.
Really, yeah, like I think those two things.
So good, Justin. I'm just joking. I'm not trying to hassle you, man. Honestly, I'm just joking. I know
All is
Peter
well,
can can be, you know, he's a cheeky bastard, that guy. I do like him. Actually, I love Peter, but he is a cheeky bastard and he knows it.
Now one on the left. I don't wear seatbelt. Yeah, seatbelts are a leftist scam, Missing Mod. That's right. That's right. Follow the resistance and recognize that you don't need to give in to big seatbelt or their propaganda.
Okay, but hold on. Let's try to steel man Lupin for a second here. So is he arguing that people are going out and trying to fight against anti-Semitism, but they're actually anti-Semites themselves, or what's the argument here?
I think that vaguely was what he was referring to earlier with the whole anti-Semitism thing. I think he was trying to say that, like, oh, people act like I'm anti-Semitic, but then they'll go and criticize Israel. And it's like, yeah, dude, because Israel is a secular apartheid state and is not analogous to criticism of the Jewish people.
Correct.
So, but what's his stance on that? Like, is he pro-Israel, or does he like Jesus?
It depends on what group of friends he has around him at the time.
If by pro you mean the first half of the word proof for the 90 proof vodka that he's drinking right now, then yes, he is pro.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I've paid enough attention to Lupin at any point in my life that I really know his position on just about anything, really. I honestly don't pay.
But we're trying to steel man, right?
You're not missing anything, Mark.
All right, we're gonna listen to
enough.
his words and we're gonna steel man them, Josh. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah,
we're gonna give the best possible interpretation.
Yeah, let's do that. No, don't go backward ever.
But they're in the woodshed, you know.
Oh, I went too far.
They're dumb. I hate to say it, but they're dumb.
That's another thing, by the way. He just said, I hate to say it, but they're dumb. It's like, weren't you the one that was just saying, Dustin, don't say I'm sorry for things. Just call me stupid. You're being a pussy when you do that. It's like, you're doing the exact same thing right here, genius. You don't hate to say that. You're just using it as a turn of phrase.
What's his standard of measurement for like they're being dumb? Because like, you know, dumb,
a Fetterman or a half a Fetterman.
Like, is it a metaphorical dumb? Like they can't hear because right? Or what is it?
Oh, that's true, Josh. I never thought of it that way. No, you're right. Damn, that's deep.
Well, no, dumb usually means mute. You can't speak.
Well, they usually go hand in hand. You can't hear. You don't know how to sound things out. So,
wow. You know what? Josh is getting to the real meat of what Lupin is saying. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it.
And I'm not the smartest. I'm not the smartest.
You know, like they're it's not like, you know.
Yeah, that's great, Josh. Anyways, we're gonna keep going with it. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead, Joe.
You know how it says in the Bible, "Let him that have ears hear." You know, so maybe he's saying that they're not listening.
Oh, maybe that might well be the case.
Yeah, but dumb refers to being mute, not listening.
All right, we're gonna watch.
Look, just trust me on this, okay? Just trust me on this.
They're dumb. I hate to say it, but they're dumb. And I'm not the smartest. I'm not the smartest knife in the woodshed. You know
what?
Hold on.
Understatement
of the
century right there. Okay. He's not the smartest. He's not the smartest.
He's embarrassed himself. Look.
What the hell did he just say?
He did just embarrass himself.
He's not the sharpest knife.
No, he's trying to say I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. He was trying to quote Smash Mouth and say that he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but his troglodytic mind.
I think hold on. To be fair, I think it is 4 a.m. He is drunk. It may have just been a Freudian slip. It sounds
true.
like
Freudian slip. That does not. No, this was not Freudian. No. He wasn't trying to hold nothing really back. This wasn't like an admission of something that's true. Hell no, that was not Freudian. No, this was straight dumbassery.
Just at the end of the day, he's not wrong.
He is not the smartest knife in the shed.
He is not wrong. Yeah, so I at least pay him for being right about something because it's so rare.
Okay.
He's right about
I concede. I concede. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, maybe it was Freudian. Okay.
We've got to acknowledge that that Lupin is actually right, that he is not the smartest knife in the woodshed.
Mark, your mic is kind of popping in and out a little bit.
I thought that was me,
Oh,
bro.
sorry,
I
man.
was like, God, man.
I mean, we can hear you, but your mic was kind of.
What is it with the atheists always having just like terrible internet connections? What's going on?
Yeah, I know. It's like with Christians, they'll
Oh,
just like drop in and then they'll drop out.
No,
and
no,
then they'll
it's
drop
it's
in.
not the internet connection. It's I'm playing a game in the background and it might be putting a high load on my processor, so I'll just close it and it should be fine.
No, you're all good.
Okay, so far they're not listening, but he's not any smarter than they are, right? So okay, let's.
That's true. Well, no. He's saying that he's not the smartest, but he is capable of seeing what's going on as opposed to other people. Hearing. You're right. Pardon me.
I'm not the brightest knife in the cabinet drawer.
I'm not the brightest knife in the cabinet
Can we
drawer.
put those two statements side by side? Let's put those two statements side by side. He's not the
fucking idiot.
He's not the smartest knife in the tool.
He said brightest.
And he
said
the
brightest, Josh.
You're the brightest knife.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say I'm not the brightest bulb, is what people usually say, like for a light bulb. But knives don't put out light, so this
maybe he does
they
have one of
don't
those
emit
iridescent.
light.
Those iridescent.
Oh shit! What if he has Sting from Lord of the Rings? He has that fucking sword that glows in the presence of fucking
What
orcs and goblins.
possible charitability can you give to this position here, Mark?
I don't. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm
Okay,
trying.
so
Please,
it's fine.
please,
He's not smart.
please.
That's what he's trying. He's telling us that he's not smart. I think that's the conclusion, right?
I think that might be what he's attempting to say here. Let's continue listening.
Well, I mean, we kind of touched upon it before. It's a lot of virtue. It's a lot of virtue signaling. You know, it's a lot of like, oh, I want to say, you know, what I think is right and everything like that. But it's a very classic.
Wait, I want to say what I think is right is virtue signaling. That's
That
what
is not-
virtue signaling is in your mind.
Well, it's kind of we kind of derailed the conversation. He went from telling us that they're not listening and that he's not the smartest, but that they're virtual signaling.
He did say virtual before he corrected to virtue. That is true.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, he was like, they're virtue signal. Yeah, I mean, that's not virtue. I guess that's the literal interpretation of virtue signaling, but that's not the interpretation you often hear, because the literal interpretation would be like, I am letting other people know what I think is virtuous and what I consider to be virtue. But the way that you hear it often from the right and from conservatives is like, oh, you're virtue signaling because you're just trying to stir things, like you're trying to state a position, not because you actually believe in that position, but because you want to seem virtuous or because you want to seem right about things. That's what virtue signaling is by their definition. So he's not even getting it right in the context of their own malformed arguments, which is pretty impressive. But I guess that's a natural result of what happens when you don't even listen to what your side has to say about things. You just go off on whatever weird tangent comes into your mind.
No, look, nobody sat down and went through a basic vocabulary list with this kid. Or if they did, he was too rambunctious on ADHD to understand what it was that was being conveyed to him. We're going to have a lot of this coming up in the next couple of years due to the issues with education. These kids will not have the ability to form coherent thoughts because they didn't go through the pre-training that it would take in order to comprehend reading. This is going to become a lot more common.
But it is our constitutional right to be able to say what we think is right and wrong, right? Can we
Of course.
there?
Of course, no, it is your right under the First Amendment.
So is he upset with the freedom of speech, or I'm really confused at this point?
I think. Oh, you know what? Let's listen.
I think is right and everything like that, but it's a very classical case of, you know, that they don't practice what they preach. You know, they want to say they're in the right.
What's that?
A classical case.
Yes.
That is not what that means. Like, classical is like, holy shit. Classical is like, you know, classical music. No, it's a classic case.
Yes.
My guy.
Yeah.
Was
That
it
is-
like, could you imagine pulling a record out of like, here, this is my, oh, I forgot what it was called. Never mind.
Oh,
I
man,
tried.
you pulled a
then-
Lupin on us. What's going on here?
Well, hey, really quick.
that was a Lupin moment.
Let's let Midnight talk. Midnight, what's up?
Okay, really quick. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna go. Have fun with your stream, and obviously you're having definitely fun, a lot of fun right now going after Lupin
No,
over
we're
here.
not going after anyone. We're trying to steal my hand.
That's true. We're trying to steel man him.
We're trying
Midnight's
We're doing our best, man. We got.
Well,
we
have
got-
fun. Well, have fun, Steel Man. I'm gonna go. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thank you so much
Later,
for
Sparkle.
being on here.
Bye.
Seriously, we really appreciated your presence. Everybody that's been on here, by the way, thank you so much for everybody that's been on here and in the side chat throughout the stream. This has been excellent. Oh, we got somebody else coming in. Who is this?
Hello, it's me again.
We've got a known quantity.
You can't tell I pop up
Known
first. I
quantity.
figured you would just be able to
Oh,
tell.
hey.
Hey, I've
Been
got to be
ages since I've
cautious.
talked to you.
I've got to be cautious. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, were
Please.
you shutting it down?
No, I'm not shutting it down. I was just thanking everybody that's been here. I'm probably gonna go on for a little bit longer, but
We gotta at
really
least make it through. We haven't made it through like a minute of Lupin. Like this.
We can't. Every time you just like you get into like 3 words of what he's saying, and then you have to correct like every single worldview in the planet.
well, let's listen to 3 more.
They do all this stuff, but really, they don't. They don't. It's just weird to see America go down this path of depravity,
What path? What are you talking about?
which is crazy because I've been depraved, but it's just like
Have been?
it's not the depraved. It's
You have been, as in past tense.
America's
You have
depraved. I've been depraved, but it's not the depraved. It's the depraved.
Well, to be general, I think he's talking about
It seems like
whatever
the theme here is
general
depravity.
behavior. Well, yeah, but he's assigning whatever general behavior to, sort of a amorphous kind of the left, like everything on the left is exactly the same as being depravity, but I'm not 100% sure why.
So is his argument because we are not anti-Semitic that therefore we're depraved?
I don't
Well, no, according to him, he's not anti-Semitic because he supports Israel, which is a secular state. Okay. Missing Mod, you're allowed to talk now. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hold on, my dog is going crazy. So I
can
need to
hear them. I can hear them in the background. They're freaking rioting.
Let me go get
That's
him.
a real Terry. Just for the record, you and Jamie, that's a real riot that's going on in the background.
All right, let's go. Let's do this
Let's
before I
listen.
start dealing cards again.
Josh, I swear to everything that is good and holy in this world that if you start dealing cards, I'm going to shake your hand and thank you for being such a great friend. Anyways, let's keep going.
It's a emasculated version of depravity. There's like male heterosexual like depravity, and now it's like
It's like
bunch
Jordan
of
Lupinson.
gay homosexual depravity.
No, he's attempting right now, Dustin, to summon JLP talking points, but you need to understand every single Jordan Lee Peterson video he's seen, he's like this wobbly.
Well,
amorphous
to
mess
be
in his
accurate, he's I think what he's trying to do is identify a trend in American depravity getting worse and worse. But in all actuality, the Bible teaches that this type of behavior has been going on since the beginning of time, since Sodom and what's the other place?
Gomorrah.
Yeah,
Sodom and
Gomorrah.
Gomorrah.
Yeah. So I mean, to be correct, Lupin, it's not something new and it's not getting worse. It's always the gays and the trans have always been there, bro, whether you like it or not.
The gays and the trans.
When it's been happening since Sedan and Gatorade. I mean, it's been happening since forever.
Saddam and Gatorade.
I mean, come on.
Exactly.
And the thing is, like, I don't care if you do that stuff in your bedroom or in your private life or everything like that. The thing is, it's
No, but you do though. That's the thing. This is
But
the
isn't he the
inherent
one that does
dishonesty.
it in his private life?
Well, that aside,
It's not private if everybody knows about it.
the thing is that you do care, Lupin. you and your ilk are the kind of people that if you ask them, are you for same-sex marriage? They'll tell you no. And that's not anything to do with you whatsoever. If two gay people get married, that has nothing to do with you whatsoever in terms of the totality of how it affects you.
Just to be
right?
clear, look, and I want Mark to read response on this. I think it's perfectly fine as a Christian that if a gay person and they love each other and they want to get married, that's absolutely fine. They have no obligation to adhere to any Christian morals or values. You know, if they love each other, they go ahead and get married. You know, no skin off my back. Go ahead, Mark.
Well,
I want
the
your
weird
thoughts
thing
on that.
Well, the weird thing about sort of a Christian claim on marriage to me is that Christians recognize like Hindu marriages and,
Well,
and
address what I
Islamic
said,
marriages.
not what Christianity says.
Mark, the argument against gay marriage, I mean, while there are a lot of Christians out there
Hold
that
it. No. Sorry, Dustin. Sorry to cut you off, man. But I didn't even get to say what I was saying. Look, I'll say what I want. Thanks, Josh. Cheers. I agree with you. Like, I can't speak for Christians because I'm not one of them. Like, if you want to say, hey, Christians can be fine with marriages, you know, that's fine. I don't know the Christian position. I don't feel I'm authorized to talk on it because I'm not a Christian. All I can say is that I find it odd that some Christians will go, oh, well, it's a biblical thing, but I'll recognize this Islamic marriage or this Hindu marriage or whatever marriage, from whatever other religion that I say is false. And it's also not the Christians giving out marriage certificates. It's done through the state. And even something like a captain on a ship can marry somebody. They have the authority to do so. So
that's very true. No, but hold on a second. Can I rebut some of that, please?
Sure. I mean, it's Mark you're talking to. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
Sure. No. Go for it.
Oh, okay. So look, there's an outside and around argument against gay marriage. The Christian argument set aside. You realize that there's severe tax benefits to being married and being able to file conjointly as opposed to separate, and that these benefits were meant to encourage child families. And when you use something like marriage to manipulate the legal system in order to obtain a benefit that was meant for a specific subset of people, that you might be considered taking advantage of a system.
No, because the only reason I got married was for those legal protections. Like, for instance, if my wife is sick in the hospital, I have more rights to be able to determine the level of care and what happens to her if I am legally married to her as opposed to a de facto relationship. So it's not just for childbirth, it's also to do with your relationship as seen by the eyes of the state.
You're only making my case stronger.
I don't see how, because it's not just
the
childbirth.
The benefits that you're referring to are meant to be for a subset of people, not whatever people happen to be married. They were directed towards families, i.e. father, mother, children, not dude, adopted child.
Hold it for a second. So, Dustin, do you agree that if I adopt a child, then I should get the same rights to determine what's safe and good for that child as somebody who biologically had that child?
If you yourself adopt a child, yes. And if you get married,
fantastic.
And if you get married, then you would be sharing those parental rights with your spouse. Correct. These are all correct things. That is what is. However, what you are failing to realize, Mark, was the reason that the law was put in place in the first place had nothing to do with the manipulation that you call a family between two men and an adopted child. You understand, right, that things being in their proper context, the law was never meant to be used that way. You understand that, right, Mark?
Okay, Dustin. The law, when you say it was never meant to be used that way, the laws are just made up. We just make them up. It's not like we make them up with any kind of specific purpose to say, hey, this will be the law into the future. What they're doing is trying to moderate the rules of society so that people can function within
sorry.
that society. Really, the reason why certain laws exist in the past doesn't mean we should have the same thing today, right? Like, for instance, slavery. Okay,
That's a great answer. That's a great answer, Mark, to a question that nobody asked. I didn't ask anything about any of that. I don't care what you're saying. I asked you a question. I would like you to answer it. You realize that no, wait.
Hold
Mark,
on,
I don't want you to waste my time.
In and moderating here if we keep over talking. So let's try and keep this to one at a time, okay?
Okay,
I'm letting Dustin.
I don't want you to waste my time answering another question I didn't ask. Okay, Mark? I need you to answer the question I asked. Can you just do that, please, instead of monologuing about something I didn't say? Please? You understand the purpose. No. Well, then what's the point? And you like no. I asked you a question and you didn't answer it, and you're just going to monologue and hand wave it away like you always do, Mark.
Okay, can we just settle down for a second, Dustin? Because
as soon as you answer the question.
What you asked was a loaded question, because your question was do you realize that this is the case? That is a loaded question. So don't ask those kind of questions, Dustin, because it's incredibly dishonest.
Don't tell me what to do,
What I am
Mark.
telling you, okay, be dishonest then. I don't give a shit. So really what I'm talking about is that you know, if you're saying, hey, this is the reason why the law is like this, it was for these people, but you've just acknowledged that there's a non-biological reason for people having rights associated.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you listen for a second. You said it was to do with people in childbirth.
No, that's not what I said. I said it was meant to encourage families.
Okay, it was meant to, and why were they encouraging families?
What do you mean, Mark? Because it's a good thing to encourage families, right?
Okay,
well,
so why
for one
can't
thing,
gay people be in a family?
Didn't you ask me a question? I'm sorry. Which question do you want me to answer now, Mark? You asked me two questions.
Okay, well, you answered it because it's good
Not
for
really.
people to be in families.
It's good to encourage families, right? It is, because it increases your tax base, because it's good for the GDP, because it increases your workforce, because it encourages local.
How does it increase your workforce?
Because if people are not getting married and having kids, we're gonna all die, right? Eventually.
How does it increase your workforce?
What do you mean? How does it increase your workforce? Do children not grow up to become a part of the workforce?
So it is related to childbirth, like I said, and you denied.
No, that's not.
No, it's not childbirth, but you increase the workforce by childbirth. What I'm doing is I'm going back to the chain of how you're getting, and I'm saying, oh, it's related to childbirth. And you're like, no. And then when we actually drill down to it and go back,
maybe I misheard your question,
which is related to childbirth.
It's
I mean,
possible,
what the fuck, Dustin?
It's possible I misheard your question. That is possible. But in either case, even if that was the case, even if I was to grant all that absolute moronic bullshit you just said, what bearing would it have on the fact that the law was intended to encourage family growth?
Family growth.
Yes.
So how does like
you're not going to answer the question.
Why you would apply a law, right, for what it was originally intended to do and say it has to be that way because that's how it was originally?
I mean, do you think that I can use titration to wipe my ass? If I was to use the chemical process of titration to wipe my ass, would that be logically consistent, Mark?
I don't know. What's titration?
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Titration is the ability to see a concentration of a solution. Now, if I was to use that to wipe my ass, would that be logically consistent?
I don't know how effective it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. So my point here, Mark, is that when you think about it, if something was intended for something, but it's used for something else, it's usually considered a perversion, isn't it?
No.
No. Okay. So
no.
That's fucking ridiculous. You're intellectually
Okay.
bankrupt, dude.
So we used to drink water, right? We
Right.
drink water, right? And people put water in a bidet and shoot it up their ass. Is that a perversion?
I mean, wait, how else are you supposed to wash your ass before toilet paper?
But it wasn't the original thing that water was used for, right?
I mean, I imagine that water was originally used for drinking and washing, so I don't understand what your
Yes.
point is here.
Really? So you're
yeah, it
saying
doesn't make
if
sense.
if something had an original use and you use it for something completely different, then it's a perversion. Was your statement correct?
Yeah.
And people originally water was for drinking, and now they use it in bidets, correct?
I imagine that if you drank the water after it came out of the bidet, it'd be pretty perverted.
No, I'm saying it's used for something else, right?
I'm just saying, Mark. I'm thinking that might qualify as perversion.
No. What I'm saying is that the bidet was not the original purpose for water, right?
Yeah, and if you drink the water out of the bidet, that'd be
No,
pretty
I'm not
perverted,
talking
wouldn't it,
about-
Mark?
I never
Oh, you're not
mentioned
talking
drinking
about
it.
it, but the original
Dustin,
version of water was to drink, right? Right? And if you drink
yes,
the water out of the bidet, that'd be pretty perverted, right, Mark?
I didn't
Isn't that a
even
point?
mention-
Who the fuck cares what you mentioned? Who cares what you mentioned?
Okay, I didn't mention drinking it out of a bidet. I'm just saying using the bidet is not the original function of water, correct?
And if you drank the water out of a bidet, it'd be pretty perverted,
Who's
wouldn't that
talking
be?
about drinking it, Dustin? Nobody
What
mentioned that.
what did you say was the original use of water, Mark? What was
Drinking
it?
it.
Drinking it. And if you drank the water out of a bidet, that'd be pretty perverted,
Oh my
wouldn't
god!
it?
Oh my god! Let me
Didn't
try. Let
mention-
me try.
Holy shit, you are so stupid.
Let me try this.
No, I'm stupid.
Let me try
Okay.
this. All right, I'm gonna mute both of you if you don't stop because I gotta say something real quick. Let's try this a different way. Okay. And Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this at any point here, at any step in this process. Okay, what Mark is attempting to say is that while the original purpose for water is for drinking, using water in the capacity of a bidet, not drinking it from the bidet, but using it in the capacity of a bidet,
correct,
would therefore not be drinking the water, and therefore would not constitute an original usage of the water.
There
That
you go.
would therefore be a perversion.
Okay, granted. Now, if we go a step further, right, and understand that the original use of water is to drink, but that water out of the bidet is not meant to drink, that to drink that water would be perverted, thereby perverting the original use, correct?
I don't see how, like, drinking it is using it for the
You
original
fucking
purpose.
retard. I'm done
let him
arguing with
finish.
you.
Let him finish.
Hey.
Let him
So
finish.
drinking it was the original purpose. So all you're doing is adding another step in between.
And
that
all you're
drinking,
doing is
which is
cutting
the
it out.
original purpose, which means that wouldn't be a perversion because I'm using it for the original purpose.
And all you're doing is cutting it out, Mark. You're pretending like my point's irrelevant because you have control over my point and it has nothing to do with being drunk. Because you can couch it how you want. That's not how conversation works, Mark. My point is when you take something and you use it for something other than its original purpose, it's considered perverted. I think I've proven my point. I think I've proven my position. I think you're quibbling and I think you're quibbling and grabbing at straws because you don't want to admit that maybe you're wrong about this.
Okay.
Look, so let's take that. That's, badly formed syllogism. When you take something and use it for another purpose, that's something I'm pointing to is
Fucking
water.
nitwit.
The purpose is drinking. If I'm taking the water and using it for any other purpose, then I am using it for something it didn't originally be used for. When you're saying, hey, you put it in something, then drink it, it is the purpose it was originally. And what I have done is do a reductio ad absurdum to show that this idea of because it had an original purpose, we have to use it for that purpose is a dumbass idea. It just
I
doesn't
never
follow.
said
It
that.
does not make sense.
I never said that. When did I say that you have to use it for any particular? I never said anything about having to. You're working that into the argument. That has nothing to do with what I said.
Oh, so it's fine to use something, some law for the original, like some other purpose than what it was originally used for.
If you're able to get away with it, I mean, I'm just saying the original use of the law was not intended for that. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. That had nothing to do with my argument whatsoever. You jumped to that conclusion yourself.
Is it a perversion though?
Yeah, in my opinion, when you use a law that is meant to bring about and promote family growth, to bring about and promote two dudes getting together and having relations, yeah, in my mind, that seems a little perverted.
Well, I don't think it's because the law's being used for something else.
Well, who cares what you think? Who gives a shit what you think, Mark? I don't care.
Well, obviously you, because you're talking to me. So, you know.
No, I really don't. I think if you can add something other than what you think, like, I mean, it is, man. It's objectively, I mean, anybody, I mean, almost anybody that was at least reasonable can understand that using things other than the way they are intended. What is the purpose of a warning label, Mark, if not to tell people not to use things and purposes other than intended?
Okay, can I expand on this a little bit then?
Can we move on?
Well, no,
I'll just give you one example, okay?
All right,
This brings to mind one example. So, for instance, the RICO
You
laws.
should let Aiden talk,
right?
or he's going to end the stream.
All right,
it's
so
all good.
the RICO laws were originally designed for combating mafia, right? Like that's what the laws were originally designed for. And now we use them to prosecute anybody part of any conspiracy whatsoever. Just because the law was originally designed for mafia and things like that, like Al Capone days kind of thing, does not mean that they have to be applied like that they cannot change over time. We're talking about laws, which are abstractions. So the argument that, oh, well, if the law, you know, if the RICO laws are applied to, say, Epstein and his conspirators, then that is a perversion. I'm sorry, but that does not follow.
I was just going to say that, and he's gone now, but I hope that you come back, Dustin, because I'd like to keep talking with you about this.
Well, it is getting heated. I do, you know, I do get that.
When you say perverted, like when you say a perversion, Dustin, do you mean that because it is a perversion, it is inherently wrong or morally incorrect, or even just disadvantage? Send link. Okay, here, yeah, I'll do that right now. Sorry, I didn't have it pinned. I should pin that in my chat. I had it pinned earlier, but then I pinned something else, but I should definitely get that.
Well, look, I honestly like, I think that you can have objections based on your religion or what the Bible says or all of these other reasons, but I don't think it's because the law is being used for something other than what it was originally used for. I just don't think that's the case. I don't think that's a valid argument.
Dustin, you're back on the panel. Would you like to respond to that?
So if I took a curling iron, I plugged it in and I shoved it up my ass, what do you think that would result in?
You'd probably burn your ass.
Right. Would that be perverted?
I don't know. I mean, I guess
fucking dude,
under your definition, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's perverted. It seems a little perverted to me, right? Like so there's by no measure and no means can you use something other than its prescribed use and consider it to be perverted, Mark. In your worldview, there's nothing on this planet that could be considered perverted because it wasn't being used the way it was meant to be.
No. I think that, well, if I can talk, Dustin, just please, you know, stay calm and I'll just explain myself, okay? Please. So if you take a curling iron and you use it for arts and craft and burn the edges off, you know, you're doing the declaration or you're making a document look old, for instance, that isn't the purpose it was designed for. And no, I don't consider it perverted. So I'm really looking at the consequences of what you're doing as being, normatively perverted or not. Or, I'm not sure if we'd agree on perverted, Dustin. So I'm not sure I'm using that right. But yes, whether it's good or bad, I would say it depends on the outcome of what you use it for, not, what its original purpose was.
I understand that there's a certain level of artisticness that can come with any individual object that you might come into contact with your day, right? But when something's sold and marketed as this, or if you know for a fact that something is commonly used in a certain manner or fashion, right? It appears to me that a logical, reasonable person can view that as a perverted use, correct? Like, I mean, this isn't a leap of logic, I don't think.
Well, I get what you're saying, but sort of I'm just refuting the idea that it's the original purpose that defines whether something is good or bad. I think
I said perverted. Good or bad's different.
Yes, and that's what I was actually trying to get to with what I was saying earlier. And perhaps this will clarify things for your guys' discussion as well. But when you say that something is a perversion, are you making any kind of moral or ethical judgment on that?
No.
Okay, you're not saying that it is wrong if it is a perversion?
I'm not saying that certain perverted things could not be categorized as wrong. But no, these two things are definitely separate and apart.
Okay, because the example I was going to give was, water's been the thing that we've been talking about this entire time. And I think that both of us could agree, and Mark as well.
Water.
We can.
Water.
Yes. Water. Give me sugar and water. It's from the Men in Black, the freaking... Oh, who is the actor that did that? I need to think about that. Well, I'm going to put that back. I'm going to file that in some other part of my mind. Boiling water, though. Boiling water and using it for steam power is definitely not a natural usage for water, right? As a matter of fact, it took the vast majority of human history for us to figure out. Well, we figured it out on a small scale that steam power was possible, but it wasn't until the Industrial Revolution that we utilized it on a mass scale and we realized that it could be used for industry. And all of us right now, as people that are sitting on devices and having a conversation cross-continentally, are benefiting from the steam engine and the inventions thereof. So I'm glad that you clarified that just because something is a quote-unquote perversion, it isn't inherently bad, because that would...
I'm not Amish.
Yeah, I know. You're not a Luddite. You're not Amish. You're not trying to break up the cotton gins or anything like that. I understand.
Yeah.
I was just attempting to make a point, and it seems like you have already addressed that point. So with that being said...
And I do want to point out that there are a lot of ancient civilizations that did have gay marriage. In fact, one of my favorite stories is, the 300, the Spartans, right? They're held up as this sort of great thing of masculinity. They had the absolute brakes beat off them and suffered their first major defeat against a group called the Golden Band of Thebes. And they were exclusively homosexual couples that were married from Thebes, the city-state of Greece. And they had, the Spartans had the absolute crap kicked out of them by these guys.
They did, that's true. They had to wait until Alexander the Great came around to teach them a lesson. I'll tell you what. No, but the Golden Band of Thebes is actually a really fascinating example, because they believed at that point that because they were married and because they loved each other so dearly, that they would fight that much harder to defend and protect each other. And it seems like it was a pretty effective strategy.
Yeah. Oh, look, if you threatened my wife in battle, I know that I would probably fight harder, Ryan.
B.S. Lewis has a very...
I saw that. I was just looking at that. Is the penis used for... That's a good question. I didn't design it, buddy. I have no idea.
What? So, Sim, why was it supposed to go between your? Oh my. Okay, so we now know that B.S. Lewis has a long, thin slot for a butt crack. I did not need to know this information, but now I do. Thanks, Lewis. And possibly has charging capabilities. I'm not sure, but thanks, Lewis.
He does have wireless charging capacity as well as wired. He's a smart Lewis.
So he just shoves it up his ass by
it's choice.
Pleasure then.
It's entirely
choice.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's like how God is like homosexuality is bad, but then he also created the prostate, like things like that,
Devil's button.
That's right. I always have wondered why the heck is it that was part of God.
Well, just quickly, Dustin, is it really because you have an original function for things, or is it something different that you just don't like about gay people?
What I mean, what? I couldn't care less if you're gay. That's got nothing to do with anything. What I'm saying is
marriage. I mean,
the argument. Yeah, the marriage itself. Look again. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand, right?
Okay.
When you take something that's meant for something else, okay. Say for example, they were to put out a special grant for people who believe in evolution, right? And you were to apply to that grant, and I was to apply to that grant, and because I said something that you didn't, I was going to get the grant. Do you think that's fair, or do you think that would be perverted? Because that would be a perversion. Like, so if I took that money and I went and I did Christian things with it, and I opened up churches and I promoted Christian creationism, like, I mean, that would be perverted, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know about perverted. That's a very specific term. I think it might be dishonest if you take money for evolution and then use it to, say, combat evolution, for instance. I think that would be incredibly dishonest. But I think that if they're giving out a grant for just anybody, I think that,
I said specifically for evolutionists.
Okay.
Mark, you and I both know I'm not an evolutionist. And if I got that grant because I said something that you didn't, say they let me in on some inside information in the lobby that they didn't let you in on, right?
Okay.
And I mean, you don't think that by some miracle, by some mechanism you'd be getting cheated, and that there was some kind of a perversion that was going on at your expense?
I think it'd be incredibly dishonest of you. But if you sort of backed creation and they gave it to you, then I'd sort of definitely some sort of foul plays involved. I'm not sure.
But you'll say anything to avoid saying perversion. I mean, fair enough. If that's the route you want to go in bad faith, I can live with that.
No. Dustin, let me explain. I think perversion is like Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Like that kind of stuff, right? Like really horrible shit, like Epstein stuff. That he is, that is perversion, right? Like what he did to those poor girls. That's perversion. Right. Like, so if you're talking about, you lie to get a grant that you don't deserve, or somebody gives you a grant you don't deserve because they're corrupt or whatever, or they don't know what they're doing. I'm not sure I'd raise that to level of perversion. I think that that's a very strong language for just dishonesty or something.
I mean, I don't know how many ways I can adjust this scenario in order to make you try and see my point, but I think the reality is that you're being completely and willfully obstinate in order to, I don't know, avoid using a single word. I don't understand why. I mean, is it really that important for you not to concede even on a single point? You won't even concede one?
Look, I'll use your definition if you want. That's fine. I'll just say perversion, but I'm struggling to understand the difference between perversion and an evil act, or an immoral act.
An evil act is something, see, like I wouldn't call Jeffrey Dahmer perverted. I would call Jeffrey Dahmer evil. I would call the old man that goes to the strip club perverted. Okay? Because he's using someone's daughter for a use other than intended.
I mean,
I don't
Deb,
understand
hold
how
on,
this
hold
is
on.
so hard for
Wait a
you
minute,
to
wait a
understand.
minute. I need to say something here. What do you mean other than intended when it comes to that daughter Z? Like, what do you mean by that? What is her
Because of
intention?
the intention, right? Again, is for a daughter to be safe, to be away from old perverted men, right? You think somewhere someone would care enough about a person to keep them away from a seedy place where they sell their body for money. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm just the odd one out here.
Well, like, look, if you want to talk about like the exploitation that exists within that industry, I'm definitely there with you in saying that that exists and it needs to be combated against. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I would just have to point out that if a woman does want to become a stripper, if a woman does want to pursue that line of work, which there are plenty of examples of.
This is insane.
It's not
You're
insane.
seriously-
No, that's not
it
true.
is.
Dustin,
It is.
Dustin,
You-
there are people
tell
in
me-
this world. No, wait, let me finish. There are people in this world that willfully make their job going into the sewer and cleaning people's shit up every single day. Okay?
Sure.
There's really not many jobs out there, no matter how shitty they might be, either literally or figuratively, where people don't have a desire to do it, whether that desire be because they just genuinely have a passion that they want to go clean human waste and that's what they're about, and or because there's not a lot of other people that are doing that, and because there's not a lot of other people doing it,
You're
the
going an
demand is very
awfully
high.
long way to just avoid using a simple word.
No, Dustin, that's not the whole perversion thing. Isn't even what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about is that the idea that this woman's intended use isn't to be there, I don't necessarily inherently agree with, because there are women that do want to be there doing those things.
I hope to God you never have a daughter, Aiden.
Well,
mean-
I've known strippers, and like I think some of them, they don't
I
need
bet you
protection
do.
from the men. I think the men need protection from them, quite frankly, because you know,
What?
like. No. Look, number one, if you actually know these girls, you can't look at them in the same way. Like, you just can't. They're fine. They're just doing a job. And number two is that
They're taking their
you know,
clothes off and showing all of their
Yes.
goods.
Yes.
So there's no secrets anymore. And you think that's
Okay.
they're just doing a job.
When you say secret,
yeah.
you're expressing a very modern idea about the human
There's
body.
nothing left
There
to the
was loads of-
imagination.
like the Minoans, right?
Just
Like
got
the ancient Minoans literally had a
Oh,
society
no.
where women would walk around bare chested. Then that was just
there is.
normalized.
There's literally porn on the walls
No, I'm
of
not
certain
talking about
Indian
porn.
temples.
I'm not talking about porn. I'm talking about what's normalized within society, and the idea that a woman needs to cover her body up because she has these secrets that she needs to keep from other people is a very modern
that's for
kind
her
of
husband.
idea. Yeah, that's a very modern idea.
So
Then my point would agree with you.
The idea that that is inherently just for her husband, she can make it for whoever the fuck she wants it to be. If she wants to make it for everybody else around her, then she's fucking more than free and capable of doing so.
Look,
And there's
Aiden,
consequences to
my
that.
point,
Agreed, Mark. There is
right?
consequences to that, Mark. I'm just saying that
You're-
they should have
so-
the freedom to do so.
My
Yes, I
point,
agree.
Aiden, my point again, Aiden, is that a woman in that position is not only being taken advantage of, and I think you know that that's the case.
Not inherently.
You're insane, dude.
No, I don't think that that's an
No,
inherent.
I
hold on.
agree.
Even if she is taken advantage of, as Aiden said, there's some people who want to do those jobs, so they're consenting to being taken advantage of.
I wouldn't even go that far. I would just say that, like, yeah, there are definitely instances of women that get into this industry and they get stuck in it because they get
Yes.
into a really shady part of the industry where they have somebody that becomes their pimp, and then they
The
force them
only-
to keep working even if they don't
taken
want
advantage
to.
of.
Yeah, that
The only-
does happen. That does exist. But the thing that I'm saying is that that is not always the case, and the best way of avoiding that becoming the case is by allowing women to do that in a way that is legal and in a
Are
way that
you?
is regulated.
Oh my God! Are
No,
you
it's true.
seriously
There's
telling
always going
me?
to be
Are
a
you
black
seriously,
market in
Aiden?
prostitution.
Aiden, are you seriously trying to sit here and argue that the only stopgap there is between sexual slavery and what these women are doing is the idea that they get to get paid for it?
No, it's the idea that they get to choose whether or not they want to participate in it. That's the thing that differentiates it.
By what measure does a prostitute get to choose? She takes the money where it comes from.
She gets to choose whether or not she wants to be a prostitute.
Yeah, you do know that
Jesus,
some
that's fucking
people
insane.
look. Some people that take this career option, this option to be a prostitute or to do strip club or something, they might even be highly educated. They might be an engineer or something. They just find it easier, and that's not for everybody. And there's definitely consequences to that. Some of them go into it with. Look, can I just finish what I'm saying? Some women go into it with their eyes wide open. They understand the risks, they understand the consequences, and they choose to accept it. And so we want to just give them the ability to choose for their own lives what they want to do.
And I also, just to add to that, I think the best way to avoid women getting into those industries and being exploited within those industries
It's a strong center family.
is when what those women are doing. No, because there's always going to be women doing that, Dustin. No matter what society, no matter how moral or even in the Bible, it talks.
You're not.
Hold on, let me finish.
Can I respond?
No, because I
want to respond.
Saying something. No, because I was in the middle of fucking saying something. Thank you very much. Okay. Even in the context of the Bible, there was loads of examples in ancient Israel of prostitutes hanging outside the temple all day long, right? Even in a society as supposedly moral and virtuous as God's chosen people, there was always prostitution because it's a natural outcome of the human condition that men or women are going to want convenient access to the pleasure that comes with sexual intercourse. That is just a natural outcropping of human nature. Now, what can we do about that? If we can accept the fact that that's inherent to our nature, we can try and regulate that aspect of our nature. And the best way of regulating it is making sure that if indeed men and women are going to participate in these professions, they do it in a way that's regulated. They do it in a way that has government oversight. They do it in a way that they are able to have some form of recourse if they are mistreated.
Are you kidding me? I just got done explaining how the law is manipulated because two men get married and adopt a child, and then you're going to tell me that it's okay for these people to do it as long as they obey the law? I'm going to tie this full circle. No, you've had a long run here, Aiden. Let me lay out my case.
Yeah,
let me lay out my case.
Let's go ahead and
fair enough. Okay. Look, again, like I said from the very, very beginning, the thing about the law that was intended for tax breaks, allowing for family growth and strengthening, would have been exactly the very prescription that myself believes would avoid the larger amount of people being prostitutes as opposed to maybe a few. The idea is taking the curve and bringing it down. There is no solution for the problem. However, if people would stop manipulating the law as it sits for their own benefit, pretending as though there's some altruistic pursuit, which is absolute and utter bullshit, because you can be together without being married. No, let me finish what I'm saying. It's complete and utter bullshit. You guys are the hypocrite, the hypocrites of hypocrites, the pinnacle of hypocrisy. Let us do what we want, and then you put up with the consequences. And when consequences get bad enough, we'll blame you, and then the cycle repeats.
What are we?
All you people, because you blame us when we fight against gay marriage, and you'll say we're just being bigots, and you'll label us certain things. You do this. And then you'll pretend like it's not a big deal because it didn't happen to you. It's the biggest hypocrisy bullshit I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
Now you're just ranting. Okay, now you're just ranting. So I want to address that because I don't see where we're being hypocritical, and I don't see you're sort of saying, hey, there's harms that come out of it. What harm comes out of letting two men be legally
women in prostitution because they can't support a family? It's too expensive. All that money that was supposed to go to them goes to gay people with adopted children. Okay, right, because two people getting married don't get the tax credit, right? right?
I don't
Two people getting
follow
married don't
that.
get the tax credit, right? You don't believe that. Good for you. I'm
They get
glad
the
you don't
tax
believe it, but it's
They
true.
get-
You
they get the
guys
tax
manipulate the law. You play like you're ignorant in order to stifle
Okay,
discourse.
stop.
And then
This is just sophistry. This is just sophistry.
it's
Dustin. All you're doing
sophistry
is
because
just
you
calling us
disagree.
names.
You're a piece of shit, Mark. You're a piece of shit. It's sophistry
Okay,
because you
that's
disagree.
unnecessary.
Fuck you, Mark.
No,
Fuck
no,
you.
no. It's sophistry
Yeah,
because
fuck
all
you,
you're doing
Mark.
is just calling us names.
Yes,
Right? You're just
you sound pretty homophobic there, buddy.
No,
look,
go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I think that sort of just calling us names is not productive to the conversation. It's just not, okay? The idea that you know, women who go out and become strippers or become this don't have families is just not true, Dustin. People go on to have families, or they might be a single mother and raising a child. And the best way they can raise that child and provide it the best future they can is by doing this work. And yeah, we generally shame people for it. And I don't agree with that, because if you've got a single mum and she's doing the best she
Here
can
we
to
go
try and
again.
raise a child, and decided that stripping is the best way she can make money to raise that child, I don't have a problem with it. I'm sorry. It's just this whole idea of, well,
straw manning.
Just let
like,
him
how am I
finish,
straw manning
please.
you?
Please. Okay, yeah. Go
No,
ahead.
it's okay. How am I straw manning you?
You're straw because I never said you could eliminate prostitution. I never said you could eliminate stripping. That's not the argument. You're straw manning me, Mark.
He never
issue-
framed that from that perspective.
I never mentioned that at all.
Then what exactly was your argument again? You were saying because someone chooses, and that there's a possibility that they chose because it was what, convenient, and the convenience would be because there was what, not enough money, and enough money could have been provided by what, having a family and having a tax credit.
Wait, Dustin, do you really think that the tax credit that you would get from having a family would be at all equivalent to the comparative sum of money you would make stripping compared to making that sum of money over at the Dollar General? Do you really
No, but I think a family unit could probably provide for a family a lot better than two gay guys. I'm sorry. I just think that's my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Okay, well, hold on. What if those two gay guys have high-paying jobs?
Who gives a fuck?
Well,
And what
you said
what if those gay
Well,
guys?
hang on. You said
Hang on a second.
sorry.
Oh, sorry,
I'm gay,
Dustin,
so I
go
can say
ahead.
it. I'm gay, so I can say it. But that's what? So you don't give
Who
a
cares?
shit. That those two gay
Irrelevant.
guys- Okay,
Irrelevant. That's not what the law was meant for.
Look,
again,
let
you
Midnight
guys are
talk.
ignoring
Let
my
Midnight
argument.
Talk. Let him talk.
He
Let him
can talk all he wants, but he's not even addressing my argument. It's not.
well,
I mean,
just
I'm
let
just
him
gonna
talk.
say it's irrelevant.
You haven't heard him, so wait till he's finished before you say that, Dustin. Come on now.
Go ahead, Midnight, please. You have the floor.
Okay. Dustin's part of the stuttering. It's whatever. But Dustin's argument said the two gay guys cannot possibly support a family. And I said, well, what if
That's not what I said.
Then what did you say?
He said they
I
can't
said-
support a family as well as a normal.
I
male
didn't say that
female.
either.
What did you say then, Dustin?
I said that the law was intended to promote family growth, and that it would be better for a family, for a woman to be a part of a family, for a family to be there to fall back on so that they wouldn't have to go be a stripper. I think that the family unit is probably the best. But you guys are arguing that because there's compensation in it for her, that she should just go and show her tatas
You know what?
and ignore anything.
No, I don't know. I think he actually did say that. You know what? Doesn't matter. It's whatever. Dustin is wrong about that anyway.
Let's go down that line of reasoning, though, Dustin. Let's say that what you say happens, right? Let's go to the natural conclusion of your argument, okay? Gay marriage.
Don't straw man my argument, okay?
No, you can tell me whether it's a straw man or not at the very end, okay? Whether or not it's a straw man will stand both on the truth or falsehood of whether that's the case and your commentary once I'm finished, please. Okay? So let's take your argument to its natural conclusion, okay? Families are promoted via traditional marriage, right? That's the mechanism whereby marriage is promoted within society in a non-homosexual context. Homosexuality is therefore not a contract that people can enter into in a marriage context. That's now been made illegal, right? Which we don't have to go all that far back to look at that in the American context. It's within my lifetime that they were allowed to enter into the contract of marriage in a legal sense. If what you're saying is true, then not that there would be no strippers, because that wasn't your argument. Your argument wasn't that it would eliminate the need for stripping and prostitution. But wouldn't we have seen a massive increase in prostitution and a massive increase in the amount of women seeking those professions if what you are saying is true? Wouldn't we see like a huge rise in the rate of participating?
What's the argument that the evolutionists always come to whenever we try and press them on something that's within our lifetime? You need more time to see the according
No, because according to you, okay, let's equivocate those two things, right? Evolution, which on the basis of it is a thing that deals with population dynamics and therefore deals with something that is inherently going to be a multi-generational affair. It's not going to be the same basis of comparison for the argument that you just posited, which deals with individuals and is inherently.
I don't know about that, Aiden. I don't know if that's a solid argument. I don't think the math bears out on that.
Let me finish, please. The argument that you're making about these women and about whether or not they'll have the choice to be able to get a family and whether that family will be able to be a sufficient social safety net to be able to prevent them from being able to strip or have to participate in prostitution. That's an individualistic.
It sounds so logical when you explain it
that's an individualistic argument that does not require the usage of a multi-generational framing in order to propagate itself. Whereas
your argument is
evolution is the argument that does that.
No, you're saying
telling you that those two things are different from each other, and therefore your basis of comparison.
I didn't. Again, there you go, straw manning me. All I said was by the same. All I said simply is that if there's going to be an effect, it usually has preceded by a cause, and there usually takes a period in which that effect needs to be observed in order for there to be an actual conclusive answer to your question as to whether or not having more families and having a way for a woman to fall back on the family would lesser the curve of how many prostitutes there are per capita of the population.
How long has it been since gay marriage has been legalized in the United States, Dustin?
How the fuck should I know? I don't care. I just know that I don't want it. I know that I don't want the ability to manipulate. I wouldn't matter. I just don't want the law to be manipulated anymore. I'm sick and tired of you people.
No. This is relevant to what we were just talking about. This is directly relevant to what we were just talking about. So gay marriage was legalized nationwide in the United States on June 26, 2015. So gay marriage has been in the United States. I know it's a lot later than you would think, right? Gay marriage has been in the United States as a legal institution for over a decade at this point, right? So you're going to have to explain to me if what you're saying, if what you're saying logically follows, and we just haven't had enough time to be able to.
Go ahead and Google the numbers. How many OnlyFans accounts has there been since 2015? Google the numbers. How many women are out in prostitution positions? Google the numbers. How many strippers are there in every strip club? And whether or not it has increased since 2015 due to the fact that legal faggots can now get married.
Okay,
fucking
come on.
Jesus Christ.
Come on.
I'm getting sick and tired of this because you guys know you're fucking wrong. Just say you're wrong. Just say you're fucking wrong.
Well, that's extremely.
I'm sick and tired of this. No, it's completely honest. It's on fucking brand.
No, it's not. Dustin, for you to sit here and say you know you're wrong, just admit you're wrong is dishonest as fuck. Yeah, that is dishonest, Dustin.
You were just doing that to me earlier. You were just doing that to me.
When did I do that to you?
Yeah, earlier. I don't remember exactly, but I know exactly. You were just saying I was wrong. Yeah, don't play this game.
I was saying that you were wrong, but I wasn't saying you know you're wrong because
you have to.
No, you saying that is.
This is ridiculous, dude. This is ridiculous.
Tantamount.
Can I show a video?
That you Just give me a second here, please, Mike.
Okay, my bad.
I'm not upset with you. No, you're fine. Just give me 1 second. Dustin, what you're saying when you say you know you're wrong, just admit it. That's tantamount to you saying, I know your thought process better than you do. And you are being dishonest with how you're representing your arguments. You just
I hear a lot of gum bumping and no number looking up. Let's see what the numbers are from 2015 to current.
And if you're going to drop a statement like that, I'm going to fucking address it. Obviously, I'm going to look that up. I don't have a problem looking that up, but you can't just drop something like that. Like, you know you're wrong, just admit it, and expect me to just fucking not address that in any way, shape, or form? Fuck you.
I mean,
I have.
I
a
had no
video
idea you
actually
felt that way.
That's 9 days old. That shows how it's ramping up. Sorry, the prostitution. I know you guys are on the gay marriage, right? Do you guys even care about this?
Well,
I do. I mean, if it's going to support my case, yeah.
Oh, if
Yeah,
it
it
supports Dustin's argument, then it's going to be relevant. Okay, yeah, that's good. I don't care. If it supports Dustin's argument, then that's perfectly well and good. I don't have a problem with you showing it.
Well, this is only 9 days old.
I always allow all sorts of different sources on here.
Now becoming a living nightmare. Residents in Larchmont Village say it's all because of rampant prostitution. They say the obscene behavior often takes place just a few feet from their homes.
And they say it is getting worse despite their pleas to police for help. KTLA's Rachel Menitoff is live from Larchmont Village with the story. Rachel?
Okay, I'm just going to pause it just so nothing like, copyright happens, but this just a couple more seconds.
You're good.
Cher, Rick, people tell us that oftentimes an entire block will be filled with parked cars where people are engaging in sex and then they'll throw out their trash and used items onto the street. This has actually been happening for many years, but lately it seems to be escalating.
Got him. Oh.
And is
Basically,
this like the one block here? Or is this like a wider phenomenon? Because I'm just going to point out that literally the previous argument that we had, Dustin tried to dismiss my argument by saying pointing out one or two examples is not tantamount to looking at the entirety of the scenario.
Fair enough.
And I do want to point out something in my country, that this doesn't happen in Australia. And the reason why it doesn't happen is because prostitution is legal, but only in licensed brothels, basically places that have been designated for the work and have stringent regulations to make sure they are operating cleanly and safely.
Can I ask you if the number of those have increased or decreased? Have they increased or decreased? Has the number of brothels increased or decreased?
Over what period?
Since 2015. We'll just play along and say since 2015.
2015. I think it's remained about the same, like to measure it with the population growth kind of thing.
Do you have gay marriage there?
Yes.
I want to see the actual numbers before I take your word for that.
I'm looking this up right now, and the only ones I've been able to find is shifts in the gender of strippers over time. However, one thing that I did see was an article saying that based on available industry data, the number of strip clubs and entertainers in the United States has experienced a decline since 2015, driven by shifting consumer habits, COVID-19, and the rise of and let me finish, and the rise of digital alternatives. If you would let me finish what I was saying, I'm not like. Once again, like, you guys are getting out ahead of me. Like, I'm not going to finish the remark. Like, I'm not going to finish stating the whole thing. I'm not trying to
I was just excited.
It's just music to my ears, Aiden. I don't get to hear him right very often.
No, it's not a matter. No, let me finish, please. Okay? Because saying that they've shifted to digital alternatives is not saying that you're right. That just indicates that the way that people are accessing those things.
Oh my God! You'll do. I'm so.
No.
You'll do.
Unless,
ridiculous.
let me finish. Unless we can find numbers that indicate that not only people are shifting over to digital formats for these things, which is largely due to things like COVID-19, by the way. But unless we can find that the actual number of people partaking in these things is increasing, then you would have a solid argument.
Why would they switch over if it wasn't increasing, Aiden?
They would switch over because
Why
if-
would
okay,
they?
Let me answer. Then let me answer.
Why would they switch business models if the business model was working? It doesn't make sense.
Let me answer. Why would they switch over if that's the case? Because there was this giant pandemic that happened, and that giant pandemic made physical established businesses and buildings much
Yeah,
more
I'm just
difficult
reading
to
that.
run logistically.
And then,
than
as
it
a
is
natural
to
consequence,
normal-
that means the numbers would go down or up.
That doesn't mean it would go up at all. That
Oh, it
mean
doesn't
that it would
mean
go
that.
down
But did
or up.
they?
That
But
just
did
means-
they?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't
You
know.
can look
Okay.
into that. I mean, like, unless you have the fucking numbers right now, Dustin. I literally just
I
said that
don't.
don't know one way or the other. So can you fucking get off my jock
mean,
for a second, bro?
Well, I'm
just
just
kinda
reading there's
seems
been
like-
I've just been reading there's a decline in licensed brothels in Australia, but it did cite many of the same reasons that Aiden said. Because of the pandemic, they were forced to restructure and other reasons kind of thing, the prevalence of online services. But it certainly doesn't support your conclusion, Dustin, that this is increasing, and I'm not sure why that's really relevant.
In
anyway.
Australia, that's all good and well. I don't care about Australia, and more or less
Oh,
to the
thanks,
bigger
thanks.
point, because the law is what matters over here, is where the original context was. I mean, it was a sidebar, still irrelevant, because you guys aren't really considered a Christian nation, and I guess in some cases they don't consider America
Is
a Christian
America
nation.
a Christian nation?
I think it is, but you would argue with me, and that's still not even germane to the point. But the bigger picture is, if the family, yeah, I did, but again, irrelevant to the bigger picture of whether or not the law promoting a family being manipulated would then thereby having a decreasing amount of family members for a woman to fall back on.
Manipulation. Always that word you kept using.
What?
Yeah, I do take exception to that as well. That the idea
Who cares?
that because we've changed the law, it's being I mean, we change laws all the time. If you're sort of making if you're advocating for the idea, and do let me know if I've misrepresented. I don't want to misrepresent you, but we should stick to the original letter of the law and don't change it for changing times. Then we should get slavery back if that's the case. And there's a ton of laws that have been changed to adapt.
When did
with
slavery
the
just?
times.
When did slavery?
Mark, you
When-
just
when
opened
did
a
slave-
whole
you
other
can-
can of worms.
You can you can
God.
go to Africa and go pick up a guy right now for $250 US. Are you serious? There's
Have
still
you looked
slavery
into
in
this?
the world.
Well, how
today.
do you know? How do you know that?
You know, because I know. I just don't worry about it.
I thought we
know.
were talking. I thought we were talking about the US, and you didn't care about other countries.
You don't think that there's slavery in this country today? You're
No, I
serious?
think there is. No, I
Oh,
never said
okay.
that. But I don't think it's
Okay.
legal, Dustin. I don't think it's legal
Uh-huh.
slavery.
Right, because that matters.
It kind
Well,
of
yeah,
is.
we're
a little
talking about the
pertinent.
laws.
Yeah, it's a little.
Again, the laws are manipulated. Again,
Oh my God.
laws can be manipulated, and that's the point of what I was saying about being perverted, which goes right back to my original point. Is that
Justin.
when the law is manipulated, it is also being perverted, and then when you live with these consequences.
Can you ever prevent a so-called perversion of the law completely? Has there ever existed
No.
an airtight legal system where that's
No.
never occurred? It's an impossibility. It's a
But there
fool's
has been better systems, though.
Sure,
You have
I
to
would
admit
agree
to that.
there are
Oh.
some systems that work better than others. I would absolutely agree
Okay.
with that. But would you agree that the reason why some systems work better than others is because there are strong mechanisms in place and checks and balances in place? in
I
order to
absolutely would agree with that.
kept to
And
account?
I imagine that because the law is being manipulated here, that we're having a lot more prostitutes because of it. That
Yeah,
because
if
the
the
family
law-
tax
if the
credit
law
that
is-
would go because the family tax credit that would go to promoting families and allowing for a strong structure for a woman to be supported in her natural habitat, and as opposed to having
Wait a
to
minute.
sell her body, as opposed to
I'm
having to
sorry.
sell her body, as opposed to having to sell her body in order to pay bills.
Wait a minute.
I
What
think
is a woman's natural habitat, Dustin? I gotta know.
the
I
earth,
gotta know.
the earth, the planet in which we live on, the natural habitat, planet Earth. That's the habitat I was referring to.
Well, isn't she on planet Earth if she does prostitution? I'm so confused.
What difference does that make? Her habitat is the planet where she lives. That's what I was referring to.
So, I'm so confused because if she
I
stays
bet you are.
home and does a have a family, she's on the planet. If she goes out and prostitutes herself, she's on the planet. So how are they
Right.
both not her natural habitat?
I never said anything about it not being her natural habitat. I didn't say that her
Well,
prostitution
her
makes her habitat
natural-
unnatural. I never said
So her
making her a
natural
prostitute.
habitat
I never. You're
includes
hoisting an
prostitution.
argument on me that I'm not making. I didn't make. I didn't say that a prostitute being on the planet means that her habitat's not natural. That's not my argument. Had nothing to do with my argument. I was trying to shorten my sentence so that it made more sense, and I used the word habitat because it was just more convenient.
Okay. Well, you use natural habitat, but sure. No, I understand. Okay. So I don't get your point then when you're sort of saying, hey, if she just kept to her natural habitat, I don't understand your point then.
My point is that if she had a strong family structure to fall back on, it's not likely that she's going to be out there selling her body online.
Okay, you know what? You know what?
Dustin.
I need. Okay, you know what, Midnight? You haven't said much of anything, so you go ahead, and then I need to address this.
No, Dustin, just say what you really mean. Her natural habitat is in the kitchen. Okay, you want her to
I
remain
mean-
in the kitchen.
I
Just
mean,
admit that.
I think that women are good cooks. I don't know what your point has anything to do with anything, but okay.
Men are good cooks.
Right.
No, I know. I was just saying that he what? Never mind. It was a joke.
Don't
that
we
was
all
supposed
want
to
to be in the
show.
kitchen?
It's all good. It's all good, Midnight.
I want to be in there.
So, Dustin, the
like
main
cooking.
crux, the main crux of your argument here has been
Yeah.
about families. That's been the main crux.
Right.
Here. It's about families and promotion of families, and there's not going to be as many families if homosexual marriage is allowed. Am I right about that?
For the love of God, Aiden, do you think that if I had a strong family structure, I'd be sitting in my fucking truck on the side of the road, homeless right now? Do you think that if my mom had a place for me to go, I might have a roof over my head right now?
Do you
think that if my family was marginally better because they weren't getting screwed over by the people down the street who are taking welfare for no particular reason, that maybe I would be in a better place today? Maybe, Aiden, maybe?
May I reply to that? I think that what happened to you is fucking awful, and I obviously empathize with you for what happened to you. Of course I do. But do you really think that you were deprived that because of people being allowed to marry the people they want to marry?
I think that there's a multifaceted course of bad decisions that have led my family to make very bad decisions. I was not just listen to what I have to say, Aiden, okay? It's because of people thinking that they can side skirt the law. All right? That's the reality. My mother and my father thought that they could make a life for themselves selling drugs because they thought that doing it the right way wasn't worth their time. Right? Okay, and you guys are sitting here arguing for why it's okay for these people to do what wasn't meant, was never meant in the law. Don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry,
speaking.
Dustin.
I don't care. I don't care that you're sorry. I don't care.
Okay.
Can you let me finish?
Okay, sorry, Dustin.
Thank you. All right. Look, the bottom line here is when people think that they can get from A to Z by skipping all the letters, people pay the price.
Can I just say something? Because I really did want to say something. I want to say,
Mark.
Dustin, I'm so sorry to hear that, mate. I really am. That fucking sucks. And I've been thrown out of home when I was young, and it fucking sucks. And I would not wish it upon anybody. So I really feel for you, mate. I really do. I'm not hassling you. It's rough. It's rough. I totally get it. But what I'd like to put to you, and like, don't get me wrong, I'm not hassling you at all. I'm saying if you had two dads who are homosexual, who raised you really well and were really kind to you and provide you a loving home, wouldn't that be better than where you are right now?
No,
Why?
it wouldn't. What do you mean why? Because that is the reason that my family was broken in the first place. Because people like you thinking that they can get an advantage by side skirting the law and taking advantage of a status.
because
Well,
it's
they're
not.
sideskirting
No,
the
no.
law.
You see,
They
that's
can
the thing.
marry
That's the
legally.
thing. That's the thing. You want to ignore the cracks over there because you think it tidies something up over here. You do not understand the consequences of your actions and who has to pay the price for you to be able to feel like things are okay.
Okay.
You're an asshole. You're selfish. You do not take into consideration the people you hurt because you think things should be the way that you want them to be, rather the way that they are.
Who am I hurting, Dustin?
You're not listening to me. You're not listening. You know, I don't think you are. You think that because the rules being broken over here makes it okay for these people, that you can ignore the consequence for the people that are on the other side. Every time, every single time someone sidesteps the law, another person pays the price. That is the case. That is the fact. You do nothing at your own convenience without first inconveniencing someone else. That is a fact of life.
But Dustin, if it's not against the law, if we legalize it, it's not against the law.
What?
If we legalize gay marriage, it's not against the law.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, okay, I'll
You
give you my
absolute piece
position.
of shit.
Come on. Come on. All right. For fuck's sakes. Just fucking let him talk.
So my position is that rather than look at whether this is against the law or what should be this or should that, what I'm saying is we should look at those consequences that you're talking about and say, hey, if it provides something good for society,
You
or good for
ignore him
people,
completely.
we should do it. And there are solid homosexual and lesbian families that raise children and provide a benefit to society, plus making people happier in society is better overall. So that is why I support gay marriage being legal. If you're saying breaking the law has horrible consequences for everybody involved, including the victims and the family of those perpetrators, I completely agree. I agree. But what you've got to understand is that because making gay marriage illegal makes it against the law, that's like, if we legalize it, we don't have those consequences anymore.
I just want to say something here as well. Because I've been trying to say this for like 10 minutes now.
Sorry,
No, it's good. You and Dustin have been having your dialogue, and I understand that. It's an open panel. If I wanted to just listen to myself talk, I never would have opened the panel. But the idea that more families will be created if homosexuality is made illegal, I would technically agree with that. I agree that there would be more traditional families, and when I say traditional, I mean a man and a woman raising children in the kind of traditional nuclear family type sense. But we have a precedent for when homosexuality is made illegal and what that does to people, because it forces people to enter into marriages with people that they don't actually have that level of affection for. It forces people that are themselves, if they believe wholeheartedly within themselves that they are gay, that they are only attracted to people of their same sex, and they're forced by society to say, no, you have to abide by these rules and you have to marry somebody that is of the opposite sex than you, then that is going to make it much more likely that the marriage that is going to be created there is unfruitful and loveless and rife with contention.
Are you saying
because
you're not
it is a
gonna
marriage? I'm going to fucking listen, but how about you do the same goddamn thing, Dustin? How about that? How about you pay me the same fucking courtesy, please? Could you do that, please? I'd really appreciate it, because I'm really starting to get sick of the fucking interruptions. All right? Good? We're good? Cool. All right. So when it comes to these loveless marriages, when it comes to these strained marriages, when it comes to these marriages of convenience, I don't think that those create a strong family, and they don't create a family that's conducive to one that will be there for somebody when they're struggling for those sorts of things. And I think that it's just those kind of conditions that create many of the broken children that we see around us, that do get shuffled around in the foster care system, that do end up homeless, that do end up neglected, because they're products of loveless marriages. I'm sorry, go ahead. You now have the floor.
Whatever makes you feel better, as long as the people that pay the price are not heard. That's a bunch of horseshit, Aiden. The whole square of it is not a circle. People do not need to be. I'm trying to. I'm going to right now. People do not have to be married in order to adopt. They don't. As a matter of fact, you can be a father by ejaculating into a cup and having a seminary or in an artificial insemination. This whole idea of people being married in order to have a family, right, is predicated on the idea that a man and woman being together is a family. But the idea that a man and a man together is not a family, right? And the reason is because a man and a man cannot have a child. So what is the difference between two men being together in a loving relationship and being married? The tax benefit and the idea that you are side-skirting a law somehow. And it also allows for, I mean, there's a bunch of deductions. There's a lot of different benefits that can be looked into if you know how to do it. The bigger picture is that it's a perversion. I tried to make this point earlier. You're just not willing to concede it. You do not have to be married in order to have a family. You don't. You could be two men and have a child and be living in your own private little life in your own little house, doing your own little thing. But you want to be married. Why? Because you want to put it in the public zeitgeist. Why? Because you want to tell people like me to fuck off.
What?
That's exactly what it is. It is. It's a big middle finger to anybody who believes that a marriage is between a man and a woman, that Christian values should be respected.
Wait. No. Fuck that. Fuck
Can
that.
I say something after you've spoken, Aiden?
Yeah,
I really want to address that, yeah.
Yeah, but fuck that, Dustin. Fuck the idea that because other people want to have the same rights as you and be recognized as a legitimate fucking couple in the eyes of the law, and you keep talking about tax benefits and haven't once brought up the thing that Mark talked about, the fact that a couple that are married objectively have a greater latitude in terms of what they can decide for their partner in a situation where that partner is incapacitated in a medical setting. None of that has gotten addressed but once by you. It's always just been tax this, tax that, taxes. Fuck the fucking taxes, okay? Taxes are just a fucking measure of resources that are getting shuffled around from one corner of this dirt ball to another corner of the dirt ball, all right? We're human beings. We're alive. We have agency as part of being alive. And for two people to say, hey, we have the right to enter into a legitimate relationship where we have the same legal latitude and rights and responsibilities as everyone else is not a fucking inherent attack on your way of thinking and your ideas. And the fact that you do view it as an attack is just a classic fucking example of that Christian persecution complex that you see all over the goddamn place.
Are you
Even
serious?
in a society where you guys are the vast majority, you still need to come up with a way on how you're fucking persecuted and how you're taken advantage of. Boo fucking who, fuck off. All right? They're allowed just as much rights as you are, and you can go ahead and kick rocks about it as far as I'm concerned.
Completely just proved everything I said.
Okay, I said that I did want to say something, but Aiden pretty well covered it. And like I explained to you, Dustin, like that's the only reason I'm really married to my wife, is because we looked at the legal situation. And if something happens as a husband, I have more legal rights to decide for her and sort of speak to her as in a de facto relationship, which is just at face value. So there are reasons other than taxes, and I'm glad that Aiden brought it up because there's definitely stuff. As well as, and I did want to add, that as well as just society accepting these relationships for what they are is important.
It is. When you're a social animal, and part of your identity is predicated on your peers and what they think of you, of course, being invalidated by the institutions of your society is going to contribute to you becoming, best case scenario, someone agitating for change against that. And worst case scenario, a self-loathing, self-denying individual who runs away from their true feelings because society encourages them to do so. And I just think that that's wrong. And I think it creates very maladjusted people who try to impose that imposition that was put on them upon others because they feel like because they got subjected to it, other people have to as well. And I'm not saying that's you, Dustin. I'm just saying that that's a symptom of a larger problem that I've seen all around me throughout my life, where people go, I had it fucking horrible, I had it bad, so they should fucking have it bad too. Well, no, maybe they shouldn't necessarily have it bad. Maybe an acceptance of these people and a granting of them rights and responsibilities on the same level as other people within that society will encourage them to foster families that are more loving and are more caring and are more conducive to making people that aren't maladjusted and self-loathing.
So again, it's okay as long as the people who pay the price are unheard and unseen.
What people that pay the price? What people that pay?
Me.
You weren't
because
you weren't denied a childhood because gay people were allowed to get married. Okay, I hate to
no, I was
you, but
I was denied a childhood because people like you believe that the law is meant for whatever it is I feel like in the moment.
Whatever it is I feel like in the moment, really?
Absolutely.
The idea that homosexuals should be granted the same rights as non-homosexuals is tantamount to whatever I feel like in the moment. Dustin, you have
Guess
not
what?
once actually addressed the goddamn arguments that are being made to you.
No, I absolutely have addressed the arguments
No, you
that have been
haven't.
being made.
No, you
Yeah,
haven't.
I have.
You've been
Yeah, I
shadowboxing.
have.
You've been shadowboxing
No. You see, you guys are trying to address my argument by saying it's irrelevant because I was the one that put forward the argument, right? I don't have to.
What?
Sorry, I just think that sort
You
of
guys are just
pointing
going to keep it interrupting me.
generally people changing the law to progress with the times, to that caused all of your problems in your life. I just don't see the connection there.
That's not, you're not seeing the connection because you're saying that there's a difference. And while I agree with you, there is a difference. The relation is far more strong than the difference. And the reason is because when I was growing up, there was a set of rules. Everybody was supposed to follow those rules. And continually what I saw was that didn't matter. Right?
And that made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, it did make me angry, as a matter of fact. And you know what else makes me angry? You know what else?
What else makes you angry?
Being told that my feelings are irrelevant.
No.
So when I say, did I say that you said that?
Okay, fair enough. I thought that you were attempting to imply that. Pardon me.
No. Okay, but society as a whole is saying that, right? Because they're saying that for the longest time, it was recognized this way. Okay, now it's recognized that way, and I don't know what it is. You're holding it against me that I don't necessarily agree with the change in direction. Right? I mean, I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I think I'm trying to lay out a very reasonable, straightforward case for why I don't believe that giving people can't reprocreate, the ability to marry, is a bad idea. I'm not against them being together. They could even have what's known as a domestic partnership if they want. But the idea of marriage, for the longest time, the rules that applied forever, the ones that applied to my grandparents and their grandparents and the grandparents before them, are suddenly changed. And you guys are looking at me cross-eyed like I'm the one that's crazy. I'm looking at you guys like, what the hell happened? Since 2015, has been the ability for two men to get married. I'm looking at what it is doing to my country, and I am screaming to high heaven, please make this stop. And you guys are shaming me because you want the same rights that you've always had, the rights to be together, The difference is a piece of paper that is recognized by the government that
No,
gives
it's
you
not
some
just that.
benefits.
We've pointed
What,
out.
what is it? No, it is exactly that.
No.
The marriage that you guys are fighting for is not recognized by God. I doubt if even half of them are even set by a freaking pasture.
America isn't a theocracy, Dustin.
That's got nothing to do with anything.
It's not God that grants the legitimacy of your marriage. It's the United States government that grants.
No, but the idea of marriage was a religious thing long before. America's only 200 years old. America's only 200 years old. Marriage has been around a lot longer.
Marriage predates Christianity. All right,
and it was always also between man and woman.
No, it wasn't.
always
That's what I was
between
pointing out.
Oh, you're gonna point. Wait, when exactly? I'm sorry. When exactly was it against men and women being? Tell me when it was only men being married to men. Can you point to a time in history when there was ever? Oh, you didn't say that. Fine. What difference does it make? It's a dumbass argument. The same way you guys are arguing.
Marriages
The point
between
is,
two men were legally recognized in like ancient Mesopotamia.
fucking Jesus Christ, what happened to them?
I don't know.
The Bronze Age.
Oh, you don't know. Nobody knows.
I
Oh,
know.
nobody knows.
Wait, teacher, I know. This little thing called the fucking Bronze Age collapse happened to them, and it pushed their shit in the same way that it pushed the Mycenaean shit in, and it pushed the Hittite.
Oh, dude,
shit
who
in.
gives a shit? This has nothing to do
What
with
do you
today.
mean? Who gives a shit? You fucking asked the question, Dustin. What do you fucking mean? Who gives a shit?
No,
You
I didn't
did it
ask a
so many
question.
times.
What I said was that
You said
marriage
what
is
happened to them.
predated. Marriage has predated. That was the point. It doesn't even matter. You're pushing a point that's like not even relevant.
Well,
It's
you're the
it's
one
not
that suggested it
germane.
in the first place.
No,
You're the
what
one
I
that
said
asked the
what I
question of
said
what happened
was
to them.
marriage came first, and it was always between a man and a woman. And I can't think of a single time when marriage has ever been strictly between man and man. Can you?
Yeah, and I'm not acting like there ever was a case. There was never a
Oh.
society in human hit. No, don't owe me, Dustin. There wasn't a single point in this conversation where we said there were societies where every single man got married to every single other man, and there wasn't a single
So
straight.
would it be safe to say? Would it be safe to say that marriage has always been between man and woman? Then, even if marriage between man and man has been recognized, even if it has been recognized, it still primarily has always been between man and woman. Or are you going to tell me that there has been a time in history when there's been more men married to men than there have? Oh, okay. Maybe that's within my boundary line.
Okay,
then.
stop, both
Shut
of
the
you.
fuck
Stop,
up,
stop,
Mark.
stop,
I'm not
stop.
talking to you right now. Please don't interrupt me. To Aiden.
Come on.
Come on, let's
I'm
settle
talking to
down a bit.
Aiden.
Come
No,
on.
but you don't need to interject yourself in the middle of our conversation. I'm trying to make a point, and Aiden's trying to
that what
grasp
that
at
is?
straws or anything. Yeah, Aiden's trying to grasp at straws or anything to try and get me to admit that I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. Marriage has always been between man and woman. Maybe it hasn't always been majority between man and woman, but it is a fact that marriage has always been between man and woman. And you guys are trying to look at me cross-eyed again because the rules have suddenly changed, and you want me to fucking what? Drink the Kool-Aid? You want me to get in the fucking pool with you guys and act like a bunch of cool guys? Do I get?
I will concede. Okay.
Do I get the
marriage?
Dustin,
Okay,
I'm
Dustin,
sorry, but
I
I've
And the
got-
decoder ring?
Come on.
I
dude.
will concede that marriage has predominantly been between man and woman for most of
Thank
history.
you. One fucking point you've conceded.
There's never a point where we didn't agree with that though. In this entire
Right.
conversation,
You guys have been arguing against it this whole fucking time. What are
No,
you
we
talking
haven't.
about?
No. If that was accurate, if what you just said was accurate, we would have been arguing against the notion that homosexuality was the majority within society, and we've never.
Dude,
said
I am
that.
so done with this argument. You'll grasp at anything to try and get me to admit I'm wrong.
Well,
Dude,
but
that
my
my
point
point.
Mark,
Look,
Mark,
no,
speak
I'm
now.
not
Mark,
gonna
really
closing
didn't get to
statement.
talk.
Closing statement. I'm gonna get out of here, bro. You guys are pissing me off. I'm
Well,
gonna
can
make.
you
a
just
closing
listen
statement.
to me for 1 second, okay? Because yeah, predominantly marriage has been between man and woman for most of history. I get that. But what I'm sort of saying is just because something has been in history doesn't mean we should have it as laws today. And earlier I pointed to slavery. Throughout all of human history, they done slavery. It doesn't mean it's a good idea for today. Like, so sort of pointing
Neither
to-
does gay marriage. It doesn't mean it is a good idea for today. It doesn't.
If that was our argument, if our argument was that gay marriage existed throughout human history, therefore gay marriage is acceptable, that would be a really great counterpoint. But we've never made that point, Dustin. So what are you arguing against?
What? My argument again was that when you side skirt the law, women lose structure and they end up prostituting themselves. That's what my argument was.
Okay. I don't see that follows, but hey, I don't see gay marriage as side skirting the law.
Can I give a? Can I give
the law?
You can give.
Can I give a? I'm going to give a closing statement. Okay. Look, again, for the longest time, marriage has been between man and woman. We've established this. Okay. You can claim that because it's been recognized at times where it's been between man and man, that means something. But the reality is it's always been between man and woman. Okay. You guys are looking at me cross-eyed because I don't like the trend and I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I am not stupid because I don't agree with you. I may be stupid because I don't understand something, but that's not what's happening here. I'm pointing to a very real problem, one that you guys want to ignore because it somehow makes you feel better. I don't understand. Okay. And at the very bottom of it all is the idea that you know better. I'm not even making an argument for something that I believe in because I know it. I'm making an argument for something that I believe in because of tradition, because it has been that way. And because, like it or not, civilization has always had its best results when the family unit has been strong. You guys have a wonderful day.
You take care, Dustin.
All right,
Thank you
Dustin.
for
Yeah,
being
take
here
care,
on the
mate.
show. I want to play something that is relevant to what Dustin is talking about right now. It's not directly relevant at first, but I think you will see why it's relevant as the video plays. So just give me 1 second here, and I'll get. Unless you want to say something first, Mark. If you're burning.
No, go for it. If you want to play some, that your channel. Go.
Cool. All right.
One of the smartest men to ever live also got something horrifyingly wrong. Aristotle believed that some people were natural slaves, that slavery for certain people was just and beneficial. So how could one of the greatest minds to ever live believe in something so harmful and unjust? To understand his argument, we need to have a bit of context. Aristotle lived in ancient Greece, where slavery was everywhere. Enslaved people outnumbered massively free male citizens of Greece. Most enslaved people were also foreigners, and freedom was very rare for slaves. Slavery was passed down from parent to child. This system gave wealthy citizens a lot of free time, which they used for politics, education, and philosophy, including Aristotle's own work. See, Aristotle believed that everything in society should reflect what is natural. So he asked, is slavery natural? Well, his answer was deeply problematic. He claimed that some people lack the ability to guide their lives through reason. He said these people can understand commands, but cannot make decisions for themselves. So naturally, they need someone else to direct them in life. And he called them natural slaves. People, in his view, benefited from being ruled over. Aristotle even suggested that you could see this natural slave potential in somebody's body or behavior. He said from birth, some people are marked for rule, and others for subjection. But even in people of his own time pushed back on this idea. Sophists like Alcidamas said the following: God has made all men free. Nature has made no man a slave. This is from his work on freedom from the 4th century. Aristotle's critics believe all humans are naturally equal. No one is born suited to be a slave. And slavery is a social convention. It is not a natural fact. In Aristotle's book, Politics, he acknowledges a group of thinkers that deny the existence of natural slaves. He writes the following: there are some that hold that a rule of a master over a slave is contrary to nature, for they say that by nature no one is a slave, and therefore it is unjust to enslave anyone. Rather, it is only by law that one is a slave or free. It shows that slavery was not universally acceptable in ancient Greece. Aristotle made 3 major mistakes. First is confusing lack of opportunity for a lack of ability. Enslaved people are denied education, freedom, and basic rights that slavery removes from them. Their limited opportunities were created by the system itself, not naturally. Second is assuming benefit meant obedience. Someone who struggles, for example, with decision making doesn't need someone dominating them. They need support, care, protection, not forced labor. Third mistake was trusting society's hierarchy instead of questioning. Aristotle looked at the world around him and he assumed if it exists, it must be natural. This is the danger of anyone who accepts society's norms without actively questioning it. Aristotle's defense of slavery does show us something important, though. Even the smartest people can justify terrible things. Let me explain what the smartest.
Can you post this link in the private chat?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could post that in the private chat. No, this
You
guy's
are
a
so
good.
going to get copyright struck.
You say that. You might be right. You might be right, but I've played his content on other streams before.
Okay.
And it seems like it's been all right.
Maybe he's cool. Maybe then.
I think he's been all right with it. He's a pretty small
Interesting
time.
video.
I like it, and I like this guy in general as a content creator. He's pretty small time right now. I say small time. I say that compared to like some of the more mainstream.
Yeah, you're a giant.
Oh, compared to
Aiden,
me,
you're a
yeah.
giant channel. Yeah.
Let me. You know what, Mark? Let's
Yeah.
just sit down for a moment. Let me tell you, kid. I see potential in you, Mark. Your
Yeah.
name up in lights, Mark. I see it. Only
Just
if
on a
you-
side note, this idea of your worth by how many like subscribers you've got is fucking crazy. I
It is.
don't.
It is
It
really dumb.
you know.
It's really dumb. But the reason why I played that is it's a very good articulation of the notion that just because something is quote unquote natural,
Right.
it does not mean that it is good or that it is righteous or that it's in standing with what is optimal for the human condition. Because smallpox is endemic to the human condition too. Right?
Yes.
Childbirth
And-
is endemic to the human condition. All these things
Yes.
are horrible. Go ahead.
Or can be horrible. Yes.
I would make the argument that smallpox is always horrible. I can't think of a single instance where, like,
yeah.
smallpox
I
really
was-
developed my
I was
character.
talking more about childbirth. I was
I
talking
get
more
it.
about
Well,
childbirth.
I would argue that the smallpox is good in the sense that it strengthens your immune system, so it's got a use.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Just because you get a good outcome doesn't mean something is necessarily good. Like you can always point to some kind of benefit from somebody being assaulted as, oh, it strengthens their resolve. We must never confuse finding.
I wasn't
a
confusing
positive
that,
in
by the way.
something.
I wasn't confusing that. I'm
Okay.
just,
You're
I'm just
good.
saying it has a benefit.
He could be talking to the audience in general, though. As
Fair
well.
enough.
Yeah. And I think that's very, very prescient as well. I think that like what we're doing, and we're not just sort of saying, hey, we've got to get on the bandwagon or anything like that. What we're really doing is looking at whether or not certain actions in society have beneficial or detrimental outcomes to human health and society in general and things like that. And what I found with Dustin, and look, I don't want to make him angry. So Dustin, I'm not disagreeing just to be obstinate. I really am not. But I don't find a link between legalizing gay marriage and people circumventing the law that causes negative things. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm with Dustin. People finding loopholes and circumventing the law causes problems. Like, for instance, tax evasion, right? Like, it's not illegal. It's kind of a legal way to circumvent the law. I agree with him. But when you legalize something, you're not circumventing the law. And I don't see the negative outcome that Dustin is talking about from legalizing gay marriage. Like, it just, his sort of thing is that it causes more prostitutes and it causes more this and it causes that. I do not see that linked up. I just don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm
And
probably.
I think it's very telling when he sort of said, well, he's got problems in his family. And I get that. And I've got all the sympathy in the world. I think it sucks. But, if he had a loving family that was two men, he's like, no, I still wouldn't like that. And it's like, well, is it the family then? Or is it the fact that it's two guys?
I mean, that does kind of have to come.
I mean, if he grew up in it, he wouldn't really know. Like, if he grew up in a family with two men who raised him, that would be his life.
And we're not
know?
saying that's better, right? We're not saying it's better. Like
No, of
all
course
of this,
not.
we've got to take it on an individual basis, because I have no doubt there's some shitty gay parents out there. Like there probably are shitty gay parents, but let me tell you, there's shitty straight parents as well. You know, like those
Yeah, that
exist.
seems to be the dominant, like the
Right,
the
and
majority.
and maybe he can address it a little bit more in the next conversation, but I really
I
don't
don't
feel
think the
like
majority. I think most parents are pretty good. I wouldn't say majority.
I think a
But there's
majority
no
of
shortage of them.
I think a majority of parents are doing the best that they can. Whether the
Hey,
best
when
that they can constitutes good or bad parenting is another. That's a horse of a different color.
okay, so just quickly, good enough is a good parent. Okay, like if they're doing good enough, they're doing really well. Okay, so because parenting, you're going to make a shit ton of mistakes,
Right.
and that is going to cause consequences for your children. So there's this idea that you have to be a perfect parent, and we really want to push back on that, because just being good enough, like, you know, doing what you need to raise a healthy child is enough. That we don't need to pressure parents anymore. I'm sorry, I really have to say that.
I mean, circumstance definitely plays a role in it, right? Like, for example,
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to hold it against my parents that there were nights that I didn't have anything to eat and I just had to go to bed with sleep for dinner because they were in an economic situation where they weren't really able to get those sorts of things made available to me. So I wouldn't say, oh, those people are horrible people because I went nights hungry. I would say that they did the best that they could with what they had. So yeah, there's definitely a
Right.
nuance there that needs to be explored. But
Yes.
I think
Well,
that
yeah, I'm not really talking about parents like parents that way, like in the sense of you know, they're doing the best they can, and you know they can't really feed their kids or whatever. I'm talking about the parents who are abusive. Yeah, they still try their best, but at the same time they're abusive. Now, obviously, there are different levels of abuse, and of course, mine could have been worse, but they could have been better. But that's besides the point.
I would honestly posit, Midnight, that a parent, unless they have a significant anger disorder, in which case I would question the merit of becoming a parent in the first place. But
I was
unless-
a mistake. I was a mistake. So they had to get married.
Oh, you too. But
Yes.
like, unless you have a predisposition and a violent personality, which, like I said, maybe you shouldn't be a parent at that point in the first place. But unless you have that, I don't think that there's really a justification at all. I don't think a parent is being truthful if they beat their children and also say that they're doing the best that they could. I don't think that those two things are synonymous. I don't think that
Right,
there's a
right.
single time
Yeah,
justifiable to be violent towards
Yeah,
your
but
children.
at the same time, they would say that to people on the outside, like, "Oh, I'm doing my best for my child," or you try to say, "Oh, she's abusing me." They're like, "No, no, they're not. Stop being dramatic." And
Well,
then you know,
obviously.
then you know, they're surprised when the truth comes out how abusive the home was. Oh well, you know, I wish we knew about it. Bitch, they tried to tell you, and you wouldn't listen. So,
I mean, well, that also gets into the fact that for the majority of the history of our society, the idea of beating your children was socially acceptable, and even to an
In the
extent
Bible.
encouraged. Well, yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
The notion that you should, and what they'll do is for apologism and say, well, it says you shouldn't beat them in anger. It's like, okay, give me a scenario where you're going to beat them and you're not angry on a certain level. Like attacking somebody
you shouldn't
is
beat them in anger.
inherently-
How in the
like,
fuck?
right? Like that's like basically saying, well, you can get water from that well, but it can't be wet water. It's like, okay, well, then I guess
Well,
you're not
I-
getting any at all.
And I think to bring that back into sort of Dustin's point, that if you're talking about the law not being changed, there was a point where we didn't have these laws against beating children, right? Like you could just give your kid a smack in the head and that was totally okay. In fact, it was biblical, like spare the rod, spoil the child kind of thing, right? So the whole idea that, hey, we should keep the laws exactly as they are without them changing on our understanding of the consequences of these actions, I see that as counterproductive, because, you know, we're kind of saying, hey, we're going to keep this law no matter what damage it's doing to society.
Yeah. Mod says a bunch of dudes with no kids talking about how to raise kids. Like I said in the
Yeah.
side chat, look, I don't have any children. I'm not going to pretend like I do. I've never had the
Yeah.
capacity as a parent, but I did a decent amount throughout my sister's lives when I was growing up with them in the same household to help raise them and do everything I could in my capacity as an older brother. So it's not that I know everything about it, and I'm not going to act like I'm on the same level as you, Mod, but don't act like I don't know anything about it whatsoever either, because trust me, there was a lot of experience imparted in helping to raise them.
Well, I'm not certainly not giving advice on how to raise them. Really, what I said was stop giving parents a hard time for not doing a perfect job.
Yeah, that's
So
very
I'm
valid.
kind of, yeah.
I think if anything, that's more in line with what she's saying.
Yeah.
The sentiments that she's describing.
But yeah, it is kind of ironic. I mean, I would love to have a mother in here to talk about that stuff, but you know, if not, that's cool.
I mean, Mud, if you want to come on and talk about it, that's perfectly fine. But the main thing that I'm saying is that as a parent, it is your duty to both teach your child and protect your child. Those two things are of pretty equal importance in my mind. If you fail at one of those two things, you have failed as a parent. And in my mind, violence against your child is a failure to protect your child. You're endangering their safety, and ultimately, for as much as that is commonly made out to be a lesson being imparted upon that child, the truth of the matter is that universally that is not just, if you're really going to make even the most charitable interpretation, the only reason, is it? There's that component of anger as well. There's that component of, oh, I need to do this because this is how I'm going to make my authority known over this person. This is
not to mention the outcomes on the child,
Right.
because we know that you know young boys that are the victim of domestic violence from their parents will go on to abuse women. Like, that is not even up for argumentation. That absolutely happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally been neurological.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you're not saying all of them, because there are some who actually grew up to protect women.
But yeah, generally, I'm talking generalities. Yes, thank you.
And this goes back to what I was saying with Dustin, because, and if you're in the side chatter out there listening at some point, Dustin, I'd love to talk about this with you more in depth on another stream. But the point that I was making about loveless marriages is the same for people that get into relationships with straight people because they live in a society that shuns homosexuality. And there's loads of examples of that, of people who would have otherwise been in a homosexual relationship with somebody that they were actually attracted to, feeling the need to go and take on a partner because that is what is commonly accepted within society. If you're by yourself and you don't have a partner, then you're going to get a whole other load of taboos put on you as well. Oh, that's the loner. That's the creep. That's the hermit that keeps to himself, you know? So really, it's in an effort in that context to try and eschew those labels that people enter into these relationships that are unloving and aren't passionate. And that does objectively create children that are not going to be as loved as children that could have been adopted by gay parents. So I'd like to talk with you about that, because it doesn't just apply to marriages. I know I focused on marriages in the example I gave to you, and your response to that was, well, it's not just married people that can have children. And I would agree with you in saying that, but that doesn't mean that my argument doesn't apply to unmarried people as well. But
well, and if the argument is that people that, like, I think Dunstan mentioned, I didn't get round to it, but one mentioned at one point that sort of because marriage was originally for childbirth, then, you know, that's the purpose of marriage. And if you go with that argument, then people that are sort of sterile or people that can't have kids shouldn't get married either. And I would take great exception to that. You know, like, I don't think that a relationship should be should be stilted because you can't have kids. That seems wrong to me.
Yeah. So I
But
think
yes, you got to come on here at any time. Anytime. Come on, man.
He
Like,
always
let's
does
not.
that. He's always a
Yeah.
side chat warrior. No, BS is BS. I appreciate it. He's doing his thing. I am probably going to be ending the show here, though. We're just going on like 5 hours that I've been on here. So,
Well, just as a final statement, if I could.
of course.
I don't think that Dustin's arguments really linked into one another. I don't think he made a compelling case at all because nothing ever linked up to what he said the consequences were. It was more just this sort of, the original purpose of a law. Like I gave examples where we don't use laws for their original purpose anymore. It's not, it does not follow. I'm sorry, it doesn't. So, what I got the feeling of, and I could be wrong, but what I got the feeling of was that he just didn't like the idea of a gay couple. And look, if you've got a religious thing of, I don't think it's right because of my religion, I don't think it's right because, it gives me the ick or whatever, I respect that for its honesty, but to make these bullshit arguments, and they're bullshit because none of them ever link into one another. I'm not going to talk for what somebody thinks, but I feel like that is not the cause, like actually looking at it rationally. And that's my 2 cents. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I would also say that I want to make it clear that I don't think that Dustin is stupid. I don't think that he's dumb by any stretch.
No,
of the
I don't think so either.
imagination.
I don't think so either.
And
I think he has some breathtaking anger management issues, but that's completely different.
I think he has flawed arguments, and I think that in some regard. Yes, hello, Josh. Welcome back. I feel like you just woke up. You just woke up. Hey, how's it going, Josh? Welcome back to the stream.
No,
Yep,
I was
welcome back, Kyle.
I was like cleaning in the garage and letting you guys kind of battle it out.
Was it entertaining though? Did it facilitate good garage cleaning? Is the
So I think what I understood is gays bad, marriage good, something like that.
I think it was something along the lines of like gay strippers and how marriage is bad because taxes or something like that.
Actually, I think it was we should never ever change laws because prostitutes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, well, man, it's been great. It's been wonderful. Mark, good, we got to talk more. And freaking Sparkles, man, good to have you.
More? Were we talking before?
Who, me and you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I met you before.
Well, here's the
Josh?
thing. Here's the thing. Here, hold on, Aiden. I'm gonna address this. Here's the thing, Mark. I know I'm just some insignificant weeby little Josh on the internet. Who cares?
Whoa, buddy.
Okay, but I ranked you above Aiden.
Shut
If that's any
now because
consolation.
you've been talking for fucking 30 minutes.
Okay.
Like,
whoa, triggered.
I took the time to learn
that's
who
fair.
you are. That you're the ugly bald motherfucker that fucking is an atheist. So if you could at least bother to learn whether or not we've interacted, I'd really appreciate that.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know your name's Josh. If that's any consolation.
Thanks.
Well, no. If I've met you before, like I met tons of people. I'm so sorry if I've met you before. Like honestly,
No, I get it. I get it. And maybe you should slow down a little bit and take a moment to recognize names and voices and thought patterns so that the people you interact with, it's not like you're meeting them for the first time. We've been through this exact conversation like at least 10 times in the past 5 years.
Well, that's 5 years. 5 years. Do you realize how many people I talked to over 5 years?
It wasn't 5 years ago that I spoke to you. I've spoken to you multiple times in the past 5 years. Is what I'm saying.
Josh is offended. I can tell.
I'm sorry, Josh. I'm so sorry. I really apologize.
I don't buy your apology, man. It's fake.
Okay.
Wow.
But
you're gonna tell the next person the same thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I meet too many people.
I don't apologize to Aiden. I do not apologize to Aiden. It's not
Yeah,
gonna happen. No,
he doesn't
no,
apologize.
seriously, man. Like seriously,
Well,
I
just hope
haven't met
next
you
time we
before and
don't
I
have
don't
to do
remember
this
you.
dance again. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, no, I'll probably will remember this. In all fairness, Josh, I probably will remember being dressed down by some person on the internet because I always. No, I'm joking. No, I will endeavor to remember, mate. I really will. I do apologize.
Oh my gosh. Well, that
all
was a
right.
fun
Well,
way to
I
end the show.
appreciate that. Well, all right, you guys. I'm taking off later, Aiden.
Have a good one,
All right,
Josh.
see you, Josh. See you, mate.
Have a good
Josh.
one, guys. Midnight, do you have any final closing statements you would like to make? I will give everyone an opportunity. Even BS, if he wants to make a closing statement from the side chat because he's too scared to come on the main panel.
Gerd. Remember Gerd? And he was like, Skird.
Yeah, who knows where he is?
I think he took a break from all the drama. Like I get it. Like it is, really rough having to do these rooms. Aiden knows what I'm talking about. It can get rough trying to control these rooms all the time. Seriously.
Yep.
It really can. Yeah. So, anything to say in closing, Midnight, or would we're just shutting her down?
Well, other than thank you for letting me on again. Yeah, Mark, it was nice seeing you. It's been 2 years, 3 years. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Spooky says he
It
may
has
be
been a while,
boring.
yes.
He may be boring, but he's not blackjack without pictures boring.
Wait, who's boring?
That
Josh?
was an iconic part of the stream. All right, now that I've had a little bit to think back on that, how can you have any reaction to Josh except Josh, you rogue, you lovable little scamp. You want to ruffle his hair almost. He's like a Dennis the Menace-esque.
Anywho,
Really think about it.
I'll leave so Mark can have the full room.
Yeah, this is the Mark Reed show now, everybody. We're going to leave Mark to finish the show in our stead. No, I'm just joking.
Please don't. Please don't.
I think it's a good recipe to have you never come back ever again. So I'm not going
Probably, yeah. No, I did not come to host the show, Aiden. I'm not doing your job for you, you slacker. Like, seriously.
Aw, 2 minutes out of the 4.5 hours. Sorry, 4 hours and 54 minutes that we've been going for. You can't manage that, little baby Mark. That's fine.
No,
That's fine.
no, it's beyond me. I don't have the hair for that.
All right, everybody, have a good night. Thank you, everybody, for
Thanks,
being here.
Aiden.
Absolutely,
Take
Mark.
care.
Take care, mate. Have a good one, everybody, in the side chat. Bye-bye.